and the rest of the internet. How are you guys doing? So, we've been working on this WINota Castables list. The reason I'm calling it Castables is both to poke fun at the joke itself. Honestly, we know it's a meme. I know that already, and it's just this deck's been a lot of fun. I'm really pleasantly surprised. Let's lose the moto sounds for today. Let's lose the moto sounds. Not feeling it today. It was fun for a little bit, for a few streams, but no more. So, the traditional way to play WINota, if you're possessed to play WINota, is one of a few ways. Either some sort of WINota taxes, because actually quite a few creatures in taxes, there's a pretty even split naturally in modern death and taxes between humans and WINotas. You just slam a deeper red splash than normal and play Seasoned Spiromancers. Spyro, or Seasoned Pyromancer, is the lifeblood of this deck. It just is. I don't think this deck would really exist in any competitive sense without Spyro. So what we got going on in our build, instead of the traditional finishers of that, the Death and Taxes build usually finishes with Geist Honored Monk. If you guys remember Geist Honored Monk, it's kind of an obscure card from Magic of Seasons Past, right? It's a 5-mana XX where its power and toughness is equal to the number of creatures we control. Well, we're mono creatures deck, right? We have 33 creatures. And Geist Honored Monk enters the battlefield and creates 2 1/1 white spirit creature tokens with flying. So it's like half of a Lingering Souls stapled to a human monk, right? So this card's great for this archetype. It's going to come down off of WINota. It's going to have Indestructible. It's going to be huge. This is a fine way to play WINota. It's not what we're doing. Another fine way to play WINota is Angrath's Marauders. This is a fine, and you see that I own copies of both of these. I've tested both of them. This is another way to play WINota. This is usually the Naya finisher. You also play this alongside Lightning Bolts because it doubles any sources, right? So what's cool about this, if a source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals double that damage to that permanent player instead. So if you see even just one of these, it's pretty devastating. It's kind of similar to seeing the Blade Historian. A little bit stronger because it's a 4/4. Blade Historian in our build, of course, is a 2/3, so this is a lot more bursty. And if you see 2 of these things, it doubles. So it quadruples the damage output. So that's why these are nutty. But they're 7 mana. And the Geist Honored Monks we just looked at was what? They were 5 mana. And I'm not saying that these are not better finishers than what I'm doing. I think they are the better finishers, but I've really liked this angle that we have. So we've gone for abilities to finish. And even in these more bursty builds of WINota that involve Geist Honored and even Angrath's Marauders, like yes, the Angrath's Marauders build has the highest potential. What's up, Jen? Or Sen? No, not necessarily. I still have the other interface. So just when we're looking at deck lists, I think this is a better interface. I think there's more screen area. And there's not chat necessarily that I want to cover up or take out of play just for, just because it can be distracting even. So we're back to doing the trample build. I've actually increased the number of creatures we have to our kind of little pile of finishers. So for a long time, one of the best cards in our sideboard has been the Selfless Spirit and the Selfless Glyphweaver. In fact, we weren't running a split of both originally, of Selfless Spirit and Selfless Glyphweaver. We were just running Glyphweaver, and I was like, okay, we need the second piece. And this was just so good, I was like, okay, is this what we need to be doing? Do we just need to try to shove in as many of this as possible, right? We could even be playing 2 Selfless. I think that they're just really important to our archetype because people are going to try to anger the gods us. People are going to try to do this and that to us. So we have a main deckable Selfless effect that's in Modern that you might not be aware of. Now, does this break And it's one of the reasons why I'm not really calling the deck WINota Castables as much anymore, is because we started playing with Kenrith and Lena, the Selfless Champion. So let's talk about Lena first, because she's the newest addition. So she's a 6-mana 3/3, so already it sounds pretty bad. But when she comes into play, she's going to make an army of white, not human. They're just white soldier tokens. So similar to why Timely Reinforcements is sweet for our deck, they're not making humans. Strangely enough, they're just soldiers. Hey, thanks, Black Dove. You too. You in the challenge as well. So Lena's going to come in, and she usually makes us 4 or more soldiers. So she's actually a little bit better than... There's another card that reminds me of Lena. There's Captain of the Watch. You can see that I actually tested a Captain of the Watch Lena build a while ago. But I do think that Captain of the Watch is really expensive. But like Lena's almost a reference to Captain of the Watch. See how they're very similar? 6 mana, 6 mana, 3/3, 3/3. This is Vigilant, and then it makes other soldiers that we have 1/1 in Vigilance. The problem with Captain of the Watch is, I mean, like, we could play, like, if we wanted to start playing more beef, we could play some captains here, because we're making soldier tokens here, we're making soldier tokens out of the sideboard, but I think it's overkill. I think one Lena is fine because she can protect the WINota, or no, she doesn't protect WINota, sorry, she protects everybody else. And that's actually really important, that we can survive sweepers a little bit more naturally, even in the main board. You've got these Bring to Light decks that are playing either Damnation or they're playing Supreme Verdict. Okay, Black Dove. Well, good luck. I'll see you. I'll see you in there. So she's actually been really sweet. Let's talk about Kenrith briefly. Kenrith is actually a real all-star. I've been pleasantly surprised with Kenrith, the Return King. I wish I'd played him sooner. Some of you were recommending to him. And again, this deck, I might say it's my deck, but it really is our deck. You guys have very much been with me throughout this journey and this past month and trying to get this together. And again, I don't know if you guys know me all that well yet. Some of you might be new to the stream. And I may say this a couple times today, but the philosophy here, I want you guys to have a nice time here. I want this stream to seriously brighten your day. I know that's cheesy, but I think it's important for me to remind myself of, okay, why am I streaming? I want to have fun myself, and I want that fun to kind of come through me to other people out here in the Magic community. I want to grow as a player and a brewer. I want to get better. I want to be brewing better decks. I want to just play better, play the brews themselves better. And yeah, I just want this to be a positive environment for you guys to have a nice time while you're learning Modern with me, perhaps, or learning the new spice with me. And I just hope it's just overall entertaining. Okay. Mission statement, now that we're done saying that. I don't say it enough, so I wanted to say it a few times today, at least once. So Kenrith is actually here. He's originally here because we started playing this card, actually, funny enough. Wild Bonder is what led me to Kenrith. So let's talk about Proud Wild Bonder first. This is probably this is the most weak card in the deck overall, especially since I've cut the other pieces of Trample. We had one other Trample piece. We were playing Legion Loyalist. We were also playing something else that had more synergy for this card. But because it's not that hard, especially with Pyre Heroes, for me to assemble Kenrith Proud Wildbonder, I'm still just playing this pairing. So what you do is you have Kenrith, and you can use his first ability to give all of our creatures trample and haste. He's already good on his own. But Wild Bonder can let me punch through a board state that I would otherwise not really be able to. I can punch through board states that involve like Wormcoil Engine because I'm dealing the damage directly. What's up, Johnny Redeemed? Now that only works if I have First Strike though. Sorry, let me reiterate. So a combination of, and I know that's like Magical Christmas Land, but it happens more often than you think, especially against the Wormcoil Engine decks. A lot of them aren't interacting with us a lot. They're kind of just doing their thing, the Wormcoil decks of this format. So oftentimes we can assemble some form of double strike, trample through, give everybody trample. So it's not that hard to get some combination of these pieces to punch through a Wormcoil. We're also still playing the Heron's Grace. I think this also, just like the Wild Bonder, seems really, really weak. These are the two weaker humans I'm playing, but they're synergy pieces, and they have a lot of synergy for the rest of the deck. We get a handful of humans on the battlefield, and Heron's Grace is great. It's an Anthem staple to give my team lifelink, and we haven't found another human that's as efficient at doing that for us for as low of a mana cost. I do really want to respect mana cost, and so that's where we're a bit different. We're not playing a pile of 5 drops or 6 drops. We're not playing a pile of 7 drops. And I know that Seasoned Spyro does do a good job of drawing us through these cards that kind of clump up our hand. Lena is pretty clumpy too, right? Now we're playing a 6 mana human. But I'm trying to do it sparingly. I'm trying to make sure that the core of the deck, the Spyros, the Evos, the Pyre in my case, is all stapled together. So what are some of the weirder cards in my deck now that we're playing Pyre of Heroes? We were playing a 1-drop Changeling. It was terrible. I just want to be able to go from a green fetch back into the Pyre of Heroes. In other words, I wanted a way to go from Dried Arbor up the Pyre chain. So let's talk about Pyre of Heroes while we have a couple seconds here before the challenge begins. We have 45 seconds for me to show you it. I did say hi. Didn't I say hi, Johnny? I hope I said hi. So the top of this curve is the Lena, Kenrith. We have our 4 drops. We have our 3 drops. And there's a few different ways I can go up through the chain. These don't count. Pyres themselves don't count. And I may just want to leave this up even for my benefit because the pod chain is new to me. So we can go from Arbor to Loam Dryad. Dryad can go to either Spellskite or it can go to the main deck Changeling. We are main decking some Changelings. Then from there, all of these 2-drops can go to Mirror Entity, but some of them have other options. What if we go from like Gilded Goose or Birds of Paradise to Shale or Vandal? But Shale is a cleric. Shale can actually go to this Banisher Priest, or again, the Shale can go to Mirror Entity. Now, if we go from, like, let's say, Strangleroot Geist, one of the reasons I'm playing Geist instead of something like Voice of Resurgence has to do with the fact that, this hand is okay, but not that great. It's okay because I guess it's turn 2 Skite, turn 3 Spyro, but we do need to see a land. But in the dark, with no information about my opponent's deck, I would maybe keep this. So this is the beginning of the challenge. Good luck and have fun. I'm typing that to our opponent. Keep. Oh, you did say hi. Good. So we're going to begin our challenge with 7. Whew. What about Leonin War Leader? Oh, Hero of Bladehold doesn't do it. So, okay, so you're talking about creatures that say that they attack and then they make creatures that are attacking? That's a great question, Boss Rush Gaming. So it doesn't actually work in the same way that Exert doesn't work with WINota. Creatures that put the creatures... It's the same reason why I'm not playing Audric. Let's look at Audric. I think Audric would actually be really sweet for us because we have lots of flyers and we have like other abilities. So, like, in the same way that Audric doesn't work, at the beginning of each combat, creatures you control gain first strike. The reason that Audric doesn't work is you pull him out of the deck with WINota. Let's go back to looking at, like, Hero of Bladehold. So, because the creatures are happening and they're already attacking, they count as already attacking, right? That's why they don't cause WINota triggers. And yes, they're making non-humans, right? These are soldier tokens. Leonin War Leader you just mentioned also. They're also not on curve. We want to be building up. Like, our early game needs to be this, right? We're playing creatures, we're building up to the WINota. So it's really, really important that they're on curve. That's another reason why I wouldn't play them necessarily. That we haven't really even tested them, Boss Rush, is because they don't really get off the ground. Their first attack does not, even the second attack, like, let's say we pull a Hero of Bladehold off of WINota. Our opponent hasn't joined the game yet. That's normal. Sometimes people are making breakfast or whatever for these early tournaments. It might be a little while before they show up, so that's okay. We'll go back to describing the deck. But those are cards that we've certainly talked about Hero Bladehold. We never talked about Leonin War Leader. I do like the lifelink on Leonin War Leader. And War Leader might be better than Heron's Grace, right? It's a 4-power. Oh, it's not a human, so I can't pull it out of the deck. I would probably play Bladehold before I would play War Leader. Other cards we've considered for the trample package, just to finish what I was talking about with trampling. Um, it was like Kolaghan's Forerunners. What about Miss Syndicate Naga? I do like the ninjas. We'd have to splash blue, but yeah, that's a fun one, Stasis Guy. If you guys don't remember Miss Syndicate, that's the Naga. It copies itself. It copies itself. I mean, I'm all for maybe splashing into another color. Right now, I'm trying not to. I'm trying to just make the deck. Another reason why we've moved away from... if you guys were here a few weeks ago, we were playing Ranger. So let's go back to curving it. But I just wanted you to see the pod chains. Because I have put some thought into the pod chains. Granted, the changelings make it kind of simple. I mean, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't just... Because one of the most common things we're potting is what? A bird, actually. Until the new Goblin Hierarch comes out, right? Ignoble Hierarch. A lot of what I'm potting... And let's put our turn 1 lands that probably aren't. You could name birds on one of the caverns if we're in a pinch. I don't really want to do that because obviously the utility of cavern is more desirable. But in a pinch, we could do that. Also the Firelit Thicket should come over here. So that's what our mana base looks like. It's a lot more clean. Single plains, double forest. Double forest has to do with I'd rather us be able to fix into green than white. And white is the greediest part of the deck because I do have a couple of white. Maybe you could run it without adding blue. If you did, you have search effects in blue. Yeah. No, and Miss Syndicate is sweet because, you know, any sort of ninjutsu effect could be sweet for us because we get to return the Spyros and use them again. Yeah, no, I do see some potential here. We get to reuse the Skyclave. We get to do this. We get to do that. I don't have a way to Pyre into it, but that's okay. Oh, no, that's not true. I do. Because we're main decking the Changeling. Mass Vandal's actually been fine in the main deck. It shores up the Pyre of Heroes chain. Like it lets us go up the chain pretty consistently to have the main decked Changelings. So that's been really nice actually. We're main decking Teague too because we don't have any anti-synergy since we're not running any 4-mana tutors. Any quarter calling, we're just playing evolutions and Pyre. So some of these hate bears have been really nice. Opponent is still not here. They're still tanking. Yeah, I mean that's a neat idea, Stasis Guy. I do like that it Yeah, and I'm sure we're gonna have lots of suggestions today. So maybe it'll behoove me to just open a fresh copy of the deck and put in some of these ideas that I really like. And no offense, Boss Rush. I think you're looking at the right design philosophy, perhaps. We would want to add like a breeding pool. I think Teferi is a great reason to splash into blue for this deck. Shutting off my opponent's removal. Shutting off my opponent's removal, at least for the turn that we play WINota. Teferi also plays really nicely with Eldritch. It lets me have an uncounterable during their turn Eldritch, which is awesome. So we have played Teferis, as many as 2 copies. So there is merit to the blue splash. The blue splash also gives me Meddling Mage in the sideboard. And we don't do a very deep blue splash. That's pretty much it. But I hadn't thought about something like Naga. This is sweet. Getting to reuse the Apparition, getting to reuse Spyro, the Vandal trigger. Yeah, there's other synergy maybe in here somewhere. I don't really see it in our sideboard perhaps, but... Now, we are a worse Collector Oath deck now, certainly in the sideboard. It turns off my Pyres. Before, all it did was turn off Spellskite. I mean, Spellskite can still attack and get WINota triggers, so it's not that big a deal. But the Pyre of Heroes not being able to... It's sad that Spellskite can't protect Oath, so that's where we would be better off still playing Giver of Runes. I've moved away from Giver of Runes. As you can see, we're kind of just doing our thing. Let's go back to the previous list. So the pod chain I'm most excited about trying today, well, in general, I haven't played this build of WINota in a challenge yet. Actually, we've only played preliminaries and leagues, so this is new, just in general. But also, the Loam Dryad is really, really cool inclusion. I was doing some research and trying to find, okay, what 1-drop forests exist? They're none. But what dryads that are 1-drops exist, or changelings? There are some changelings. There's the one that flies. There's the one that's unblockable. There's also just the metallic or whatever, the iron changeling. So there's Cerulean Caretaker. One of the biggest problems with Cerulean, it's similar to Loam Dryad, right? The biggest problem with this card, yes, she has a bigger toughness. She doesn't attack. She can't, but this can. Also, her type is only Dryad. Multiple types are nice for Pyre of Heroes in a deck like mine that's not like we're all goblins, we're all humans, right? We're kind of half and half. So being able to go fetch out a Dryad Arbor with one of our, and I'm playing heavier green fetches because I want to see this interaction today perhaps. Dryad Arbor can of course be pired into Loam Dryad. Dryad then can be pired into Spellskite because it's a horror. They're both horrors. Weirdly enough, this is a Dryad horror. It can be potted in. It can be pired. Excuse me. I'm gonna say pot a bunch tonight. There's Dryad Militant. I thought about playing Militant, and that may have been better than the Loam Dryad. No worries. They said sorry for the wait. No worries. Yeah. So I did consider Dryad Militant. Yeah, Militant is great. I just wanted a Mana Dork replacement, so I swapped out the 4th Gilded Goose. But yeah, I do like Dryad Militant a lot. Like there's quite a bit of. Oh wow, we just have the Spellskite against the Scalding Tarn deck. This is great. Let's lead Stomping Ground. We usually try to fix in a white later. Hope they don't have the Spell Snare. Spellskite in this matchup can absorb 2 bolts, 2 burn spells. It's great to just have it. How are you guys doing? Teague is great, but we're going to resolve it after the Spellskite. Do we want to make sure that we're going to have the Spyro pretty for sure's, or do we want to make sure we're going to have the Evolution pretty for sure's? We're more likely to draw green than we are red. You know what I could even do? No offense to Gaddock Teague, I could even consider getting the 2nd Stomping Ground. Oh wait, no, this build isn't running it. And it probably should be. Oh well. Yeah, let's get the Sacred Foundry for all the reasons I just stated. Yes, that's painful to do, but I don't have other lands, so I want to make sure that we have pretty much all of our colors already rolled up. So this is me choosing Teague over Evolution. This is me focusing more on Teague and Spyro than the Evolution if I'm choosing Foundry and I'm choosing... Speaking of which, are we playing a Titan deck? Stomping Ground off of their Tarn. Could be a bunch of different decks. But yeah, Militant is going to come up today, I'm sure. We're going to be like, man, if I could just pod for Militant. And it might be better to have a more impactful, like, this is just a Mana Dork, right? I mean, maybe we could cut the, I mean, if we really, really wanted from a fetch to have choices, we could play Militant. I don't know if I like this art. I mean, it's cool that it's full art, but like the OG Militants are already rather beautiful on their own because they have the watermark and everything. I think this card already is beautiful looking. I don't know if I like this promo, honestly. But yeah, Militant could be a good inclusion. I just don't want to cut too many Mana Dorks. I think we could get away with 7 turn 1 Dorks and not play the full 8. So this would give us more utility. Like, hey, if we like this interaction of being able to go from a green fetch to either just focusing on going up the pod chain or just getting a relevant effect. Militant only stopping instants and sorceries. It stops... I don't know how this... Like, how does Militant, though, work against... I think it doesn't work against Flame Jab. Not Flame Jab, excuse me. Lava Dart. I don't think it works against Lava Dart, actually. All right, so we're playing against Dredge. Dredge is tough for us, but Gaddock Teague protects us from Cathartic Reunion. That's one of the biggest things that we lose to game 1. Them just having a good Dredge, though, beats us. So we'll see if they get one. That's a pretty good one. 2 Narcs and a Bloodghast. They don't bring back an Amalgam, though, which is huge. They did find an Ox. They almost already have enough stuff for the Ox. There's no Dredger in their bin, though. I do have a main deck hit their graveyard. There isn't a Dredger at the moment, though, in their yard. If they have a fetch, they can almost Ox. It's 8 other cards, so they actually need 9 cards in their graveyard. But I think I'm supposed to Spyro to set up for the WINota and just hope for the best. Oh, you know what? I'm not main decking the Spirit. Excuse me. I do have a main deck Scavenging Ooze. I'm not main decking the Remorseful Cleric. That's the sacrifice itself Spirit to exile all cards from target players' graveyard. It's also a non-human that flies, which is great for us on curve. I think we just Spyro off of basic Forest and try to set up. I'm maybe going to keep Teague. Maybe not. Teague is good. Teague is the main deck way for us to stop Cathartic, but maybe I should keep it over the Evo. What am I going to Evo instead? What are we going to Evo instead? Could Evo for the Scavenging Ooze. That might be better than Teague, but like Teague just guarantees that they can't cast the Conflags though. Strangely enough, I kind of like it more in some cases. It's also more mana efficient than the Evolution. We may not get the last land we need for WINota is another thing to think about. We might want to keep Evo Gaddock Teague just so that I'm not at the mercy of our deck not giving us a land, which does sometimes happen. Not usually, but it can. So we make 2 elementals, we kick it back to our opponent. Hopefully they don't have a super amazing dredge here and we can just kind of go off. Not kinda, I want to go off by cracking our Spyro. Tithe Taker leaves a body. That's a cool idea, Gallagher. I think we tried it. Is this Life from the Loam? Oh my goodness, please be Life from the Loam. Oh, thank goodness. And we're at 12. We did shock twice, which is, you don't really want to do that against Dredge. I did. We're at 12 because they also hit Creeping Chill. They're a lot further from their Ox of Agonis now that they've gone for Loam. They're actually having a kind of slow draw. Their Bloodghasts have haste now, but I think we're going to go over the top of them right here. Watch us do something really, really powerful. And we need to do it. This is turn 4, though, so that's pretty fair in Modern. Like, I feel like our deck is almost just too fair. And that's fine to make that assessment. Like, I'm not playing it necessarily because I think it's, like, overpowered or anything. It's certainly not. I think it's certainly a fair option and fair deck to be playing. So we can go get our Dryad if we have extra life points. I don't need to fetch it out now. We're going to attack with the Spellskite. 3 triggers coming. Alright, so there's Vandal, but no relevant target. Let's take Bonder and see if we can assemble Kenrith. We have mana to pay for Kenrith, although I don't have another red source right now in my build, do I? We may want to add the second Stomping Ground. I've been meaning to do that. So we hit Entity or Spyro. I probably want to go with Spyro. Entity's great, but we're still kind of establishing our board. Let's go with Spyro, and I actually might keep the... I might keep the Strangleroot over the Teague, because Strangleroot can get into the fray next turn and give us an extra trigger because of its haste. So not bad hits. We did miss on one of them. And again, even though I'm running a lot more humans now, our human count is higher than previous builds have been. Teague can stop Conflagrate. Wait, what's up, Vegan? Even without talking about Militant, I'm not sure if we'll play it, but that's a cool idea. Vandal, Banisher Priest. So our human count is now about 7. Not about, it is 17 in the main board. Put them to 12. Kick it back. Again, I'm not going to fetch out the Dryad unless it makes sense. I think I should be playing one more mountain. One more fetchable mountain anyway. We have quite a few mountains. Just we have some other red sources, but they're not fetchable. And again, we had the opportunity maybe to... Well, not really. We would have had to have picked Teague over Spellskite, and I didn't know that they were Dredge yet. They played turn 1 Scalding Tarn, which actually threw us off a little bit. Didn't recognize them as Dredge. They're just playing red fetches, it looks like, which makes sense for Dredge. Thrilling, that's terrifying. They do hit a Conflag, we maybe lose. And that's Dredge is going to get you game 1. We also did... I was hoping to hit our lifelink human, because that cushion of life can be so important. They just have us dead directly. Well, no, that's not true. I have Spellskite. So they can't actually aim the Spellskite at my face, but they can certainly clean up my board. And maybe just win. Conflag's so dumb. Card is really dumb. I mean, if we knew they were Dredge, I would have maybe played out... I would have actually played out Teague instead of Skite, but I didn't... They didn't look like Dredge at the time. Remember, the turn that I played the Spellskite, they'd showed a Scalding Tarn. Then they fetched for a Stomping. Wow, they're just aiming face? They kill my Spellskite. I can make some relevant blocks. Oh, you know what? We don't have enough blockers is why. Because they've got 3 in the air. No, I live here. And you want to play around Gutshot, anyone? They have 0 cards in their hand, so we don't have to. One is not done. Concerned Doge. Spellskite can't redirect flag as long as they send 1 point at it, says Gallagher. Well, they didn't. They didn't do that. And we have also the Strangleroot Geist getting in here. Holy cajolies, here we go. WINota! WINota! No, we missed. It's okay, there's a lot of humans in my hand right now. Oh, there's the lifelinker. We see it a little bit early, but that's an anthem for some of our humans. Come on, Kenrith. I have a red source open. Come on, Kenrith. I don't want to Spyro because I don't want to actually draw into the Kenrith. Because, like, Spyro is just 2 more damage here. I don't need to take this extra WINota. It doesn't really matter. Come on, Kenrith. Oh, we hit the combo. We did it. We did it. We did it. We hit all the abilities. We did the thing. Holy cajoli. Guacamole. And yes, I want to deal my damage as if it wasn't blocked. Put them to -14. We didn't see the Blade Historian, but we didn't need to. We also didn't see Lena. Oh, no, we did. We saw her earlier. Wow, we beat Dredge game 1. Awesome. Big hits. Big hits. Well, we're running more hits now, though, so that's not actually all that unusual. Fail Summer does stop a couple things that they play after sideboard, but it's not really worth it. Ferocidon is interesting. They actually take a lot of damage off of this, and they can't gain life from their that 1 card they're playing. They still deal us damage, though, but that's not really what the sideboard plan is about. I do want to play Mark of Asylum because it stops Conflag. Favor of the Mighty is kind of hit or miss. Like, yes, I can usually protect WINota, but the problem with Favor is they play Ox, which is a 5-mana card, so we probably won't play Favor. Linvala, no. Timely's, yes. When they're on the play, yes. Yes, this card. Glyph Weaver, for the same reason as like why I want to keep in Lena, even though she's a lot of mana. I want to keep her in because she can protect us from... They misplayed the Conflag and we won. Yeah, Fate split the damage, but like that's good. Like I'm with you, Gallagher. You're like, okay, if my opponent knew what to do, we would be dead right now. But like we need to play to those outs. Like the opponent always has the option to make the mistake. Right? We have the option to make the mistakes too, but yeah, the opponent always can be making mistakes, right? For us to get wins, and I don't think that's a big deal. I think we need to hope for those outs. I can't really cut the trample package because Dredge can do some blocking. They block okay. Teague has to stay. Gosh, what can we cut? Vandal? Shale? We can cut Shale because Shale's just a bird pod target. It's not really important. Same with the Loam Dryad, unless we want to make sure we have our extra mana dork. I might not cut this at all today because even though it's really the pod target for the Dryad Arbor, it's a mana dork and I don't really want to cut dorks. I already cut a 4th Goose to try to include Dryad. The Geists could go. They're just filler. Banisher, Priest, and Apparition are kind of just too slow in my opinion. Mere Entity should stay because it lets me pot up our chain. These are fillers, so we could cut them. Although the Strangleroot Geist was kind of sweet at the end there, let us find the Kenrith. Although we didn't need the Kenrith, I think we already had enough damage at that point. Right? Yeah, we did, but it was kind of fun to like see the combo. Alright, so I have room for 1 Strangleroot. And let's go. Let's go. Go WINota. Go win more Nota, right? Alright, so this is a bird Evo for spirit hand. I probably have to keep it. This is a turn 2 spirit against them. And, I mean, it's not like I have nothing behind it. It's a little land heavier than I'd want this hand to be, but we're planning to Evo the bird. Oh wow, or they're just turn 1 killing my bird. Why did you shock their opponent? If not to kill my birds of paradise. We might want the bird, though, to soak the removal spell that they would spend on the Teague otherwise. So I might be okay with it. It's very obvious that they probably have Lightning Axe for bird. I mean, I might just be enabling them to put their dredger in the bin. I don't think I bite. Right? Doesn't this slow them down if they... I mean, like, granted, they might also, behind this Lightning Axe, have a... let's see. They might also have a turn 2 cathartic effect anyways. You're 2-0. Nice, Black Dev. I'm 1-0 over... We won game 1 over my dredge opponent here. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, like, playing around too much. They only have 5 cards. I'd love to, like, slow them down. I mean, like, the best case would be that their other dredger in their hand is Loam. I'd love to slow them down even just a turn by maybe not playing my birds. I've changed my mind. This really looked like Lightning Axe to me. Wow, they're doing nothing? They kept a Lightning Axe hand? I don't turn it on. I just go land go for a little bit. They kept the Lightning Axe hand. They can't actually start doing their thing. Now, granted, I can't just sit here forever, and I do eventually need to start doing things, but I kind of want to start our turn off with, nah, they need to draw land, you think, says Tortured Sword? So that's what you think it is? You think it's that they just need to draw a second land? You don't think it's a Lightning Axe to put a dredger in the bin? So maybe I was making a mistake there. So this is cathartic. Stasis says if they wanted to draw land, they wouldn't have fetched, though. Nice read. I think it was that they had a Lightning Axe in their hand. I think they still do. That's pretty good dredge. So I can secretly go ahead and go nail their graveyard, by the way. And I know you're like, wait, what, Bruce Spy? Yes, I can. Little late, though. They're already getting the goods, but I can at least grab their dredger. No, their dredger's in their hand. So unfortunately, even if I arbored into Tutor for Eldritch, alright, so we can play the Timely. I think we have to. That's a good draw. Like, there's nothing juicy in the bin right now. I'm hoping that the Timely buys me the time to... That's what it's for. Buys me the time to Eldritch the Arbor for Spirit. For Remorseful Cleric, I mean. Which, by the way, funny enough, it being a Cleric could be relevant sometimes, right? Or no, it's not. I don't think so. This is a Dryad Soldier. I think we do at least one block. It might be nice to keep the extra soldier token, because they don't want to be swinging with their silver moat. Having some soldiers is nice for... I'm okay taking 4 here. A Shriekhorn. They mill over a Life from the Loam for me. We could still just nuke their yard, but all I'm getting is a Life from the Loam. I think I need to be building up still to a density. Like, I could go Teague Geist. They're probably not going to block with Geist, would they? Their silver moat. I'd have to shock to do that play. Might be correct to just go birds, get spirit. Although I think that they have the Lightning Axe even still. Like, I'm pretty sure this is Axe. I'd love to get the Axe off of the Teague even, perhaps. Maybe our line is play bird and Teague. But we need to float different. Filter. So we're going to go with this line because I think they have a Lightning Axe still. They've been playing as if they have one. No attacks. They might just want to toast the teak here. So there's the lightning axe I knew about. We were pretty sure. Just the way that they've played this game, almost play by play, play for play. They do get to dredge a stinkweed here. There is an Ox of Agonis they can just cast. That's gross. We probably lose now. The old Ox plus... Whoa, they decide to Life in the Loam instead? That's fantastic for us. I can hit this Ox. You know, shock again. Another Lightning Axe? Okay. Even still, dredge without second land doesn't do anything, says Tortured. Yeah, I think you're right. I like this block okay. I might just have to block. I hate to give up this many soldiers, but like that's how we lose this is I don't do enough blocking. Kind of wish this was, instead of birds, I kind of wish this was Gilded Goose right here because I could block the Narcomoeba for free. Down to 10 we go. They do get the ghoul back. We have a land drop. So I can Geist and Evolution. And Geist is on blocking duty until we're ready to go off. I mean, I'm sure you're like, but Bruce Spy, you could WINota. I don't think I should because I'm at 10. I'm kind of going off from a really low base. But if I don't get the WINota, I won't ever have her, right? Shoot. We might just have to go for it and hope to get lucky. You know what? Did I not take out the Magus? No, I did. Good. But, like, Magus would actually be kind of a nice hit. It would cut them off of the loam. I mean, they're going to Ox next turn and just go crazy. Eldritch for Spirit and play Geist. Is that the line? Eldritch grab what's going on by spiriting. I would spirit into the Dryad Arbor instead of the bird, right? Maybe not. Maybe Dryad Arbor would be better to keep because it blocks and trades with Ghoul. I don't really need the colors that bird is offering. It's nice to have flying, though. But I might actually get rid of the bird for the spirit instead of the Dryad Arbor. Although bird can go find other things. If we found another evolution. Well, I already have evolution targets in hand. Sorry, this is a real thinking turn for us, guys. And we're up on time over our opponent by 3 minutes. So, hang on. Okay, I think we have to nuke their yard and just hope to top deck another Tutor or WINota. I think just hope to WINota into a Pyres' Gallagher. Yeah, I mean, the thing is if I go for Spirit, sure, I'm stopping what they're doing, but I don't beat what's already happening on their board. And I think Geist into Evolution is awesome. You guys get to see this really sweet synergy. So, I think for all the reasons I just listed... I think you guys get to see this interaction. Well, we think they have the Lightning Axe, though, right? Not we think, we know. They've been playing as if they have a second one. Maybe I just have to nuke their yard and hope to... I don't know. I'll never play around the second Lightning Axe, right? This is a real decision point. Do I either get Spirit or do I just go get WINota? I think the WINota is just going to die to the Axe. They might misplay. I've had some people like, let me go to combat, let me go to declare attackers before. It's not common. We'll get 2 WINota triggers because I have to tap one of my mana creatures, and we are going to take a pain off of this Sunbaked. I mean, I like the Horizon lands we're playing, but they come at a cost. Do I just nuke their yard and block with like Arbor and Strangleroot? Like, I think you're making a good point, Gallagher, to just go into a WINota and just hope. We're going to get 2 WINota triggers, but I don't think I actually think we might not get any. But, like, maybe we just... like, here's the next thing. If they have the Axe for next turn, too, which they will, they'll have enough mana unless they accidentally tap out and they go for both Ox and Loam. But if they're going for Ox and Loam next turn... And I also would have to draw into the WINota. Granted, I do have a redraw with Sunbaked. I'd have to draw exactly into it. I'm going to go for Priest. No, we want the blocker more than not taking 1 point. I'm going to go for Priest. I know you guys are like, oh, Bruce by go for the WINota. I think they have the axe, and I think I just have to hope to be able to beat it by them tapping themselves out next turn to try to maximize. Like, Dredge is a density deck. They're going to try to maximize their next turn, I think. And I just hope that their next turn isn't completely bonkers, right? I'll have 2 blockers. Yeah. And I think you made a really good point there, Gallagher. I'm going to make the different decision. And we may still lose. Now, I can't afford to wait until their turn. And granted, they might have... the reason they left open this mana might just be for their cycling land that they do play. All right, they don't cycle in response. It's not like they're going off from a 0 base here. They do have a Shriekhorn trigger in their upkeep. They do Lightning Axe my Arbor here. They decide not to Lightning Axe my Arbor. They decide to Lightning Axe my Arbor. They don't. They do. So they did have the axe. So there was really not much I could have done. And it's a good card against us. It's a very good card out of it. Now, granted, we stole game 1. Feels like a steal. Stinky hits a chill, and I'm just dead, right? Yep. They had us either way, it looks like. Let's run it back. Timely almost bought me enough time. I'd love to just, like, see some of our graveyard hate in our openers, too. I might mulligan a little bit aggressive here to try to just, like... I really, like, in this matchup, I feel like I need to see Ooze, Spirit, maybe even Teague is okay to see because it stops Conflag. And I want to see Evolution. Like, it's fine to keep a hand that's going to end in the WINota, I suppose. But I think we just really need to maybe mulligan a little bit more aggressively than I do against Dredge. Like, okay, so sure, this hand ends up in a turn 3 Spirit, but it doesn't have any acceleration. Like, yes, I can go get Dryad, and I can go get Spirit, but then I don't even have red for the WINota. I think let's look at a 6. This 6 has the Ooze and can protect the Ooze. I might even, instead of just keeping the WINota, I might just keep the Evolution. Mark is great in this matchup. It stops both Lightning Axe, and it also stops Conflag from hitting our creatures. They can still Conflag my face, but... Ooh, they shock. You have the Lightning Axe again, my friend? You had it last time. We want red, red. White, white's fine. I'm looking to get into more green, but let's make sure we have red, red. A little awkward to have the basic planes. It's a singleton. All right, before we even play bird, Mark of Asylum? This has been great in our sideboard. I've liked this pretty much from when we started playing it. I don't have enough green unless we draw a green source to play both Bird and Ooze. Obviously, I probably would rather get the Ooze online than I would Bird even. This looks to be a cathartic effect. It's going to be Reunion because they don't have white. They dump the Conflag. Don't care. They don't have a Dredger. Fantastic. Ooh, we draw the green source even. Thank you, deck. Thank you, deck. Now, again, you're like, but Bruce By, you could have had Ooze and started activating. I think I need to get the bird on the table. But I might have been wrong. Right here, they might have the Dredge. I assume they have the Dredger, right? 2 Lightning Axes. Holy Lightning Axe, Batman. I think we're going to win because they kept like a super no Dredge hand. Let's keep building up to the Evolution. I don't really want to have to Evo the Scavenging Ooze. And I think I don't get greedy here. Actually, I do have 1 extra Ooze activation. I could just grab the Amalgam. That's something we probably have to grab later anyways. I'm going to leave 1 activation up. And I may cycle the Sunbaked. We have plenty of mana. What are they doing, says Tortured Sword. Are you a Dredge player? Are you rooting for my opponent? I mean, it's okay if you're rooting for my opponent. Like, you probably don't want my meme to win anyway, right? I might even crack this food. Thrilling Discovery. Sure. I think they kept a hand that didn't have a Dredger on the back of Lightning Axe Conflag. And then we just had the nuts. Alright, so they do find a Stinky. They do find all the things. I can't really stop. I can grab the Blood Gas so they can't get back the Amalgams. This is their turn 4, though, so I can't actually stop them from doing this if they have a fetch. They don't have a fetch, though. So I'm going to bite. Oh, you know what? No, I was supposed to grab the ox. My bad. I think I just killed us. I was supposed to grab the ox. I may have just killed us. This is going to be juicy for our opponent. You think they messed up? I just messed up. I didn't see the ox. I was like, ooh, let's grab the Spellskite. Oh, or let's grab the Bloodghast. Oh, wait. They have ox and a million cards. They're going to get the Amalgam back anyway. I feel real dumb. And they hit some chills. Oh, boy. I'm real dumb, guys. I'm a real dum-dum. It was very obvious to take the ox there. We could have won, maybe. That's okay. I'm good with it. In my mind, I'm good with it. Because... Alright, do I... They're all tapped, though, so we got to kind of go for it here. Do I just crack this food now and just go for it? Might be correct. Might be mana efficient to crack the food now than later. Or I could... It's only going to gain me 2 life, though, if I do it this way. Or I could just cycle the Sunbaked. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana. Let's cycle the Sunbaked. Okay, so we drew the WINota herself. That's better than me evolving away the ooze, for sure. We have a second basic forest. Go big or go home, right? 3 triggers coming. Unfortunately, I think I should probably take the Herons here. Spyro does give me 1 blocker, though. But gaining 3 might be more relevant. It's really too bad that this came out as soon as it did. I don't have another human it's painting with. It might be correct to just take Spyro and have 2 blockers instead of 3 power. And I deal more damage right here, though, if I take the Heron's Grace. Let's just try to deal more damage right here. Ooh, a whiff? Ugh. Come on, deck. Selfless. I may have just lost. I punted. I grabbed the wrong thing off of the ooze. We lose the bird. It's kind of a freebie for them, unfortunately for us. It's not over. They can't really interact with my board because we have the mark. So they do have to kill me from 20 to 0. Well, 23 to 0. They might even block my ooze here, too. They're thinking about it. I might only be dealing 3 damage to them. I mean, they're at 13. We might still win despite my mistake. They're going to double block my Gilded Goose. Okay. I think that's a reasonable block, too. Put them to 6. Okay. WINota can block, and I can go get another WINota. Like, I could block and trade WINota with Ox, if I have to, math-wise. I also could use the Selfless to block and up trade. I could do that. And then I can go Evolution for something else. Like our Double Striker. Because the Heron's Grace is not great now. Like, I could go get Kenrith even. Kenrith give himself haste might be correct to get off of Heron's Grace. Depending on if they try to just get a bunch of blockers. Oh yeah, we just go get Kenrith and we win. What am I talking about? That's totally the play. We'll probably Evolution Heron's Grace because I have enough mana to still have Kenrith. Yeah. This is scary though. They're doing a second Ox. Can we survive 2 Oxes? They hit a Creeping Chill. My opponent has 7 cards left in their deck. We might still win, though. I think Kenrith might be like the secret super sauce, right? The secret sauce. I mean, granted, we had an evolution draw, a double evolution draw, right? This game? Or no, just the single. And I made a poor decision. I did make a mistake. I didn't mean to grab the Bloodghast. I meant to grab Ox. I think we trade the Selfless. It's not like they have like Abrupt Decay here or anything. What does Kenrith do here? I think we just win with Kenrith. I think I do want to. Well, I have life to spare. I might not want to sacrifice the Glyph Weaver here. Take 7 and just kill them? Yeah, I think we just take the 7. I mean, they have a con flag that they're going to aim face, right? But it's not lethal. They decide to loam. Oh, wait, they only had 3 cards in their hand. Yeah, we get them. Dredge doing some of its most powerful things, and yet I think we win. You know what? I think I convert the Selfless into Kenrith. Kenrith with haste is what I'm talking about predicted. Just watch. This is going to be sweet. The Singleton Kenrith has been pretty sauce. And we also can get a hasty Dryad Arbor up in here. Watch this. This is sweet. To kind of just more guarantee the kill. All right, so Glyph Weaver is a 3-drop. It can go get a 5-drop. We're going to leave our Heron's Grace, actually. And we're going to go get Kenrith the Returned King. I'm going to activate his first ability. All creatures gain trample and haste until end of turn. Smashing. Smashing. Kablam. All right, Lena, Proud. We got the full combo. I don't need to get anything else. They can't even block now. I mean, they can. It just doesn't do anything. It just don't even do anything. Guys, it just, if they block, it doesn't do anything. It just, if they block it. So Proud Wildbonder says, creatures you control or trample have, you may have this creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked. Kenrith says, give all creatures trample. Everybody has trample. Obviously, that's not effective for 0-power creatures. Like my Birds doesn't benefit from the Wildbonder Kenrith combo, but holy cow, we beat one of our tougher matchups. Dredge is tough. Dredge is tough. We might want to try this Militant. This is a cool idea. But that's not what we're playing today. We're playing the 3rd Gilded Goose instead. Sweet. We got the full Wombo combo. We had to tutor for one of them, though. Right? We had to tutor for one. We didn't just hit it off the WINota, though we can. So our human count today is 17 with the Pyre of Heroes build. I'm loving this deck. This deck's so much fun. It's just like there's like the right amount of gambling to it, you know? The right amount of womboing to it. And these are our non-humans. I'm not playing the Militant right now. This is a Gilded Goose, so that might be throwing you guys off. Let's just show you what card for card. I think the Dryad Militant might be better than the Loam Dryad build, but idea. Here we go. We do have a pod chain all the way up from 0. We can go from, I'll show you the full chain. So we can go, like, we can start with, let's look at our chains. There's a bunch of different chains, and I'm still learning them since we incorporated Pyre of Heroes yesterday. I started incorporating this card. I mean, like, Modern Goblins plays this. Why can't we, right? It's a little harder for us to play it. We have to play Changelings, but... All right, so Arbor can go become Loam Dryad. Loam Dryad can either branch into Spellskite, or it can branch into the Masked Vandal. If we branch into Spellskite, it has to... So these are the 2 piles. Hang on, let me just show you. This is really fun to do for me because I just like Birthing Pod. You're like, wait, Bruce Spire, are you playing this deck because you secretly wanted it to be a Birthing Pod deck? Yes. So yeah, Arbor turns into Loam Dryad because it's also a Dryad. Since it's a horror, it can be Spellskite or it can be Masked Vandal. And then from there, we can branch to... Masked Vandal lets me branch to Spyro, or I could branch to the Magus of the Moon. I can branch to anything because it's a champion, so that's moot. But let's show what the Spellskite branches to. Specifically, Mirror Entity. I don't actually have another horror. Surprise, surprise. That's CMC3. So now from here, we can branch to... what can we branch to now? And then from here, it's just, you just go get the combo, right? You can branch to our 4-drops. So Grace, Bonder, WINota, Blade Historian. It's almost always going to be WINota. It could be Heron's Grace. We could need the life. So, but usually we're going to branch from this to this to this to yeah. What about Anax? Yeah, Stasis Guy. We've tested Anax, actually. Anax? We have. The tokens don't stay, though, right? No, they do. They just can't block. I think I even have the specialty one. Oh, I give it back. So, yes. So, he also has a lot of just power. He's not a human, though, but he's a non-human, which is useful. He's on curve. Whenever he or another non-token creature I control dies, I make satyrs. They can't block. They don't have haste or anything special. I don't hate this card. We've tested him. Yeah, he makes tokens. Have I considered Cord or Eladamri's Call? We've tested both. I was playing a singleton Eladamri's Call for the longest time. I think Pyre of Heroes just does what we want better. We're already set up for having creatures that are sacrificed. And even with me trimming us down to Strangleroot Geists, like Spyro is the example. Like, you might be sitting there like, okay, Bruce Spy, what do you honestly want to evolution? Pretty much everything in the deck. I'm really okay evolutioning pretty much everything in the deck, right? Like, of the list of things that we can evolution, it's pretty much everything except we don't really want a WINota evolution herself. We'd rather just keep her. These can all be, we'd rather not evo this, but these three can be evoed and it's fine. We've already gotten the bonus of this. Sometimes the Bonder just doesn't do enough. We'd rather evo it into something else. Lena herself, she could also be evoed. She's already made her tokens. Apparition's already exiled something, but we don't really want to evo or pyre that, but we could in a pinch. Pyros, they've already done what they needed to do. Some of these game one bullets, they might not be effective against our opponent, right? Like when Magus of the Moon isn't effective against our opponent, it can just be something that we pyre or something that we evo. The Banisher Priest, it's tempo if we pyre it. We don't really want to pyre that. I'm going to put that in this category. The Mirror Entity, I don't really want to pyre, but we do sometimes. Shale, it's fine to pyre this. This is just filler. This is just for making sure that we always can go from bird to up the chain. I think 6 is the sweet spot for tutors. I've played Fauna Shaman too. Like, we tried a lot of different tutors predicted. I've tried Eladamri's Call. I've tried Cord. Cord was actually really bad. I'm not playing Cord because of its anti-synergy for things like Teague. And Teague was in the sideboard for the longest time, but I've just started main decking it lately. It's actually really great. There's a lot of like Bring to Light right now. There's a lot of, and I love Bring to Light. I think that card's super cool. But there's just a lot of, there's quite a bit of Modern that Teague actually does stop. And Prowess isn't one of them. I mean, Prowess isn't one of the decks it stops, but it's not in our 75 to stop that. So we're taking a very different angle on WINota because WINota doesn't usually have as many bullets as I do. Silver bullets. I'm playing a lot more silver bullets than you normally see out of WINota. And I think it's really been paying off. We had a 3-1 in a recent Modern preliminary. I also had a 2-2 before that, but the 3-1 is what actually posted our list. If you guys want to look at that, it's on the Wizards website. This hand's great. Keep. Look at that Singleton Copperline Gorge coming up. Look at the Gorge. Oh, we're not on the play, though. So. Okay, maybe their combo. Dark Slick Shores makes me think of Inverter combo. So not only have we... What is Geist's creature type? Strangleroot Geist is a spirit. So I'm sorry, I missed your comment, Gallagher. So Strangleroot Geist has the branching decision to either go, unlike Voice of Resurgence, which could also be in this slot. Strangleroot Geist has better synergy for Evolution WINota, by the way, because it comes back and has haste. But anyway, and just haste in general in this deck is actually really nice. So this can transform into either Skyclave Apparition, which comes up quite a bit, or it can be pyred into the Mirror Entity. That's about it. I don't think it has other choices. Human Cleric, no, it doesn't. That's about it. But that's okay. It doesn't need a lot of different choices for it to be good in our deck. It needs at least 2, though, I think. Like, anything that I'm playing a 2 of or more of, I want them to have multiple things that they can pod into. And again, the Changelings, I think, really, really tighten up the pod chains. I think while Masked Vandal isn't really in the same vein as Gaddock, not normally a main deck card, it's here because it helps the pod chain flow from bird to up the chain. Although we have Shale to do that, too. Shale is a bird cleric, so Shale can either go Banisher Priest or it can go Mirror Entity. You rooting for me, Caustic? Thanks, Caustic. All right, birds go. I mean, if they're Inverter, Gaddock shuts off Jace. Like, Magus of the Moon also shuts off their deck pretty hard. I might just Eldritch for Magus of the Moon next turn off of our Birds of Paradise. Like, that's a very common play for us to go turn 1 bird, turn 2 evolution for Magus of the Moon. And the normal WINota decks, the not my build of it, the more normal decks, they just run Magus. That's it. They don't run some of these other bullets. Some of them might run a main deck Skoos, but not normally. And Skoos is sometimes not fast enough. It's awesome that we got to crush Dredge. I didn't deserve that because I misplayed. I did not go and I just didn't. It just did not register that they had the Ox, right? I was like, oh, Bloodghast, easy. We grabbed that. Oh wait, I don't have no any more green mana. No, and we still won. I mean, that's the mark of a powerful deck. Like when a builder, like me, like us, like when I can make a very very clear mistake, and the deck still just powers through those mistakes. That's the sign of good. Dragonkin Berserker is a human that makes dragon tokens. I played against Salemi a few weeks ago. They're playing Ad Naus, actually. Oh, Ad Nauseam also loses to Gaddock Teague. Teague is better against Ad Naus than I think like I would maybe still predict that they're inverter though. But here's the problem. And let's not necessarily use that information you just gave me. Like even if they were Ad Naus, even if they are inverter, I probably still want to slam Teague instead because they got the Pentad Prism off, right? I could kill the Pentad Prism too. I could use Eldritch to kill the Pentad off of a Dryad Arbor. That might actually be what I do. Oh no, I can't. I can't do that. I'd have to sacrifice birds. I might just want to kill this Pentad Prism. Pentad Prism signals Ad Naus. I think I just kill their Prism. We could kill the Prism. Eldritch is a great enabler for Masked Vandal. I might just kill the Prism. Or we just moon them, or we... Nah, we don't moon them. We don't moon them because this gives them color. I mean, like... it might still be Magus of the Moon. And I'll have a basic forest, and I have another birds. I think I just want to go Teague. Because Teague also stops some of what Inverter's doing. But not the full thing that Inverter's doing. But if they go for Inverter next turn, I might be able to cut them off of the combo just by grabbing the Magus of the Moon. They might not have blue anymore. It's a little risky, though. Tortured said Dredge fails to itself more than anything. Yeah, fair enough. We have a lot of different lines here. Well, the obvious line is play my land. Let's start there. Gosh, we have so many different things we could do, chat. It might just be Birds, Teague. I think Birds, Teague is defensible. Right? Sets me up for next turn. Might not have to Evo for a target. Like, mooning them is tempting, right? But they got the Pentad off. Killing their Pentad is probably just correct, no matter what they are. You know what? I'm actually going to go for that line. I'm just going to kill their Pentad. It slows me down considerably, though, which is why I don't like it, because I'm killing off my own bird. And then next turn, what am I doing? Playing Teague? I'll have to get a green source here. Oh, a white source, I mean. That might be our line. Kill their Pentad, then play Teague. That actually might be fine. I think that's what I'm going to do. All right, decision made. It might be correct to get Foundry instead of the Temple Garden, but since I have Evolution and Geist, I think I should go Temple. Yes, there's Pyros. You like killing the Pentad, otherwise they can win next turn. Yeah, and it's like, I might be getting the wrong bullet. This is why we run this. It's kind of cool that we have this option. I didn't have this ability before. Oh, you know what? Instead, we could actually just get the Skyclave. Skyclave is better than going for Vandal. I was all excited about using the Vandal because now that it's main deck, but Skyclave's probably just better because it's a non-human for WINota. Masked Vandal counts as a human for WINota. I think we actually just get the Skyclave. Teague shuts off Ad Naus, but they can still kill with Oracle Grace Consultation. All right, so let's just kill their mana. It's usually good to do that. And now if I get another tutor, we could also hit the Magus of the Moon off of the WINota triggers we're trying to set up for. We'd love to draw another land, right? If I draw another land, we can go Bird Teague. Probably just going to go Teague. I really should be paying attention to how they Serum Visions. Their first Serum Vision was one bottom, one top. So that's scary that they liked a card. Don't stop liking the cards that you're seeing on these Serum Visions. They topped twice. Holy cow. Okay, this is definitely signaling Ad Naus, right? So I'm going to take my Teague. That's very sad. We did slow them down considerably by getting rid of the Pentad. But they're going to take Gaddock Teague here, 100%. You can't not take this. This card beats you. Kind of wish I'd just played it instead of going after their mana. They took Bird? What madness is this? Do they have a way to go through Teague, or they just have removal? Like, what's happening? Don't have a removal spell, please. Well, they can't have Fatal Push for Skyclave in that situation. What madness is this? Were they just trying to cut me off of going up our chain? I mean, yeah, if I don't see a third land. Hoo-ha. Put you to 10. Oh, do they win? If they also have the draw spell, this is just super nuts. Thassa's plus a draw spell. They very well could. I'm hoping that they don't. Another Spoils also does it. Alright, maybe we should have gone for the Blood Moon. We could have. Because, like, look at all the colors they use this game, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we should have just gone for Blood Moon. I thought about it. I'm a little disappointed I didn't. I think that was the line that would actually beat them because they have this ability. Alright. That's okay, though. Veil's interesting. They have Thoughtseize. I think that's fine. We might still want the Spellskite. Like, it's disappointing to see it happen. We can get away without Shield. I'd rather have Mast. Priest can go. Apparition's too slow. We don't need Heron's Grace. We also don't need Bonder. I still like to run Kenrith because of the ability to give some of our creatures that might have Summoning Sick haste. Collector Oath can come in. I know it turns off Spellskite and Pyre, but it might be better that I turn off their mana than a couple of our cards. I mean, it's more than a couple, though. We need to be careful about when we bring this card in. We need to make sure that it's really what we want. Hey, what's up, Mr. Zakaraki? Adnaz only plays like 2 Adnaz now. It's more about consultation. I think in general, though, I feel like they needed a lot more colors. I think just overall, both of their different kills needed a lot more colors than a single. And like I could have gone Magus and then later killed their Pentad Prism, right? I think I misplayed. I think I should have just gone for Blood Moon. For Magus of the Moon, excuse me. I think Magus was the correct play, but it's too late now. We'll just have to play it out. Favor gives us protection from all their removal possible, ever. They play Fatal Pushes, usually. What's a man gotta do to get you on the Panza? What's up, Zakaraki? The most Panza thing I'll be doing is this. Fiery Justice wins it if he plays like that, though. You kill his creature. It's not an instant. And killing their Thassa's Oracle doesn't stop the combo of Stasis guy. We'll still play these. That's disappointing. I think I played loose there. I think I should have just... yeah. I should have just mooned him. We were getting cutesy with it. I was like, ooh, we could try one of these other tutor targets. And I got all Brew Spy and excited about some of these targets. And I was like, oh yeah, let's get the Mandel. Oh wait. This is better. Oh wait, let's just maybe win the game, Brew Spy. Maybe we should just do that. It's okay. It's not going to be the last mistake tonight, I'm sure of it. I think this is how I want to run. Yes, there's lots of anti-synergy for the Oath. Yes, we need to be careful if we play it out. We might turn off our Pyres. Yes, I'm aware of that. Pyre also finds the Oof. This hand's okay. This is turn 2, turn off their Pentad Prism mana. Turn 3, Evolution if they don't have Pentad Prism for Blood Moon, which is what we should have done last game. And it has a Pyre after that. I think this hand's okay. I want to get a Dryad Arbor at some point, too, if I can. You have to counter the effect? Yeah. Oracles wins no matter what. Oracle's a really silly magic card and wonderful. They mulligan to 6. And they might just Thoughtseize me, and then we're like, oh, okay. I didn't have the Veil. I would assume that we have like a bad matchup against Adnaz, by the way, but we had the win, though. We had the win. If I just picked the right target. It's good to see that our deck had a winning line, even though I didn't choose it, right? Even though I made the mistake. Might be risky to go get Arbor first, though. It's tempting me. Well, if they tap out, maybe I can get away with it. If they play Serum Visions, which is a very common turn 1 play for them. Or tap land, even. They play some tap lands. They play like some of those Scry lands. Angel's Grace? What? I guess you could do Angel's Grace as well. What are you talking about? With my Revoker? That's not how that works. Yeah, Revoker just comes in for the Pentad Prisms that they play 3 to 4 of. Thoughtseize me. Sure. So they're going to take my Revoker. No. On sideboard to stop him from winning? Oh, I could cast an Angel's Grace. They're going to draw next turn and have an empty library stasis guy. Oh, no, I see what you're saying. But, like, who's going to do that other than the deck themselves? Yeah, I'm with you. Like, in Magical Christmas Land, in the Theater of Our Minds, right? So they do take the Revoker, so they probably have... Drew a Sunbaked. I mean, we'll Evo for, like, Teague or... Yeah, that's true. Now that they're more like a Thassa's Oracle deck. I mean, maybe I can't afford to evolve the Arbor. I might need to pot up the chain. Like, we really just want to moon them, right? That's what I should have done game one, and we could have maybe won this match. Darn it, chat. I messed it up. I mean, like, there was clearly one mistake that I remember from our Dredge matchup, yet our deck carried us. Let's see if the deck carries us from my mistake game one. Like, losing a full game over the mistake feels so bad. I'm not going to sideboard an Angel's Grace in my WINota deck, Stasis guy. But I appreciate the suggestions. Your suggestion is appreciated. Me personally, I'm not going to do it. I think that's a little too narrow. It's all good. Take a breath. Get us into game 2. Get us through game 3. All right, thanks, Caustic. Yep. Let's take a drink. I've got some tea here. Let's take a breather. Need to stay hydrated. I need to add the hydrate command back in there. Like, I'm just bad about drinking water in general. If you guys could remind me to, like, be a human being and, like, eat food and drink. I feel like I get too into it when I'm streaming. I'm just, like, full-blown super focused. And I'm sure you guys appreciate that I get, like, hyper-focused. But I forget to, like, do normal human functions. It's a lemony... what is this? It's a lemon tea. It's pretty good. I'm trying to remember what type it is. There's a specific type. It's fancy. You're brewing some coffee? There you go. So if we did Evolution the Arbor, what could we get? Our 2-drops? I could go get Teague. They put 2 on the bottom, though, which makes me think I might have... I mean, like, famous last words to say, I think I might have time. I like not getting rid of... I wish I had more mana here. I could... Okay. So we have some choices. I think I just Pyre up the chain. I think we just Pyre. Eidolon of Rhetoric is cute too. It's a fun one. Eidolon's also a spirit, so Eidolon of Rhetoric I could go from Strangleroot Geist into. That's a cool suggestion. Hang on, let's add some of these suggestions from today. Somebody suggested Dryad, Militant. Although I think that's the one I'm not going to play. But that was a suggestion today. I like it. I think that was also from you, Gallagher. And then Eidolon of... Even though the Avatar is usually better, right? There's the 3-mana Avatar that people play. Eidolon could be better for us since it's a spirit and I can go from Strangleroots to it. I like it. I wish it was a Cleric spirit, then some of our Clerics could go to it. But yeah, maybe Eidolon could be something we play in the sideboard. Good suggestions. What's Arbor's creature type? It's a Forest Dryad, so I can go get the Loam Dryad, which is a horror, which can either go to Masked Vandal, or it can go to Spellskite, which is a horror. So we're pyring up the chain, right? Pretty clearly. I think that's what we're doing. Might even want to just play the Sunbake. No, that's not true. Let's go Windswept. Because, like, I might just go Magus of the Moon now. Now that we have a 2-drop, I might just go pop the Evolution. I mean, sure, it could get countered, but they don't run a lot of counters. They run Pact of Negation sometimes, but not against us. I might just go get Basic Plains, and then I might go Basic Forest again next turn. Like, we can fetch out a really, really nice... I can fetch out all my basics for Magus of the Moon. I think that's what we do. Sure, they might have interaction. Like, sure, they might float black for Fatal Push, but then they're giving up their Gemstone Mine. I think that's a fine exchange. Like, even if we don't win here, the way that they're probably interacting with us is through a removal spell, not... And they'd have to give up the Gemstone to cast it if it is Fatal Push. They might be on Path to Exile, though. You don't know. Me fetching the basic here is a little suspect. The old Loam Dryad without another creature draw. Yep, that's what we're experiencing. That's okay. I thought this could come up today, and it looks like it is. And they counter it. They don't counter it. I turn off all of your lands like I should have game one. We need to draw off some other stuff. This is what I should have done game one. And yeah, I'm going to shake it off though, Caustic. Thank you for your suggestion to shake it off. That's the fun and the challenge of playing a deck that has lots of silver bullets like this, is I might do the wrong thing. So that's but like the fact that you can do right things and wrong things is what makes Magic fun and enjoyable, right? Part of what makes it enjoyable, right? The skill part of it. And opponent's going to make me kill them. I like it. So the old Collector Oath, Pyre of Heroes, Nanbo. I think I do play this, though, because the way that they get out of this is they have to either find basics, which they might not be playing many of, or they have to find Pentad Prisms. I think I might be okay turning off my Pyre. It already did what we needed it to do. It converted us from a fetch to the Loam, to the... And I'm running a lot of fetches now, a lot of green fetch. Like that line you just saw of us going off from, like, I have 33 creatures. You would think that I would never not have creatures, but all I had was lands this game pretty much, right, after they took the Revoker. And I was able to go from Pyre to Dryad to Evo the Dryad. Like, that was awesome. I think I might be okay shutting off my Pyre. They might have Black Pact. They can't pay for it, though. Oh, no, they could. I think I'll play the Collector Oath because even though it turns off my Pyre and that's awkward, it is awkward. I think I just want to make it so that they can't have outs like... Pentad Prism. Like this turning off their Pentad Prism and also increasing our clock, I'm more interested in than actually activating my Pyre anymore, I think. You think we could wait a turn, says Tommy? This changes my clock drastically, though, having 4 instead of 2. Boss Rush says it's still 8 more turns, though. And I might find a way to destroy my own Pyre of Heroes. Oh boy, we're drawing all the lands. And these are Horizon lands I can't draw off. Hiya! Three more swings. You gonna kill my Magus? They kill the Magus, I can cycle these. Spyro. That's fantastic. Right? Actually, I might even want... No, I'm not going to be able to leave up enough red if I even draw into another Spyro, so I think I tap like this. We could play a couple birds. And I think I do, because if I draw a WINota, why not? These aren't doing anything in my hand anyway. Would love a WINota off the top, or a tutor. Our deck pretty much always would. Sure. I could have just gotten Bladed Story in there. This might be overkill. It is overkill. I don't need to show them anything else, right? Unless we want to play around Pact. I'll go get another human. I don't have to show them Abolisher. They would expect me to be playing the playset of Spyro. I'm going to say no. Don't need to show them more. Sweet. We just did the thing that we're supposed to do in this matchup, and lo and behold, we won. Like, surprising, right? Do we want to run more stuff than Favor to protect our dudes? By the way, in this matchup, the selfless effects might be good enough. Lena might be overkill. It's not like they have sweepers. I do like keeping Kenrith, Blade, and Mirror Entity just to have some punch, but I don't think we need Lena. But I might be interested in running the smaller mana selfless effects. Like, I might be interested in playing Spirit just because it's low and it's going to protect the WINota. It's going to protect the Magus of the Moon. We might want to do that. It's a pretty common card for me to bring in. That was sweet. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we want to do. Could I cut a WINota even? I don't think I should, but you could. Like, if the name of the game is just protect Magus of the Moon. Now, their mana always isn't as vulnerable as we saw at that game, though. But, like, you could even consider, like, cutting something here or here. Yeah, maybe we should just be all in on Magus of the Moon, protect Magus of the Moon. Maybe? Is that crazy? Play the other selfless effect. We got there. Hell yeah. Thanks, Caustic, for the cheer. The cheers. We got there. All right, so let's give him the business, right? Let's just try to protect Magus of the Moon. I think that's what I should have been doing from the start. Like, I think Teague's fine. It does turn off some stuff, but not all that much, right? Is Teague just turning off ad nauseum, and that's it? Anybody know? Do they have, like, engineered explosives? Are there other reasons for us to have this? We could also slim on the Geists before I start cutting WINotas. These are just filler. It's not like I'm fetching out something sweet like Eidolon of Rhetoric, which we might be able to do in the future. I think this is a really cool suggestion. I hadn't thought about bringing this back into the sideboard since we added back in the Strangle Roots. These are some really cool ideas. Gallagher, thank you for them. You think so? Yeah, we can cut a Strangle Root. I think this is fine. They're filler. I mean, they're good filler. They're really synergistic with Evolution and Pyropheros for that matter. Let's run it back. So let's just try to protect the Magus. They could just Thoughtseize it, right? Like, they're on the play, and I don't have Veil, and I could have it in my opener awkwardly. I don't. This hand is a lot worse if they Thoughtseize me. We do have what we did last time, which is Pyre. I mean, like, I'd hate to do that again. Like, I would really, really hate for that to be what happens. I think we could we could mulligan into a stronger 6. Let's see if they mulligan. They chose to mulligan. I think we could mulligan too. I'm a little concerned about this hand just, like, never getting off the ground. Like, yeah, it's not slow because they have Goose, but they could Thoughtseize that. And if they did, what's this hand doing? I play turn 2 Pyro. Okay. Then what? I go get Dryad Arbor, turn it into Loam. Like, it's like, I think this hand needs some help. Let's go ahead and mulligan. This hand is considerably better. Obviously, they could take my birds, and then this hand needs to draw into a land. We're playing 23 or 22? I'm playing 22. But we're on the draw. I have 2 turns to draw to the land. We could consider this 6. It's a little risky, obviously, because it's a 1-lander, and they could Thoughtseize my birds or push my birds. I think I'm okay to take a little risk, though. Or should we just go to a 5? I'd love a 5 that had 2 lands. So what is this hand's plan? Like, get Thoughtseized, lose? Let's go 1 deeper. That was a good decision, I think. Keep, put back the Kenrith. I'm actually going to put back Glyphweaver, even though we like having it. Done. This hand's a little bit more resilient to a Thoughtseize. And they are already on a 6. Tommy Goy says this looks good. Watch them Thoughtseize us here, and they could have taken birds. I mean, we can't know now if we were going to hit the second land or not. Clearly, you got to Thoughtseize me, bro, right? Before I have Veil of Summer open. We're playing 2 Veil. They don't know that I'm playing Veil. Is Fight as a 1 of a decent sideboard card? Fight? Oh, like a fight? Like a fight removal? They decide to slow roll their Thoughtseize. They'd rather Fatal Push my bird that I don't have. That's a 3rd Spyro. Gonna need some red sources. I actually don't think I fetch, because I want lands in my deck. Oh, Fight is 1. That's a fun card. Yeah, it's a fun card, Boss Rush. I'm sorry, I didn't recognize what you were saying. Fight as 1 is the name of the card you were trying to say. So, that you did say. So, Boss Rush, I do think that's a neat idea. I have considered the card. I even considered it in. I played a legacy build of WINota that was like young pyromancers and monastery mentors, and that was the top of the curve. We weren't trying to do big silly things like we are in this modern build. It was literally just WINota just gets more Monastery Mentors. That deck was so much fun. And you got to play, there was like a 1 mana draw to if you have a human and a non-human. Monastery Monk, funny enough, doesn't make humans. He makes monks. So that's something I've considered trying to do in Modern as well, like a Jeskai tokens with WINota. I don't think the cards exist yet for it, but like maybe after Modern Horizons 2 that I could consider that build instead of this Naya toolbox build. I think the Naya, yeah, of one mind, exactly. Which we've considered splashing blue for before. This card's just great, but I don't know. If I'm splashing blue, it's probably for Meddling Mage first, Teferi, maybe even that Naga. Oh yeah, I should put that in here too, because we had that Naga that you guys were... Oh, you know what? That's why I opened another copy, isn't it? That's right. Hang on, let's go back to the previous build for this iteration. Gilded Goose, there we go. And let's go to this build. So this is maybe a future build where we were going to... So there's the Naga somebody suggested. The Syndicate. So if we were to splash blue, it would look... I mean, it was greedy, but maybe it's fine with all the rainbow creatures we have. Militant Dryad. Because that might just be better than having Loam Dryad at all. The Militant, it might just be better. Like, if my line is to go from the bottom up... Yes, this gets lava darted, but whatever. This is a cool idea. Maybe that's just better than playing Dryad, although Loam Dryad replaced the 4th Gilded Goose, which is why I wanted it to be a Mana Dork. Just because it's a 1-for-1 swap, sort of. This is a cool idea, the Ninjutsu Naga. What was it? Teferi, if we splash blue. Meddling Mage. You also get to play Neoform, by the way, if you splash blue. Although Neoform was kind of awkward. We liked the +1/+1 counter, but like the fact that Neoform is specific just like Pyre is specific. Right? That was the issue with Neoform. Alright, we'd play as many as 1 to 2 Time Raveler and a Meddling Mage. This is me considering the blue splash again. Meddling Mage, maybe. And Eidolon of Rhetoric. There's so many cards to consider when you play a toolbox deck like that. I do really enjoy toolbox decks. So they topped twice. That's terrifying that they topped twice on their Serum Visions. Drew a Birds. You could also get Thalia off of Dryad Militant. That's cool. Is Thalia the better thing for us to be running instead of Eidolon of Rhetoric? We could even main deck her. She doesn't hurt too much of my stuff. She slows down a few of our cards, like six of our cards. Like, she can be really awkward with Eldritch sometimes, but it doesn't come up too much. We've considered playing Thalia before, too. Well, it's also a human, which is nice. Like, we want some humans. Is this Phyrexian Unlife? Sure. Long hair, don't care. I think I can fetch now that we have second red source. Long hair, don't care. Do we go Foundry? I think I go Foundry, actually. Because we have green here. Yeah, let's go Sacred Foundry, actually. Like, I'd love to blow this up. A little scared of it. Would also like to just Blood Moon them, though. Well, I don't know if I should... If I was going to go for Blood Moon, I would have gotten the basic planes, right? Although, I have the right colors to Spyro. Let's just Blood Moon them. Sure, they have the basic planes. Sure, they have access to Pentad. Sure, they... Like, our plan was to Blood Moon them as soon as possible, right? And I have 2 red sources for the Spyros. Yeah, I think we just Blood Moon them. And just hope that it's good enough, right? Like, my whole hand is gas and works. Well, works once, right? Like, we'll Spyro away the other Spyros, maybe. We hope to Spyro away something. I'd love to keep second Spyro. Are you going to counter this? Are you going to force this? What's happening? All right. They have Angel's Grace is why. We're going to play on. So they're spoiling for Angel's Grace. I hope they take a lot of damage here. They did not. So they had to spend 3 cards for that Pact of Negation. Because they must have just lost to the Blood Moon there. So that's huge that we just put them down 1,000,000 cards. And my Magus of the Moon is still in my deck. I could get it. It might be correct to play... Yeah, we have to play Loam Dryad. This is going to give us the red mana we need for the Spire. It's kind of like drawing a bird, sort of, in this situation. Obviously, if they kill my Dryad Arbor, we're in a bit of trouble. But they might not. They have 2 cards, 3 cards. Gosh, if we just won the first game. Oh, man, if we just won the first game, we wouldn't be sitting here. Like, seriously, their combo is so amazing against us. Like, they really could, like, spend 3 cards to counter my 1 card to still maybe win. Just play ad nauseum. Make us sad. They play a couple copies, right? Somebody was saying they still play at least 2 copies. I mean, they clearly are playing a Naz, right? They're not all in on the Thassa's Oracle. You just have it, opponent. They're like, what do I need to play around? I think we took the right line. I think we're supposed to try to jam the Blood Moon there. It didn't resolve, right? They had the Pact into spoils, hope that Angel's Grace is within within 19 cards. It's all good. You made us go to game 3. You can pull this around. Favor of the mighty. Ad Naz in response. Am I better off leaving mana open? Well, they could have killed me right there. And they should have, right? Like, if they had it, they would have done it exactly right there. It's not like they're trying to play around anything at this point, because I did already tap out. So, I don't think there's any real reason to pump fake it. I mean, it looks like they had it, though. So it's like, was I really making them think about something? Probably not. Wonder how they kill now that they don't have access to Simian Spirit Guide. Although they're fine. They have another turn. Because they just untap Angel's Grace and then they play out their combo. It's nice to like get a look-see at they do have the Slaughter Pact that comes in. That's scary for us. They can hit the WINota. So we actually might have won this match, perhaps, if I had played correctly game 1. It's cool to see that we actually have the tools to maybe beat ad nauseum. Seriously, like I wouldn't, like on the surface, I wouldn't think that, sorry, wrong version. I wouldn't think that this deck would be able to beat ad nauseum in a million years. So it's really cool that, like, yes, I punted it. Like, I punted this match, maybe. But, like, our game 2 wouldn't have been the same if I won game 1. They would have been on the play. So it's like, it's one of those catch-22s where we really can't know because it would have been different cards. It would have been, we're 1-1, though. That's fine. And I would assume that ad nauseum is a bad matchup. It's sad to see that there maybe was a winning line for our archetype, which is just moon them. Now, granted, that moon, they would have had a Pentad Prism. Let's rewind to the first game. They had Pentad Prism in play. So if we mooned them, it may not have been a definitive kill, but it ended up being a kill because we reviewed what spells they played, and what they ended up playing was far more colorful than a single Pentad Prism would have been able to pay for, and they didn't show us a basic land. They may have had one in hand, we can't know for sure. But I think it's pretty easy to say, I think that this gave us a higher % chance to win game 1 after seeing what they did. And I got all excited about either Vandaling or Apparitioning the mana source, but then we didn't do something impactful enough the next turn. We played out a Gaddock Teeg, but they had the kill with the Thassas. They had the right combination of cards to kill with Thassas. But that's okay. If you guys are just joining us, my name's Sean, a.k.a. Bruce Spy the Magic Guy. I am the Bill Nye of the Magic scene, the Bill Nye of Twitch streaming. I've been Twitch streaming for about 7 years, maybe longer. Let's see, I'm 30 now. I started in college when I was like 22, 23. Let's just say 7 years. And I didn't originally stream as Bruce Spy. I originally streamed as my Magic Online username, Spawn of Virtue. I think you were still on the fence about it maybe being inverted as well. Yeah, I wasn't trying to. Somebody in chat said that they played against this person and that they knew that they were ad nauseum. I try not to use that information if I can help it. MTGBot like used to even tell me like what decks people were playing, and I feel like it kind of defeated the spirit of the game a little bit. So I try not to take that stuff to heart. But like, would Teague have really been all that great against Inverter either? It would just stop Jace. Oh, that was you? Okay. Well, I'm kind of glad that I tried to like, kind of wipe that and be like, okay, let's play. I mean, like, but then they started playing cards that like more and more made me think just naturally that they might be. But yeah, I mean, you kind of colored my thoughts is the problem. So yeah, I'm not sure about the 75 here. Oh, let me give you the full mission statement spiel. Sorry. So yes, I've been streaming a while. I'm streaming because I have a love for the game. I enjoy it. I want you guys to have a positive, just fun place to hang out, talk Magic, talk brews, talk about the spoilers, which we might at some point today. I'm trying to save that for later, perhaps. Thanks for that follow, Bison17. And I want you guys to really see that, like win or lose, I don't salt. I try to never salt, or salt my opponents. Like I think that Magic can be really, yeah. I want to show you that. Oh, no worries, Caustic. You had no idea. You had no idea. Like it's fun to ask what do we think they might be playing? Anyway, but yeah, I hope you guys can embrace that. I feel like I'm more like Where's Waldo instead of Bill Nye the Science Guy today. Look at this. Where's Waldo shirt, right? Where's Waldo has like a soul patch. But anyway, this is a good time for me to take a break in between rounds. We could goldfish the deck while we're between rounds. I don't want to actually jump into a match because I'm not very good at streaming and also duo queuing. There's some people that can do it. Like there's a streamer who's Squaw Chief. I've seen him duo queue and still kind of talk to his chat. I'm not that guy. That's not me. So let's go ahead and goldfish a little bit. This deck goldfish is okay. It's pretty linear. Game one at least, it's rather linear. I mean, it's a rather linear deck. This is one of the most linear decks I think I've really ever built or played in a long time. This opener seems great. Do want to test the Pyre of Heroes more and more. Probably lead up Birds unless we knew they had removal. Then we would lead Goose. What are we doing here? Getting the Arbor, or am I playing Pyres? I don't really like playing Pyres unless we activate it, by the way. If I have other plays to be making, I probably should be doing them instead. So it could be like Goose Ooze. We could go Goose Arbor. I could even go Scooze Arbor, but I kind of want to make mana instead. Like, Arbor lets me go wider, but maybe Ooze is the better play, just depending on what my opponent's on. Since we already have the Sunbit Canyon in hand, probably supposed to go Stomping. But it depends. Like, maybe not. So we'll play Ooze. Next turn, drew a Strangleroot Geist. We can kind of go off here, right? We need a lot of green, though, to go off this way. What if I go off with Pyre? I can Pyre the Ooze and go get our Anthem. I think I just try to go for... This is a little weak, but it's not that weak because we have the Ooze, and you'll see the synergy that Strangleroot has in this deck is very good. Watch this. You evolve the Strangleroot. It's got Undying. You get it back. So I misclicked there. Why did I click done? That was weird. I mean, I meant to. That's so funny. I'm not even mad. That's so... I mean, like, if I'm going to misclick, I want it to be in the practice room. This is even better than it being in the practice room. That's so funny. Did I really just do that? I mean, I did. I did just do that. Would probably rather keep the... I mean, like, a misclick like that could even happen in a legitimate match against an opponent. I would be so sad. Maybe you grab the Apparition here. Maybe there's something to target. Maybe you get the Entity. It doesn't really matter. Apparition has the bonus of it's a non-human, whereas Entity is. Maybe we target something next turn. Although the problem with Core Spirit is it can't get converted into WINota, right? So actually the right line was to still go get Mirror Entity. I'm making all sorts of little mistakes here. I mean, I'm glad that this is just a fun little practice game, but I'm kind of concerned. I wonder if I didn't sleep well enough last night if I'm making like two very easy mistakes of like a misclick and like a brain fart. I'm a little concerned about my brain right now. Let's shake it out. Let's get all this out of us in between rounds, right? I'm supposed to get the entity. Maybe I just make a food even. Attack for 2, make a food instead of playing the extra pyre. I'm like, this is like my concerned face. Like, I'm actually really concerned, like, what's transpiring. During their end step, make a food without having to take damage. I'm legitimately concerned. Oh, we could turn the Banisher Priest into WINota instead, although it means I'm tapping my birds. Maybe that's not correct. Maybe I still just want to... But the Anthem effect might be nice. It kind of just depends. So we could Banisher... And it's opponent control, so we don't have to exile one of my own creatures, which would be really bad. Target, no, cancel. Oh, you know what? Actually, this does screw us over because we count as our own opponent. That's hilarious. I forgot, like, when you goldfish, you're both the player and you're also the opponent. Just so bizarre world. This will untap our birds, basically. WINota, 2 triggers. But, like, this could have happened, what, 2 turns ago I could have gotten this off? This is just embarrassing. We should just kill all our creatures. Like, we don't deserve to win. Let's just kill all our creatures. We don't deserve to win. Did you guys know that if you pay 0 on Mirror Entity, it kills all your creatures, which is kind of fun? What about Neoform? Yes. So the blue splash build, let me see where we are in the rounds. Still quite a few people playing. The blue splash build looks like this. Some sort of like Teferi Neoform. We have played a Neoform build before. Somebody suggested Mist Syndicate. I think that was you, Stasis Guy. The blue build also gets to play stuff like Meddling Mage, and maybe there's other cards out there that the blue build could maybe run. But yeah, like these are cards we splash for. Have to reassess the mana base. I think for a lot of reasons though, the Naya is just cleaner. But I do think if you're going to splash a color, it's probably blue instead of black, and you're doing it because you want more stuff for combo, like Meddling Mage, being able to name. I guess against Adnaz these days, you actually name the Black Tutor instead of anything else now, right? Because that's kind of the centerpiece. Angel's Grace maybe too, but not really. I think their Black Tutor is what you want to name now. Yeah, Teferi is huge for the blue splash. Let's goldfish another game and like play my deck better. Let's play the deck better. Let's do that. Paying 0 on Mirror was one of the old Revelark combos, actually. Oh, really? Oh, actually, could have kept that room. That's fine. Fresh room. Mulligan. This hand could be kept. Tuck the Blade Historian back into the deck. That's kind of where we want it anyway. Like, yeah, he's more easy to cast than, like, the part of the problem is like we have a bunch of forests and the Arbor. And I probably still would even get forest here. We have the Firelit, so like there's not much punishment to... And you could lead out Loam Dryad here, by the way, instead of Goose. So if I needed to, I could evolve for Magus of the Moon. I'm kind of tempted to see if this hand rebuilds from that. I think it does. Because this was the line I maybe should have just taken against... granted, we were on the... I think we were on the draw. They were on the play, but it makes a difference. So we'll get this Dryad going first, actually, instead of the Goose. Attack for 2. Play the Goose. I actually could have played the Stringer route, but I think I'm supposed to play Goose out, right? We can't cast anything else yet. And one of the reasons we're playing this instead of the other... There is another Dryad that exists. We could play the Blade Historian. I can't quite Geist into WINota. It might be best just to set that up, though. Geist into WINota. Tap the Goose for green. Oop, cancel. I meant to click U. Hiya. Maybe we even eat the food. Do I need this Gilded Goose mana? Not really. It keeps tapping for Dryad. I'd probably also consider eating my food at this point. Swing for 4. Vandal. All right, so let's... tap the Magus, actually, because it's a human, so it's not going to get a WINota trigger. See, now I'm like doing the right things. Look at me like doing the right things now. Go get a WINota. Swing, swing. 2 triggers coming. What do we find? We find a Linvala. That's easy. Sorry, Lena. I keep saying Linvala. She's Lena. Makes 6 soldiers. That's pretty good. Trample. Sweet. No blocks. Blade Historian. And again, maybe we wouldn't want to get into the fray with the Magus. I don't know what we would or wouldn't do. We'll play our Blade Historian. He doesn't actually need to attack to give the double strike to our team. Bunch of triggers. We pull every human out of our deck, which is just kind of fun. What about Jaspera Sentinel? Could it be better than Loam? Is Jaspera Sentinel a Dryad? I didn't think it was. I thought it was an elf. I need specifically a Dryad. This is an elf rogue. It isn't the right creature types. I do like that it has reach. It's better because it has reach. It's an elf rogue, though. I need a Dryad that's... And it's nice that this is also a horror, because it can be Pyre of Heroes into Spellskite, or like this would only be able to be Pyres into Vandal. I do think that the reach on this is nice. If we had any elves or rogues, this would be legitimate. I don't, though. It also fails the first test, which is it's not a Dryad, so I can't go from green fetch to Arbor to turn this into this, to turn this into this, or this. And the nice thing about the Spellskite line is if there isn't something to remove with Vandal, this is just a better thing to tutor into off of that, and then this can become Mirror Entity. What about Safi, Lark, and Entity for a loop? It's been a while, but you could do something. Tell me more about that, Lazy. Oh, there's the Kenrith, and we don't have the red mana open for it, though. Another Spyro. Make more tokens. Mirror Entity, probably over the Spyro. Heron's Grace. Now, in response to this trigger, I'm going to actually consider activating the Mirror Entity. It's not worth it. I lose too much power. It's funny, though. I can actually paint my whole team with human, and the whole team gets +1/+1 lifelink. It's kind of fun to see, though. Let's just do it so you guys can see it. So now everything's a human, and now everything is going to get the +1/+1 lifelink. Isn't that neat? And that might actually be better. Like, the Strangleroot Geist is a 3/3 because it had a counter on it. Is there anything else that's a 3/3? No. And then the Heron's Grace is 1. I mean, it's probably not better to do that, right? I mean, it grows the soldiers and gives them lifelink because it makes them humans and they weren't humans before. I don't know. We're going to keep the original because she's got lifelink. No, I don't think there are any more humans in my deck. Are there? Another Spyro? Just reminiscing about the nonsense you could do with Entity, probably wrong here. I appreciate the suggestion, though, Main Miller. Like it seems on the surface, maybe we even do some blocking. I think we're still dead, even if I do blocking. What's the best thing to block? The best thing to block is the Strangleroot. Like, I mean, obviously we're just playing around at this point. Oh, this is a good block to make. You probably want to kill off their tokens. And by their tokens, I mean my tokens. Isn't it weird to, like, goldfish against yourself? Now, the reason that I'm not dead is because I was the one dealing the damage and gaining the life. Do it all again. I wonder if there are any other humans left in my library. There's a Spyro left. We could have attacked and then also... I'm going to keep this one. I don't think there are any humans really left in our deck. There's still the Masked Vandal to see, right? Or did we already get rid of that? That's already been dumped. I don't think there's any humans left in my library. Yep. Sweet. Might have been fun for us to, like, see how much damage that was, right? We still waiting? Yeah, let's keep goldfishing. Keep getting the reps in. I feel good. I mean, like, there's not much to think about when you're goldfishing. Can't keep this. Easy mulligan. Could maybe consider this. It's not great. Also, when you're goldfishing for some reason, I might actually play Canopy first. No. We have to draw exactly a green source. Let's lead Foundry. We could play Shale instead of the Spellskite. It's probably Spellskite, though, in most situations. We're going to want to lead on. We can name Human here, and now we're just casting Spyro, most likely. Certainly not Magus of the Moon. I might even just dump it right now. Make it uncounterable. I've liked the 2 of Cavern naming Human because our humans are some of the most important things. I'm going to give up on the Shale here. It's kind of more of a pod target. Has some synergy potential, but... Alright, we play an uncounterable WINota now. Like, that sequence against the blue decks of being able to go uncounterable Spyro, uncounterable WINota is... I think it's really nice. White. Swing. We'll also get in with the Spyro, although he can hang back and be a blocker. He's not going to trigger the WINota. I might take the Entity instead of the Spyro. That might have been wrong. Ooh, Kenrith. Probably take Kenrith instead as well. And the Blade Historian, they might just be dead right here, by the way. This is, yeah, they're dead. I mean, they might have blocks to make. Or removal, I mean, like, but they're dead right there because we hit Kenrith double strike. I think even hitting a WINota would have been lethal with the Blade Historian. We've played a 2 of Blade Historian before. Like, sometimes it's just like, they're just dead. Alright. 1 minute till the next round. Let's try to get in, squeeze in another quick goldfish. Sounds fine because Spiromancer is a stupid card. Oh, Spyro. This card's so dumb. It's an uncounterable Spyro. Our deck can do some pretty wonderful things. I feel like we're using up all the luck in this room, right? Probably dump the Pyre and the Gilded Goose. I just want to set up for this Eldritch and just go for it next turn, probably. Basically. Still would probably get forced here. I have to, right? Because I need green. Sacrifice you. Go get WINota. Go do the thing. Hiya. 3 triggers coming. Decisions? Nope. Sometimes you have decisions. We have enough humans now in this Changeling build that you do have some decisions. We do paint another human, which is nice with the lifelink. And Masked Vandal. We'll grab it. I'd rather have something than nothing. Unless we need this to stay inside our library, which is rare. We are at 16 because I gained a bunch of life, if you're wondering what happened there. Might be correct to sit on make Spyro tokens instead of attacking with the birds. We have plenty of things that attack and not hang back on birds. Make Spyro tokens maybe during my opponent's end step. There's Lena that makes a billion dudes, but like Blade of Story might just kill them. Mirror Entity also is awesome for me leaving all this mana open. If we wanted her to have Indestructible, we could do that, but sometimes you just leave her in the deck. Kenrith so we can trample over as well. So yeah, you just give everybody trample, haste, grow everybody here. That's a lot of damage. Negative 26 on the first strike damage. Sweet. Alright, so our match has started. So we lost the die roll, but that's okay. We can lose the die roll and still win. That loop used to be in pod decks and decks gone by. So Safi's a human. Entity's a human for all intents and purposes. Like 2 parts of that combo you just listed, Lazy, are I have another version open of just like cards like you guys are suggesting today. Safi. I hope I answered your question, main man Miller, and did it kindly. Like, I think you're right. Yet, like, yes, Jaspera Sentinel is the better Loam Dryad, but Loam Dryad is the better Loam Dryad because it's a Dryad. And we want to be able to go from Dryad Arbor up the chain from a green fetch. But yes, it is the better if we wanted that effect. So I don't know if I said it the right way or kindly. You didn't say anything else, which made me feel like you have moved on to the universe or the internet. You're like, Bruce Spy. I mean, I shouldn't put words in your mouth, but it's like, I can never spell Revel Arc. Revel, to revel. There we go. Revel Arc. Revel. Because it's reveling. There we go. All right, this opener is okay. It's got a tutor. It's got things that are relevant to tutor. I mean, there's certainly, like, there's always, like, Spyro hands. There's always, like, we have all our colors, too. And this is the configuration of colors I want to see. I think I'll actually keep this. I have no idea what they are, so it's nice to have a tutor when I have no idea. Oh, I do know what they are. They showed me Luris. What am I talking about? Probably still keep this hand against them. So it's green, black, rock. They're going to take my Spellskite. Could take my Evolution. Probably correct to take the Evolution, actually. Mass Vandal doesn't hit anything in this matchup. It's just fodder. I see a few new names. Thanks for coming to the show. So kind of the mission statement here is I want to grow as a brewer. I want to learn as a Magic player to get better. I want you guys to have a place that's positive on twitch.tv for Magic the Gathering. I've been streaming for about 7 years. I was streaming for Spawn of Virtue for about 3 or 4, and then the rest of my time streaming, I rebranded, and I'm now playing as Bruce By, the Magic Guy. Oh, wow, we just drew a WINota. That's great in this matchup, just to see it naturally. Because they can't hit it off the Inquisition they might have. Well, if they lead Thoughtseize, they probably... If they had Inquisition, they probably would have already played it. Polluted Delta? Never mind their bug. Awesome. I'm excited. Now they take my WINota. So they're playing Bug Shadow. I'm excited. This will be an interesting matchup. Have I seen the new Reanimate spell? Yeah, Persist. I have. That card's sweet. That's going to be a thing. You might want to Google the intricacies. My memory's rusty. Once you had those 3 cards, you could put 1,000,000 entity activations for 0 on the stack and then loop Safi Lark and any 2 power or less with an interesting enter the battlefield. That seems like right up my alley. That sounds really cool. I mean, Vandal blocks better than Spellskite, and it's what I want to evolve next turn. I'm actually going to go Masked Vandal. Does this tip my opponent off that I just drew an evolution? Probably not. They might be like, oh, he played that because it blocks my Hex Drinker better than the Spellskite. But it's not. That's not the reason. I'm considering evolving it into Spyro. I mean, granted, they might have a stubby D. That's the big reason to play the color combination my opponent is playing. Oh, wow, they're just going to tap out. That's fantastic. I might just Blood Moon them, actually. I have a basic forest. Now, are we going to be able to beat, though, the 4/4 Drinker that they can make super powerful, though? Might also be just correct to get rid of the Drinker here with an evolution. I might just want to go get Skyclave and get rid of the Drinker. They have 3 cards. This is a chance for me to resolve my evolution. I mean, it'd be nice for me to wait, though, until... Well, this isn't going to resolve, right? The other thing to consider is just ignore this, because they do need to spend a lot more mana into this for it to be all that relevant. Hang on, let's attack first. I might just go get Spyro. My hand's kind of clumped up, and I kind of want to dump these 2 cards, and yeah, I think I'm just supposed to Spyro. Don't force me. Don't think they have it anyway. Be very surprised. It's tempting to Blood Moon them, but... Let's misplay. Why did I grab the WINota? Why did my brain just be like, you go get WINota? Of course you go get WINota, Bruce By. I meant to get the Spyro, and now we maybe lose. Oh, that's so painful. Like, I even talked about it. I said, let's go. Maybe I'm not awake yet. I need this tea to work. I need that caffeine. I can't explain it. Like, there wasn't like a second or third or fourth thought. I just did it. I mean, she's not the worst thing to accidentally go get, but like, I clearly meant to get Spyro. Tarmogoofy, it's a 4/5. She's looking worse and worse. I meant to get the Spyro. I'm so sad now. Aw. We were maybe going to win. Drown? We lose now. I mean, I'm not saying that the Spyro would have definitely resulted in a win. We'll see our next couple draws and see if the Spyro drew us into what we needed, which would be another WINota. That's so sad. Like, why did I throw this? There's no reason. They're also really, really low, so maybe they won't attack with both. Holy cow, they attack with both. I might win now. I need Strangleroot Geist off the top and them to not have anything. They have another Goyf? Okay, that explains why they attacked. At least we're getting to see what they're up to, and I can sideboard accordingly. But I'm just really sad that this happened, that this had to happen. We had this, maybe. Well, no, so we were going to see... We were going to accelerate into... I'll need to look at one more card deep, because Spyro would have accelerated us, and would have given us blocks, too. Ah, man, it's just so sad to, like, it's fine if this was like even a league. The fact that this is a challenge makes me so frustrated with myself, but it's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it's this is reality right now. I clicked the wrong thing. So we have to block all out. They just need a removal spell. I could have maybe mulliganed too, right? We saw, like, the companions, the nice thing is you see them before you consider mulligans. So, like, I did see the Luris. I just didn't make a note of it to you guys, but it's like, so we knew it was some Luris derivative. Do they just have enough mana to fully grow this? 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's look one more card deep. It would have been a Birds. Okay. But we would have had Spyro. I think it gives us the better chance, hands down. Grace could maybe go. They do have relevant blocks to make, but I might not have room for it. So those are the two things we can maybe cut. Magus stays. These stay. That's just so sad. Sorry, I'm still lamenting. Still lamenting a little bit. Oh, let's keep Shale if we're not going to run the Changeling. Yeah, I'm still lamenting. I hope they don't bring in Grafdigger's Cage. That would be a reason to keep the Vandal. All right, Revoker can name, but that's kind of minor. What do I need? Justice is great for this matchup because they're a Shadow deck. Almost guaranteed, right? They just didn't draw Shadow. This is still fine in this matchup, even if they don't. Let's just play better. Let's just play better. It's like sad because now I'm thinking back to the I'm thinking back to our last round 2. I mean, yeah, Linvala, yeah. Revoker turns off, you know, Hex. I'm not going to play Linvala, but I could play Skite, maybe. Let's just cut the Shale. I think Dryad, or I think these just, I don't know. Like, I like being able to pot up the chain, but I don't think we have all that much time either. We can just make it so that we're potting from 2 and above. I think I do want Kenrith Blade. I mean, the life gain from Herons can be so nice in this matchup. Even nicer than Kenrith in theory. And if we're not playing Bonder, I actually think I want Herons. Do we want to play some selfless effects? Or do we just want Skoos? Could play a selfless effect or two. Like, what are they going to be bringing in? They're going to have Fatal Push for WINota. They're going to have, yeah. The Geists are fodder. That's what they are. They're fodder. They're filler. I'm a little low on 2-drops now. Oh, no. Ooze is 1. The Selfless Spirit is a 2-drop. I'm just really kicking myself. Like, I meant to get Spyro. It gave us the best chance. Or Magus of the Moon them. Cut them off of the Luris ever. Cut them off of most of their deck. Like, I made a real mistake there, folks. I'm sorry you had to see that. Had to suffer through that with me. But let's cool off. So there've been 2 really, truly just like moments today. All right, let's keep this, I think. Double Pyre is awkward, though. They very likely Thoughtseize the first one, though. We can stick the second one. And if we can stick these, they're very good, I think. I don't know what this Wooded Foothills needs to be yet, because we might need red, because this might die. So let's play the bird off of the canopy. It's not really where you want to be. Canopy, want to be. But I think that's fine. Probably name a human here. Not that I think that they have a lot of counter magic. I mean, they probably just play Stubby D and Snapcaster and Drown in the Lock. I mean, the Drown in the Lock is relevant too for human. Oh wow, we just have a Stubby D here, or a Spell Pierce even. Like, what are we doing? Fatal Push? Wouldn't you have pushed my bird though? Second Pyre can just be dumped. They need to be more proactive than they're being here, I think. Right? Who's to say? Show me Thoughtseize. Show me... Safi, Lark, any 2 or power less with an interesting entered the battlefield. They're just doing nothing? This is great for us, I think. I mean, like, they might have removal for the WINota. We could lead Selfless. I'd probably lead Selfless. Are there anything interesting I should Pyre to this turn? Killing my bird? Killing my Pyro, it's fine. So we'll do it a little bit more slowly. Ooh, or I could just play another bird. I don't think I'd play the second Pyre. If I birded, what would I bird into? Or would I rather just have bird? Probably would rather just have bird and not. Oh wait, I think we cut shale, right? And we also don't have. Yeah, that's not really aligned because I think I just want the bird. I'd love to have had the Glyph Weaver too. I might just play the Glyph Weaver, but it's uncounterable. No. We might draw another land and just go for it, right? This is tough, right? Like, it's probably reasonable to still play the bird instead. Because, like, now I'm susceptible to Thoughtseize, right? But I can Pyre the Selfless itself for a WINota, so. Like, if I don't draw the land, we're just playing the bird. And it kind of results in a similar fashion. Gosh, what if we get, like, Shadow of Doubted if I go for the Pyre? That would be, like, dirty. That'd be sweet. I wouldn't even be... I mean, like, I'd be upset, but no, I wouldn't be mad for long, because that's just a sweet interaction. What are you up to over there, opponent? Shocking. Death Shadow. Dark Confidant. Scourge. Well, they're giving us the green light. So here's the problem. If I go for WINota, I don't actually get any triggers. If they had Thoughtseize, they would have already played it. What do I think about Ragavan? That card's sweet, Fever Pitch. Oh, and this shell? There's a lot of cards we're considering. The Ignoble Hierarch. Ragavan could be sweet for us. So I think it's Foothills, Bird. Like, getting WINota onto the table is good, but I don't actually get any triggers yet. I think I go Bird, say go. Would I Pyres the Selfless? I kind of want it to be Selfless. Would I Pyre the birds? I could go get Strangleroot. Or not, I can't. Sorry, I keep thinking I could. I could get Arbor and pod the Arbor into a Dryad. What is the end result of that? I have essentially... I lose 2 life to do that, but I have 1 extra power. And I'm already potted up the chain, and then I could pod into Spellskite. I'm thinking if that's better. It also pulls it out of our deck. And Dryad can attack just like the Dryad Arbor could. I don't know. I kind of like having open mana. Make them think. It doesn't change the number of WINota triggers. It doesn't even change the amount of attack power I'm getting in. I mean, like, it usually feels correct to be Pyring when I can Pyre, though. And I'm pulling 2 duds out of the deck by doing that. Yeah, like cards I really don't want to draw right now. I think I will do it. Makes our top decks better. Alright, don't kill me. They're not playing red for Battle Rage unless they're greedy and they're just splashing like a single red source or something. It might be correct to block. Yeah, there's quite a few new cards from Modern Masters too, but like I'm not just thinking about this deck, Fever Pitch. I'm thinking about like a weird like Ephemerate Grief. There's a lot of other decks I'm thinking about. I don't think they can kill us from here. If they have Battle Rage, they kill me anyway. Like a Dismember, let's see. Dismember and Cracking Verdant does kill us. Do we want to block with the Dryad after all? So we're already looking at them dealing 9 damage, right? 10 damage? Sorry, I'm looking at 10 damage. If they have a Dismember, I'm very dead. I think blocking is actually maybe legit. I could also just block and then selfless, but then I don't have the selfless for the WINota. See if they can make the shadow bigger than the Scourge. I might have been wrong. That's all they're doing. Tarmogoofy. Another shadow. Uncounterable. Yeah, I messed up maybe. Right, because I'm not getting the triggers. And then I have to block way more. And yeah, we needed a land there, didn't we? I think I'm just dead no matter how I block, right? And it's pretty obvious that they might have a removal spell here. This is awesome. I love seeing Bug Shadow. I didn't know this was a thing we could be doing. I wonder if I should be playing this deck. I used to play like a Traverse Shadow. I took to a couple of tournaments a long time ago. I really like the deck. This doesn't look like it's a Traverse Shadow, obviously. This looks like really fun, what our opponent's doing. Oh, I can block. Okay, hold on. So maybe we're okay. I don't know. I'm at 9, so like they grow the shadows to any length. I'm just dead. You think Modern Horizons 2 is one of the best sets so far? All right, let's exile this. One is not done. In before Collective Brutality. Any blocker? Put Luris into my hand. Wow, they just had like a really threat-dense draw. But maybe they're just a very threat-dense build. So there's the land that we needed. There's the land that I needed. Well, now we lose. Well, I don't know if a single Heron's Grace is going to be enough. I have to hit Lena here, right? That's if you're wondering why like I just randomly drew a card, I'm trying to draw us deeper to Lena. So technically I've done that. So I shouldn't really lament. Lena actually still doesn't save me, does she? Well, actually maybe she does. I think she buys me a turn. Because she makes 4 blockers. So now I have enough blockers, and I could maybe draw into the Pyre. Glad I played up my bird. These are small little edges. These are small little edges. And I'm going to be able to give Indestructible to everybody but WINota. We could maybe still win this, actually. I know you're like, wait, what? Despite everything? Yes, we might still win this. The selfless effects are very important in matchups like this. They don't have trample. They can't get the Hex Drinker to not be blocked. They only have 2 cards left. And next turn I can flash in the Heron's Grace for the lifelink Anthem. We had to hit Lena. Like this was our out. So you got to play to those outs. She was in the top 6. I should have looked more closely and seen if she was the bottom of that 6 to know if I was correct to crack the Horizon Canopy. So they should attack all out. They don't. Well, that's fantastic for us. Don't have some sort of weird way to trample over or deal damage opponent that I'm not aware of. Lena doesn't protect WINota from being drowned anyway. She only protects creatures with power less than herself. So I need to find a way They're at 9. My soldiers aren't humans, which I actually kind of wish they were in this situation. Opponent's at 9. I can't pot up the chain. I can't fetch. I can play Heron's Grace. I can buy us one more turn to draw to it. But we're going to take some hits on how our blocks go. I mean, that's all I need to do. I just need to buy us another chance to draw the WINota, right? I have an uncounterable Heron's Grace. Dried Arbor's already down. It might still be correct for me to play out the Foothills, because I can gain life on the Grace, but I don't know. We'll play it. Kick it back. Heron's Grace does turn into Kenrith. Did I take him out, though? I think I did. Yeah, we're missing a lot of meat. Like, this was the biggest meat that I could possibly... Like, meaty... Lena was one of the more meaty things I could hit. We're already down a game, so maybe this is just the match. But we're fighting on. We're trying. What's up, Jade? So, I put in the Grace. We start to gain a little life. I don't know. I don't know even know if that's right. Yeah, I think we do. So I can block the Hex Drinker positively with Heron's Grace, and it's uncounterable. Let's make sure that goes into the cost. This is like the situation where I wish these were humans, right? Like, we're glad they're not humans, but this is a situation, funny enough, where I wish they were humans. So we get to eat up the Hex Drinker. Us gaining life also shrinks the Scourge. Not that that's huge. I mean, we could top deck like a... Our best top deck would maybe be something like Fiery Justice, right? Or do I just need the attack power? Is the mana more important? The mana is probably more important than the evasion is probably more important than the soldiers. Only probably. And I probably need to even thin, because like me being at 4 versus 3 isn't a huge difference in this matchup. Another creature? Oh, put Lurrus into hand. They finally put the Lurrus in their hand. Lurrus is so good. All right. More red mana is probably correct. Gilded Goose. The goose is loose. That buys me one more turn. I don't actually have any potting I can do because we aren't running Shale or the Changeling, which is maybe a mistake to ever cut off the pod chain. Like, we're seeing Pyre not able to go up the chain. Also, there's no Kenrith. So, like, we're seeing like, I think we just lose after this point because I have to block almost all out. I don't have to block everybody because I have Grace and I have a food token now. But I have to block with virtually everybody. It might actually be correct for me to just hit them. I know that grows the shadow. Might be correct for me to just hit them. I'll go up to where one of the Goyfs isn't lethal. Put you to 6. I go to 6. I don't know. This Lurrus coming down is going to be so tough. Like, we can't grind this out anymore. Like, I have to just hit my win condition. And like, maybe blocking with Grace is better than going down on my mana because I only have limited mana to like play out a Pyro and also Pirate and also have mana. This is maybe a mistake from me. We're definitely blocking with Gilded Goose and one or more birds. If I can just take the hit from the Goyfs, though, I want to. Like, I want to just block the Scourge in the shadow, right? How are we still playing this game? I mean, it's hilarious. I mean, like, it's cool that we're fighting on and we're trying. And, like, yes, we drew essentially a legendary card. Maybe I should even keep the Goose and let go of the 2 birds and try to make more food next turn. We're at a virtual 9. But birds is mana for next turn. And don't I need, like, okay, Spyro into... Crack Spyro into Still Attack. No, Gilded Goose does the same for us. We actually should let go of the birds and keep the Gilded Goose. I think. It's close. But are we going to get to make a food next turn in addition to do something else? So we know we're definitely blocking with one bird. Is it goose or bird? Next turn, we have to draw Spyro or WINota, right? We need a 3-drop in WINota. We're still going to have the Heron's Grace. I needed a block with Heron's Grace, actually, instead of these, right? They're leading back the Tarmogoyfs, actually. Just fascinating. I think that's correct on their part, by the way. It's not that it's fascinating, it's correct. So actually, I'm not taking... The Shadow's not lethal. I mean, they might have a way to grow it, which would be really, really sad. Like, if they had a Dismember, I'm already dead, right? If they have a way to lose life, I think I actually keep and go super greedy and just make a food. I think I'm dead if they have a way to... Yes, I'm dead if they... We know their hand is Aluris. I think if they had a way to lose life here, I think Bug Shadow doesn't... I mean, they don't play Street Wraith. I don't think they have a way to lose life here unless they like brought in like a surgical or something weird. Which is not weird, by the way. They can hit WINota, but I don't think they brought it in. I think I go for the greedy block. Because I think if I don't have 2 WINota triggers next turn, it doesn't matter. Right? Because they've got the Goyfs to block with as well. Show me a way to grow your Shadow without your mana base. I'm pretty sure Bug Shadow mostly just uses their mana base to do so. Food. So there's been several turns where if they had the ability to grow the Shadow, it would have happened. Fiery Justice off the top. Doesn't even do it at this point, right? They left back the Goyfs. I mean, the Lurrus is probably enough on its own. Wow, they don't play Lurrus? What? What are you holding? We drew the Spyro. What are you doing over there, opponent, if anything? I'm kind of confused and a little concerned. We play on. Uncounterable Spyro. Untap land, please. Ooh, we hit some of our better hits, though. There. It's probably removal spell for WINota. But I still think we go for it. I mean, like, what are we doing if we don't do that? Nothing. Do they have the Shadow of Doubt? So what are our outs here? What does the WINota need to hit? WINota needs to see Banisher Priest, Spyros, and that's about it. I don't have many hits here. Magus of the Moon's also good to hit. Well, that's under the presumption that she lives. She might just be getting killed here with like an Assassin's Trophy. I imagine if they're not playing out the Lurrus, they have to have something. Vapor Snag kills us. Oh, they have the Snap. Okay. That should be game. This has been a fascinating game, though. Like, look at us going off from a really low base. I don't think I necessarily made all that many mistakes, too, this game. I did game 1 against them, which is so disappointing. I'd love to have a game 3 against them just because it's interesting. But yeah, I mean, if they weren't playing out the Lurrus, they probably had something. Yeah. I mean, you get to play Snap. You get to play Stubborn Denial. There's a lot of cool things about Bug Shadow. I really like this archetype. Like, I kind of wish it was more of a thing. I mean, neither is our deck, right? Our deck's a meme, too. Still a few people playing. Let's warm up. Let's keep warm, I mean. Let's play some more games. I think our Ad Nauseam matchup is tough, but we could have won it. I think I did make a mistake. And then I think... and my confidence isn't dashed at all, or my cheerfulness, my happiness is not dashed whatsoever. I mean, my happiness is not rolled up in how successful our brew does today or not. Like, We already got the deck on. So greedy to get the basic forest here. I'm gonna do it. Like in my mind, we're already winners, right, Bruce By? Right, Bruce By chat, right, Brew Crew. It's good to see you, Jade. Oh, we drew the red source. Sweet. We have a lot of red source to draw to naturally. I don't think I slammed the WINota. I think we could even evolve the Skite depending on what our opponent's doing. So, I mean, yeah, if this is a matchup where we could just go for it here, we could. Spyro, dump these if we don't need them, but maybe we do want their backup WINota. Just depends. I think I'm going to go Goose, Windswept. This line, I think it's fine. Entity is part of the reason why. I need to get used to leaving mana open prior, because like this is where I go get the basic plains or forest. Doesn't matter too much. And then we entity for 3. This is a lot of damage. -10. And that was just the first strike. All right. We're doing all right. Like to take any games in a challenge feels good. I know you're like, wait, was that your expectations for our deck to like 1-5 drop? Like, no. We had that prelim, right? The 3-1 prelim. We've had a 2-2 prelim. We've had some 5s. We've had a lot of 3s and 4s in leagues. I do think the deck is more interesting and more competitive than people might give it credit for. But it's certainly a Mimi brew. Easy to say. I'll put the Arbor back in. And, oh, we're mulliganing. I mulled a 4. Let's put back the Garden. No, we put back Cavern. I mean, it depends on what they're doing. Could put back Thicket. Maybe it's wrong to do that. Maybe we want to make sure this is uncounterable. Let's say we're up against somebody where the uncounterability would be good. So Spirit, since we have a few other spirits in our list now. White. Now, this does say opponent, so this actually is able to... Okay, no. That's weird. So, like, Banisher Priest does still exile our own stuff, but this doesn't. Interesting. All right, Shale. Whoops. Need white mana for Shale. We'll play out the bird 1 turn slow because of the counters. If you're wondering why I'm playing this, it's because it's a bird. It's because it's a bird, because it's a cleric. You put counters on things, but the putting counters on things, as nice as it is, we are going to put quite a few counters on things this turn. I'm mostly playing this because this is a card we've tried before for synergies in our deck. I wouldn't play out the copper line here. What are our attacks like? They're not great. There's a Pyre. Sweet. I should have played this out, though, because it hurt us for this turn. All right, so which direction do we need to go? So this is a core spirit, so we actually need to sacrifice the Shale. We can do that after combat. Unless we want to pod in a different direction. We have the Changelings. I don't need to attack with everybody. That doesn't even deal damage. If we leave the Shale, there's a lot of synergy for the Pyre. So I can't pod the Apparition up. There isn't a core or a spirit that's at 4. Match is still going. Get some matches still going. 1 match is still going. 2 matches still going. It might be correct for me to go for the Masked Vandal line and keep the Shale. Like that means we're going off 1 turn slower. Like I'm thinking I'm supposed to Pyre this bird that didn't get the counter on it for Masked Vandal, and then we can go up to Spyro. Yeah. Vandal, choosing not. Put a counter on it. It's a 2/4, just great. Or we just draw a Spyro. Or we just draw it. And now I'm really, really, really punished for not playing this. I actually can't play it this turn. Whoops. Actually, in that case, what we should do is I should just Pyre... Unless I hit evolution, I couldn't. All right, because of evolution, I'm going to Pyre this now. I'm less interested in getting the 2 damage, more interested in potentially going off. We don't, but that's okay. I mean, maybe our opponent's just dead at this point. I have no idea. We saw a lot of synergy for the Shale this game. Put counters on things. Did I mess up the stream or you... Oh. No. We're goldfishing predicted. I'm still waiting for my opponents to be done. So I'm just goldfishing a little bit in between rounds. It like keeps my brain active, and I think it's just honestly more interesting for you guys too. We could keep this and it's super greedy. Don't keep this hand. Don't keep this hand and name bird. Don't do it to yourselves, folks. Don't do it. Just because it looks like the hand works. Don't do it. That's one I wanted to resolve more. Guys, we're just bird tribal. Guys, we're bird tribal. Maybe I would try to moon them here. I thought our match started because it was slowing down. All right, so we probably just want to go get a Spyro off of this Eldritch and set up for this, right? Sacrifice our Gilded Goose. And play another Gilded Goose. Spyro's just so good. It's just so good. Like, we try to search it out pretty much every opportunity. I'm sad to see the Lena drawn. It's okay, it happens. A not uncounterable WINota of note. Not uncounterable. Swings. I think we'll swing with the Spyro too. Entity, WINota. I'm going to grab another Spyro. Dump probably those two. Blade Historian, Kenrith that I can't activate. Probably just take the Historian. Because we know we're not going to stitch together the trample synergy since both of them were clustered together. And nearly lethal. Nearly lethal. Oh, this is bird, not spirit. I was sitting here thinking I could cast the Geist off that, and I can't. Alright, hasty. Hiya, they're most likely dead here. Probably very dead, right? I mean, I don't really even... I mean, like, I'm not thinking about their life total being what it is, right? Like, I'm thinking about there might be blockers over there. Heron's Grace paints our humans with lifelink, gives them more power. We'll take the Vandal. There's the Kenrith, but I don't have red mana open. Might still be better to take Kenrith and Entity, though, because it's 5 power. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just Magical Christmas. I mean, like it's going to be Magical Christmas if we're playing a linear deck against no opponent. It's just cool to see what turn we go off, rather. Birdman. This is the Birdman build. They're still going at it. One of these, Draco or Mana Productions, is probably Control, right? Or Prison. Keep. This one lander looks a little bit cleaner than the last, but it's not much better. Wow. I really shouldn't have kept this. And maybe you would need to play out the Spell Skite there. Well, maybe you wouldn't be able to. Maybe they would have killed your bird. So greedy that I kept. Don't do this to yourself. Again, I think I just go Eldritch for Spyro. Yeah. And again, if you need to play like the Spell Skite or the Teague there, you could before. Maybe that's what I want. We had to keep the Eldritch. I'd probably rather play Skite. I would have played Skite first. Oh, wow, we drew the Pyre. Is that better than me just playing out the Spell Skite, though? Probably not. Spell Skite's going to be better. Oops, I accidentally went to combat. It's fine. Let's just go back. Meant to do this. Last turn, I meant to do that. Swing. Spell Skite is not a defender. Very relevant. Moon. Lena make a bunch of tokens. 7's pretty healthy. What else do I hit here? Kenrith, Banish a Priest. Just depends on what we need. Sweet. Evolutioning is almost as taxing as Pyring. Pyring's slightly better, I think. No, it's not. Yes, it is. But what am I pyring for? I went a little quick there and I was, oh yeah, we're gonna pyre the Spyro or the Magus, and go get guaranteed one of our pieces, the Bonder, and I do have red mana for this, so we're gonna give it haste off of the Kenrith. See, I am thinking about the little lines, and now we have the trample synergy. So even if they had blockers, it doesn't matter since we have Bonder and everybody's got trample, and then you would pull all the other humans out of the deck, and it doesn't matter. All right. It's gotta be time now. Holy cow, they're still going. We could be paired against one of them, by the way. Doesn't mean they're going to be control. Keep this hand's a little land heavy, but I think it's fine. Since we already have the basic plains in my hand, it doesn't matter if I get basic forest off of foothills or whatever. If we don't draw another red source, I will shock. Stomping. I'm going to dump the entity. I might keep Pyre in this situation. Depends on whether or not Magus of the Moon is relevant here. I'll be greedy and keep the canopy, I think. Alright, so we could get the WINota on the table this turn. It's definitely a why not. Would certainly do it. Gives us a trigger. Maybe you would hang back on Spyro in this case, because the block might be better. Banisher Priest, maybe we got to get rid of something. When we're goldfishing, it gets rid of my own stuff, so I'm not going to choose it, but that's probably what we would select. I mean, it's nice to start working on this plus Kenrith. Alright, so we could flash this Heron's Grace in after we get all our triggers. This is a really cool synergy. Watch this. 2 triggers. Historian. And a whiff. Flash this in. Paint everything with 1/1. Sorry, paint all our humans with 1/1 and lifelink. We don't die there because we gained a bunch of life, but that's okay. I think I Pyres the Grace into Kenrith and we just have it, right? And play Arbor? No. Pyres, activate Pyres. I need 1 more mana, right? Because I want red mana also for... I want to attack with the birds instead, is where my mind's at. So Pyres the Grace, because it's already done what we need it to do. And this is why I like... We'll leave open Sunbaked. Pyre this. Go get Kenrith. Kenrith gives himself haste, which is sweet. Swing... There's lots of little cool intricacies to the deck that we've built into it. I mean, like, are they too cute? Probably some of them. We'll figure out which ones are too cute eventually. This is, I mean, like, the time to do that certainly was the leagues and the preliminaries I've been playing, right? Not the actual event. They're still playing. My goodness. This is a time for me to, like, finish my drink and maybe eat some banana bread. I have a little bit of banana bread. Hopefully you guys are having a nice day today. I see a lot of new faces. I don't know if I would keep this, but we'll just keep it since it's a practice game. Play our bird. I'd probably still rather kill off the goose. I should have tapped it for its mana though first because I could have played the bird. That was a mistake. I meant to use the food to make the bird. It's all right, but that was a misplay. Oh no, the worst place to draw the thicket maybe ever. So we go get WINota off of Pyre, right? Instead of... No, I think we would Evo because it gives us 1 more trigger. I could have gotten a... I could and should have gotten a white source there. Alright. Do our thing. 4th trigger, better than 3. Like, if we have the option between Evo and Pyre, we're going to pick Evo, right? Moon them. Seems good. Bonder or Spyro. Actually, Spyro might have been correct there. WINota gives herself haste. That does come up sometimes, and it's a little sad when it does. I think I should have maybe taken the Spyro. Just seeing how this all shaped. Could dump the Magus for the double striker. I think that's worth losing 1 trigger. Like, because maybe Magus isn't what we need, you know? Oh, you know what? We already dumped our Blade Historian, so this will just get champion. That's a little sad. And we don't die here because of how lifelink works. Our life total is the only life total, so it's weird. We're also our own. I wish they just like gave you a dummy. Like I know that's weird. I'd rather keep the Geist maybe actually in this case. Lena makes tons. Like in other words, like like a dummy opponent life total or something, or just a practice dummy essentially. Be nice. All right, 38 seconds. So we're not going to start another. So this is the list. Actually, I'd rather show it to you in here. Looks better here. Oh, those are some cards we're thinking about. I do think the Revelark could be a neat thing, the Safi combo. I was looking into doing something with Safi. I just didn't know that Revelark Mirror Entity was a thing, but we also would have to run some other end of the battlefield. We'd have to be like, what? Charming Prince would let me scry through the deck and gain a bunch of life. That's probably not what we want. We probably want something more robust. Do you have any ideas, Lazy 1992? Can you think of anything else? What about Eternal Witness? It needs to be... Isn't Safi... Eternal Witness, get all our stuff back. Get all our lands back. But I can't put them into play. Is it like Renegade Rallier even? Renegade Rallier would let us go up on mana, wouldn't it? Oh no, power 2 or less. I don't think Safi works with... No, Safi does work with Renegade Rallier. Why did you say power 2 or less? Oh, because of Revelark. Revelark says power 2 or less, doesn't it? Yes, so you have to combo... That's like a really weird wombo. I mean, like, Revelark we can get off of Evolution, but I don't know. That's really interesting. That's really kind of cool. We've tried, like, incorporating Kiki combo into this. What if Revelark really is the spice? I wish it could get back a WINota. This is, like, really neat to think about. A different angle for sure. I'll keep this. I think it is a 2-lander, although a little bit vulnerable. There's certainly, like, better 6s, but not many. Let's say, hey, good luck and have fun. Oh, wow, we need to Blood Moon them yesterday. Yes, that's what we're going to try to do. So I am going to go basic forest. Especially since I just drew the Sunbaked, that's less of a problem. And then they kill my bird off of their Renin 6, and then we're very sad. This is when I need to be on the play, right? We just need to ruin the dice roll in this meta, right? Because of Renin 6. This is where I wish you were scavenging ooze. I mean, Gilded Goose. Ren, kill my bird. Yep. Yep. We're going to lose this. My draw was a little too anemic, and we needed to win the dice roll too, I think, to beat Ren. Do I just play Pyres, say go? Like, I can't justify playing Dryad. We can justify playing Dryad after the Pyre is on the table and I could activate it, but I can't justify it. Like, I played out the bird hoping they didn't have Ren in 6. We can Pyre the Arbor. Oh boy, we're in a lot of trouble. That sucks. I mean, Ren 6 is pretty prevalent too, so it's like, that's something I'm thinking about even with the new Hierarch. The new Hierarch, that was the practice game. Oh, they tap out though. Maybe I do something different. The old 5-color greed. We could go, we could do something different here, which is instead of Pyring, I could go Arbor Birds. That gives me the higher potential to moon them. They'll kill birds. We keep Arbor. It's not really doing what we need. I think I should just Arbor and Pod the Arbor. Or Pyre. I keep saying Pod because I'm used to playing Birthing Pod back in the day. At least this doesn't die to the Renin 6. I think I certainly spend another removal spell on it. And it sucks to, like, not fetch this out, to, like, literally spend it as a land drop. Feels awful, but we're in trouble. We're in trouble. They might even play, like, if they have a second Ren in 6, I would consider going Ren, right? Like, we get to moon them next turn, but they might have a bolt. Is this anger? What are we doing? Kai's Guile? Okay. If you're wondering what archetype they are, they're playing Niv. 5 mana Niv. What other Niv is there, right? So they're going to Niv next turn. We're not getting this, and it's fine. Like, I know that Ren and 6 on the play is tough for us. Well, maybe we do get it. Hold on. Bird. Pod the bird for our changeling. Glad we added that because Shale would not work here. Shale is a 1/1. So we're going to go get the... Too bad there's no Utopia Sprawl to kill here. This is not really a matchup where I want to be playing around with Pyre. I want to be playing Spyros. This deck always wants to be playing Spyro. I hope they just tap out for Niv. Kind of. Like, we hope they tap out for Niv and then I just moon them. Spyro is indeed number 1. They also play Omnath. So, I mean, there's a lot of powerful Haymaker spells they could have here. Bring to Light. Explore. What's nice is I don't have to spend an evolution, but I might want to. No, I wouldn't. I would still just activate Pyre. Does this kill my other creature? Does this Teferi bounce my Pyre? Teferi bounce my Masked? Oh, wow, they bounce the Pyre, so we get to moon them. If I draw a land, I might still use Pyre to moon them. I'm going to hit the Teferi, I think. This moon might be game. I mean, I have to respect the Wrenn, but it's not ready to ult. We might get this. We do get this. All right, sweet. I have green. Well, so we'll kill the Planeswalker. We'll go get Magus of the Moon. That's a stomping ground. Nice mountains, yes. Holy cajoli, are we going to get this? I mean, I think I'm supposed to respect the Wrenn at 6, right? But I've kept it off ultimate long enough. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't respect it. Maybe I just go face. It's not like it's doing anything. I'll attack them and I'll attack the Wrenn just to keep it off ult here and there. But I think I should also pressure my opponent. Spellskite. I wonder if I should keep the Skite. Probably not. I should probably pod up the chain. I mean, like, we could wait a turn. I don't know. I don't think they have outs to the Magus. It's still going face. I think I just go up the pod chain. If he has Bolt, you might be done. I don't think they play Bolt. Don't they play... Their hope is to find a basic in Helix. Well, then we can just keep the Skite. I'm not in a rush necessarily, right? I mean, I'd love to get them dead faster, sooner than later. We do have Pyre targets for Skite in the form of Entity. Or is the Entity down? No, we have Entity still. So if I go grab Entity, I am just like killing them next turn, right? They're at 14. I can pump. I don't kill them next turn unless I draw a land, right? Even then, it doesn't kill next turn. I think we wait until I deal a little bit more damage to them, and then when getting Entity in the turn after is lethal, maybe it's correct. So let's not be hasty to throw the Skite away. But there was something I could pod for, or Pyre for. I'm gonna keep making that mistake today and saying pod. You know what I mean when I say Pyre or pod. Let's ignore the Wrenn. Well, Wrenn is able to ult now, so I guess I respect that, right? Do we actually hit the Wrenn? Does the Wrenn ultimate actually help them? All that much. Like, am I supposed to respect this? I wonder if I just don't even care. Maybe it was wrong for me ever to hit the Wrenn, and I should have just kept hitting my opponent. No reason to risk it. I'm trying to think of, like, I guess if they are on bolts, then yes, this is, like, terrible. We have lots of top decks that get us back into our deck. Like, I would maybe consider Eldritching the Spellskite for, like, this is a very conservative line we're taking. So they get to bolt Skite, and then they get to kill Skite with the Wrenn and 6. And then they get to bolt my Magus. Oh, they didn't have bolt bolt. Oh wow, and we just drew Spyro, now we maybe win? Cavern Bird, okay. I'm trying to think, folks, give me a sec here. Blade Historian just kills the Wrenn and 6 here. Blade Historian lets me kill the Wrenn and 6. I think I want to. I might rather have Kenrith than Blade Historian. Watch this. Let's play the Gilded Goose. I need to think of these lines more now that we're playing Pyres. So I'm going to kill my own Blade Historian to give myself Kenrith. Oh, that was wrong, actually. I thought I was going to have 1 extra mana. That was 100% wrong. It's fine. I mean, it's not fine. That was a mistake. I thought I was going to have 1 extra mana, and I don't. I mean, they're not... It's not like their deck's a combo deck, per se. I mean, like, I'm terrified that they have the Valakut and everything, and, like, they do kill me now. I may have had lethal there if I kept the double striker. That was a mistake. I shouldn't have played out the Gilded Goose. I didn't need to play the Goose. If I was going to go get Kenrith, I needed to make sure that I left open a red. That was my bad, folks. I think we may lose maybe now. So they have a Valakut. And it's well justified if we did lose. Cool. I played loose there at the end. I meant to play the Kenrith and then consider if I could play out the Dork, and I didn't calculate properly. It's okay. We got rewarded despite my bad play. I know. Should we get rewarded for that? Probably not. They have ways to gain life. Maybe the Ferocodon is good. Abolisher's okay. They don't have a lot of permission though. They're trying to just sweep me, so we should run our selfless effects. Mark and Favor work in this matchup. Ish. They do go bigger than us in the form of Niv, but a lot of my threats are just as big as their threats. Definitely Mark. Maybe Favor. Maybe Favor. I mean, Fiery kills Omnath, but I don't think that's what this matchup is about. Veil is interesting. Sometimes they have permission post-board, like they'll have Aethergust, but Veil doesn't really help us when it comes to Gust, because Gust is put, not counter. I don't know if I want Veil. They do have some black removal, so this can be useful, but I think it's a little too specific. We don't need Bond or Grace, I don't think. I do want to keep these pieces. Definitely want to keep Lena, because another selfless effect is good. We want as many of that as we can have, I think. 3 selfless effects. These are kind of weak. I mean, Banisher does have things to hit, but I think Skyclave I'm more interested in. The name of the game is Protect the Magus of the Moon, right? So I want all of these effects. I think Arbor into Loam Dryad is just too slow. I also don't know if I really want them in this matchup. I know it's awkward to cut like Mana Dorks and lands, but I think that Arbor has a real price in this matchup. I mean, since we're running Pyre, it's less so. Teak stays. Ooze could go, actually. Vandal does hit Utopia Sprawl, so I kind of like keeping the Masked Vandal. We could cut like the Shale, because I'm keeping the Vandal in. We could cut Shale, perhaps. Like these are the things I'm most interested in cutting, slimming down on, these 3. I think I'd rather have the Ferocodon. Definitely when we bring in Ferocodon, I need to consider cutting like Grace. So this is a 60. This might be the right 60. Because, I mean, Strangleroot Geist is kind of resilient and better than it looks. It also tutors into the apparition. I think I'd rather cut. I mean, it's awkward to turn off my. I don't know if I cut. I would cut Loam Dryad before I would cut Arbor. You know what? Let's do this. Well, no, actually, Gilded Goose is kind of better than Birds in this matchup a little bit. I know you're like, wait, what, Bruce By? A little bit. Just because they're a Renin 6 deck. I don't do that often enough, but I wonder if I should start doing that from now on. So we're not going to run the Shale, and that's fine. Our pod chain still works because we have the Changeling. Yeah, that was definitely an oof. I messed up. I mean, I'm still learning some of the lines, so forgive me. This hand does actually make mana with Loam Dryad. You might be like, wait, what? I'd have to go get the Arbor, though. That's a little risky, isn't it? But it does cast the Pyro on time if I go Dryad into Keep. And I feel like I don't think my opponent would, and since I'm fetching into it, they don't actually get to interact. All right. Let's see if we can make this card work, right? I'd love to have an uncounterable Spyro, though. Now, if they kill the Loam Dryad in response to my fetch, that works. But I don't think they'll have the wherewithal to do that. I don't think they'll do that. Like, would you kill this Loam Dryad in response to me fetching? I don't know if I would. Nah, I wouldn't do it either. This does actually make the extra mana I need, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Why am I sitting here thinking this ramps me? This just filters me. That was dumb of me. That was kind of dumb of me. Why am I sitting here thinking that actually would cast the Spyro? Oh, they didn't have the Renin 6, though, so maybe it's okay. I'm sitting here thinking that was going to get us to the Spyro for some weird, godforsaken reason. That was questionable. And now I just get swept up in their anger because I don't have the Glyph Weaver. They don't always have the anger on 3. If I can get the Glyph Weaver on the table, maybe this... I mean, we got game 1. It's okay. There's going to be a game 3, even though I just made a questionable play. That was also a whoops. I don't know why I was thinking this was going to get us to the Spyro. I think the better line was just go Dryad, play Goose, say go. So they got a basic. They do not want to get mooned again. I understand that. If I mooned them, I would only be cutting them from Valakut, which is important to cut them on. Could also just Skyclave this Dryad. I think that might even be correct instead of doing anything else. Like, yes, I'd like to protect myself, but like I'm scared of this. They also can't cast their Big Scary. If I give up the food token, I'd have to name Spirit here on this Cavern, which I don't really want to do. They don't have a ton of permission though, so it's okay. I think we get rid of Dryad. I think this is too good for them. Let's name Spirit. And I also don't go down the food token this way. If I did go down the food token though, this can tap with the Dryad though. So I actually think I'm going to do that. I think getting rid of that's correct, and we will make a green. Tap, please. I think trading resources is correct that turn. I mean, now I just get Bring to Light swept, though, right? Or even now? What is this? Another one? Okay. They had a second one, not much I could do. Oh, they just have a lot of lands. Okay. We definitely get the Selfless on the table, 100%. Hands down. Would do again. White, Goose, Glyph Weaver. They're looking to sweep us, or they'll use the first few Valakut triggers to kill my things. Sweet. They have one card. They're not a Yorion build. They're not fetching their fetches, which is usually true for them. They'd rather have the fetch than do the thinning. Do the thinning thing. I feel pretty safe to do things. There's a Lena I could cast, almost, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can almost cast. That's funny, I can almost cast our Lena. Hard cast our Lena. I could just put Kenrith into play. I'm going to go with Spyro, though. Not attacking with apparitions, that's fine. It's tempting to try to think about the pipe dream. That I have hard cast the Lena before, but I think it's a pipe dream. We already played our Arbor out. This fetches up a basic, which I may want to do instead of just playing out my stomping ground. Also, I can make a food or eat a food. We're setting up nicely, but I need to find Pyre. I need to find Eldritch. I need to find WINota. We have 10 hits in the deck. We'll just make a food. Oh, there's lots of things in my opponent's deck that I'm scared of. I'm not scared of the sweepers anymore because it's selfless. I've got the first sweeper checked. They're not really doing a whole lot over there yet. Their deck is a lot of lands. The Dryad Valakut decks, like, there are a lot of land. They just are. So this happens sometimes. Their deck is very powerful, though. You know, like Titan, Amulet Titan is a ton of land, but it is. We might see them toast this. All right, let's make food. Making some food. Spellskite is good. Doesn't die in some of their sweepers. I don't know. I don't want to overcommit, but I would love to protect. Try to protect the Glyph Weaver. If we were to attack, it would be like this. And they're tempted to kill the Spyro, but Spyro makes me dudes, which I kind of want, don't I? We'll start the attacks. They give us the tokens. Okay. Do I have enough mana to not chalk to still play the Spyro tokens? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't want to lose both of my foods. Let's just shock to do it. It's logical. This game isn't ours just because we've maneuvered Skite and Selfless onto the table. My opponent also just didn't have a lot of cards, right? Like, they had a Bolt that they spent and Dryad and not much else. I think this is better than... So we're giving up a food, too, to do this on time, but I think that's good in the long run, just to make the elementals now. Strangy can... Strangy. Wow, Strangle might be something I hold back. It doesn't really add to the board here yet. I don't think I'm trying to slam past the Dryad, right? So if I attack with Selfless and all my elementals, he eats up an elemental, and then what, right? I guess I would also attack with the Loam Dryad. I mean, like, if I play the... You know what? Let's just get aggressive. Let's just do it. I'm not losing a whole lot. Everything but Skyclave, the Spellskite. Let's just get this going. They only have one blocker. I think me playing safe is playing dumb in this case. Like, sure, they might kill Dryad here. So what? I'll make another food. I think that's fine. Ooh, they're pathing my Glyph Weaver. So we're going to redirect this to the Spellskite off of... Do I want to pay life? Or food is 3, whereas the Phyrexian is 2. I was thinking about maybe using the food to pay for this. All right, so let's get pathed. Let's go get our basic... basic plains, right? Might still be forest because if we do get the Magus of the Moon on the table, it might be better for me to be able to evolution more easily. Let's go second forest. So they do have good blocks now, unfortunately. It's amazing that this thing's a 2/4. Oh, they're just going to eat up my Strangle? Is their last card like a surgical effect or something? Okay. They only get half my strangle. They only get half of it. Put them to 10. That was not nearly as much damage as I was hoping to have dealt there. That sucks. Alright, their turn. So how are you guys doing today? It's Saturday. It's Memorial Day weekend, right? It's just, hope you guys have fun plans. Hey, yeah, exactly. Damage is damage. I think I need to start chipping in. Let's make another food. Do they have a way to stop us? $4 a.m. on a Sunday. It's relaxing. Nice. We swing everything, right? Cliffweaver doesn't need to swing, but I might as well. I mean, we're not playing the deck not to make a million WINota triggers here and pull every human out of our deck possible, right? Now we're gonna miss a lot because both Lena and Kenrith got dumped earlier, and we're dumping the entity. Oh man, nope. WINota gives herself haste. We did cut quite a few humans after we sideboarded. There's the Magus. There's the Blade Historian. We left in the ones that can still... We left in enough that he's done. Okay. We're 2-2. We're 2-2 in the challenge today. Here's our list. We have incorporated Pyre of Heroes into the WINota deck, and I'm really, really, really liking this deck. We tried Pyre before, and I'm only playing 2, and I'm playing a similar number that you might see out of what? There's a Pyre of Heroes red-black goblins that plays Snoop and Kiki-Jiki Mirror Breaker, so it's kind of a nod to what's working for them. I'm giving it a shot. Let's go into this interface, a little more space, a little more spacious. And we can chat. Whenever you guys type, your avatar actually says what you're typing, which is kind of fun. We can do other things in here too, like I can throw bombs or points. There is a point system. It's kind of a fun little something. And you like make blocks and stuff, and like I can like do all sorts of things with it. It's just kind of goofy, just kind of fun. Anyway, hope you guys are doing fine this Saturday. So what can I say about the deck? It's so much fun. I love Silver Bullet kind of tutor decks, and this is really scratching that itch. You missed the kaboom. Do you still have points, Jade? B-Boy says, I love my avatar. Oh, you like Piccolo? Yeah, it's like I went with like a mixture of like there's everything from like Nintendo, so Pokemon to hey, you bombed us. Nice. See, there's a random Vegeta in there somewhere. That's just fun. So yeah, DBZ characters, Digimon, Pokemon, random. There's a Gundam floating around in there. Random MTG bot is a dinosaur, which I feel like is so appropriate that MTG bot is a dinosaur. Seriously, because like it's ancient, right? This is ancient technology, so it's kind of funny that MTG bot is a dinosaur, Brontosaurus. If you're wondering what we're waiting on, we're just actually let's keep ourselves warm. Let's play another goldfish. But it's just fun. I see somebody's Samus. Good choice. You changed yourself to a raptor. Can you tell other people how to do that, Jade? Did you find the link? We can't really consider keeping this, right? If I did, we'd have to evolution. We'd have to draw another land first. It's an easy mulligan. We're playing 23, 22 lands, right? 22? We're playing 22 lands now, right? But 8 turn 1 kind of things that maybe ramp us. They don't always. It's the thing with the Dryad. Keep. Probably keep here, put a WINota back. Need to see our Firelit Thicket, or we just draw Goose. Still doesn't get me to Spyro, but it gets us closer. I would just chalk in the Geist, probably. It's an extension, so there's Stream Avatars extension in Twitch that you see. Do you have to be on your desktop? Deck seems cool. I'm glad you're liking it, B-Boy. Let's evolution for Spyro. We could evolve the Strangleroot, but I feel like, well, it might still be correct to evolve Strangleroot instead of the Goose into Spyro, by the way. Because like now I need 2 land drops. I actually think that was a mistake. But we did end up getting the 2 land drops. Not that that justifies my loose play there, but I think I actually was supposed to evolve the Strangle instead of... I guess I'm used to doing it to our birds, but that was maybe wrong. Shock it in, shock it in. Oh, I need white on this Temple Garden. A little bit of fast tap action there. But is it really faster if I mess up? Masked Vandal, I'll take it instead of a nothing. It does count as a human. It's a changeling. Entity or Banish a Priest. Just depends on the matchup. You win. You haven't tried to do it on your phone? All right, I haven't figured out what script you have to enable. If you blanket disable them like me, when I changed blanket, change reloaded. Huh. Fascinating. There's not nearly as many people playing long this time. I wonder if there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches going. We have some O2 drops. We're not in that category today. We're playing on. Maybe those are all the losses we're going to get today, right? Ad Nauseam is tough, even though, like, I did make a mistake game 1 not getting the Magus of the Moon. Ad Nauseam is just tough. Our Sultai Shadow opponent, that deck looks so cool. And they had very threat-dense draws. Let's see. Shadow, the 2-drop Shadow they play now, Skyclave. They're playing Goyf. They're playing Luris. Well, they're always going to have Luris. But, yeah, it was just a really, really threat-dense draw. I feel like it's so hard not to consider playing the Luris decks. I mean, Luris is just so silly. I don't think that... I don't know. Like, have they really figured out how to... like, is the companion mechanic really balanced now that they've added the extra 3 mana to it to put it into your hand? I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, we even see some iterations of Burn playing Luris because it's not hard for them to get to 3 mana. If they run out of gas, they have access to Luris. That's just kind of the world we're living in. It's a Luris world that we're living in. Anyway. Yeah, really, really liking the inclusion of... this is a super greedy keep for me. Don't keep these hands. Wow. Did not draw second land. We'll never draw second land. Let's try to draw the second land by sacrificing a bird. Spyro. Dump, dump. Did not get there. Gilded Goose. You know what's funny though? Deck still did the thing, but I would shudder to think that this would have worked. Like this is a very easily disrupted draw. You know? Champion only bumps up the Pyro, but I'll take a 3. I'll take a something than a nothing. This will probably be a Dryad Arbor. Drew the Blade Historian, that's awkward. But we have to be prepared for such things. I might get the Geist in there. It's got haste, which is sweet. Been really liking Geist. Like, we've played it as a Voice of Resurgence before. That's a whiff. It's okay, those happen. WINota, if we want to make her indestructible. Lena, which makes us lots of soldiers. Makes us 9 soldiers. Mirror Entity. No. It's a no. Kenrith? Or Magus of the Moon, depends. Probably would take Magus of the Moon there. Alright. Hopefully this deck is enjoyable for you guys to see goldfished and kind of to see like, okay, this is what Bruce Spy's doing, Mulligan. This hand's a little slower, but I'm going to give it a try. Let's tuck the entity. Drew a shale. Okay. During their end step, I'm just going to do it now since we're playing against ourselves. I guess I would consider that. No. We still get Stomping Ground, even though I could play Shale. Ooh, Teague. I'd probably rather play Teague. Well, it does depend on what they're up to, if I would play Teague or Shale. I'll play Shale. We're trying to test this card. This is a new inclusion today. So here I could play Teague and go fetch out our Arbor. I think that's foolish. I think I should just Spyro easily. Green, green. Yes, please. Red, red. We get to put tokens on these, maybe. Let's dump the Teague. Let's dump the specific cards. I don't know if they're good against our opponent's hypothetical deck. Attack and put counters. Didn't have to put the counters there. Could wait. Evolve the Spyro, right? Go get WINota. Attack. We definitely wait for these to come out of the deck. And we're seeing the Shale Lena Wombo having an active Shale before the soldiers come out. Do we miss? No, we only miss once. Might be correct to take Spyro, but I'm actually going to go for the Blade Historian here. Put counters on things. Are we just dead now? Are they just dead? Yeah, they die right there. That was sweet. Right, because that's 6 from the Blade Historian, 8 from Lena, 4 from each of the Elementals, and then 2 from the Shale. That was sweet. That was turn 3 kill, right? It said turn 3, but I actually think that's wrong. I think that's wrong because this is a very awkward opener. I don't think I would keep this. If I did keep this, we're tucking Kenrith, I think. Might be correct to keep Kenrith, actually. This looks like a good turn 2 Magus of the Moon. Because we can even get our other basic force. I already have basic planes in my hand. So we just very cleanly do this, do that, make this. Probably want to get the Shale going. It might be correct to get our Apparition on, though, and that would mean maybe not attacking during their end step. We make a food token. Land. Cast the Apparition. And now let's say, in theory, I get to start getting in with the Magus of the Moon. No blocks. There's a WINota. Sweet. Do I leave open this, or do I want to leave open red for Kenrith? Probably red for Kenrith, although there's a lot of... Is it more likely that I hit Kenrith, or is it more likely that I hit a 1-drop off of a Spyro? It's more likely that I hit 1-drop off of a Spyro. So let's leave open the forest. Grab the entity. Better than nothing. Probably give WINota haste instead of the random masked Vandal. So we did not hit a Spyro or Kenrith. Probably want to flash in the Heron's Grace after triggers. Or we just grow our team. So in response to this Spyro trigger, I'm going to flash in Heron's Grace. Now, in response to this trigger, I can do something kind of cutesy. I can paint everybody to be a human with the Mirror Entity. Mirror Entity doesn't just Anthem. Mirror Entity says, until end of turn, creatures you control have base power and toughness X/X and gain all creature types. Heron's Grace Champion says, flash lifelink. When Heron's Grace Champion enters the battlefield, each other human you control gets +1/+1 and gains lifelink. So this is actually kind of net us quite a bit of damage. And then everybody gets the +1/+1 and the lifelink. Now, we're not actually going to kill our theoretical opponent here because we are our opponent. I could just pull this out of our library, but we'll stick with this one. So we don't die there, and that's why, if you're wondering why we didn't die. I don't have enough green to play birds and do the Kenrith thing, but we'll still go grab Kenrith because he hastes himself. Not hates himself, he hastes himself. There's a difference, right? Heron's Grace, go get Kenrith. Oh, no, we already dumped the Kenrith, didn't we? No, we didn't. Go get Kenrith. Kenrith activation. Oh, we don't have to do it yet. Oh, no, we do need to do one activation now. Otherwise, he doesn't get to attack as well, and we want to do that. And now we're just hoping to stitch together the trample combo, right? Or find a Blade Historian. That's good, too. Trample double strike is good enough. And that's the thing, by the way. something I've been thinking about and mulling over in my mind is Kenrith plus the double strike plus changeling usually is enough to punch through. So I do wonder if in later iterations, let's open a new copy. Let's open a new copy that's not a blue splash build. That's what everybody's been hoping I do. I think that we're getting further and further away from doing the full Wild Bonder thing. I think since we've reintroduced Mirror Entity to the deck, I do think this is really, really neat, and we've had a lot of fun with it. I think it was better when we also had Ranger and we had Legion Loyalist. If we brought that back into the deck, I think it's very different. And I do miss that card. I do think that Rangers were very good. I think I might like to free up more space for things like Strangleroot, just more meat, just more fodder for Pyre and Eldritch, which I think is overall better for the deck. It's very rare that you see this archetype without a playset of one or the other. So maybe that's what we start to do. I think our human count is healthy, honestly. I think these 4 heavy hitters are enough. Technically 5 because you should count Entity. I think that Kenrith is proving that he's enough. That the trample that he provides and the +1/+1 counters that he provides is enough. So this would give us room for the 3rd Strangleroot Geist. And then I think it's starting to actually look like a real deck. Strangleroot Geist lets me get the Skyclave off of Pyre, which is nice. Green's not a problem for us now that we've slimmed down on our white. So our mana base is really more like double green, double red, single white, except for a few exceptions. I'll show you those exceptions. There's 3 main deck exceptions. I don't count Blade Historian because red also pays for him. He's one of the more hard cards to cast. And actually, we'll put him in this pile. He is hard to cast. So we have 5 cards in the main deck that are a little bit tough to cast, but we are a Birds of Paradise Gilded Goose deck. In the sideboard, I've got a couple of white cards. Abolisher, and more importantly, Linvala, Keeper of Secrets. Sorry, Keeper of Silence. Linvala, Keeper of Secrets. She's great. I think that 6 or 7 cards that need the white, and like Blade Historian doesn't need white. It's just usually pay for him, obviously, in some combination of white and red. Between, Canopy, Temple Garden. Like, we have a lot of lands that help us here. But anyways, our match has started. So maybe that'll be better. And I think it's getting less and less cute, and we're finding the places where it needs to be more and more consistent, which is great. Yeah, I think more 2-drops is good. Because, like, the Pyres aren't a 2-drop creature. So we have 8 2-drops, and that's usually where most WINota, Eldritch Evolution builds anyway, of WINota start. That's where they begin. I'll keep this in the dark. We've got a couple semi-specific cards in our hand, the Priest and the Ooze. And Priest is no Skyclave. Priest we're just playing because of human count. If we actually, if I showed you real quick after this match, we can do, we can kind of check that out. The count. How many humans to how many non-humans the count is. We tried a Dwarven Mine build in a league. It really did not turn out well. Really did not turn out well. Depending on what they're doing, we might be able to go grab the Arbor. We're 2-2. Probably not, now that they're showing as Esper control. Oh, because I could get it here, but then it's going to slow me down. I'm going to get it. Going to be super greedy. And maybe they spend a removal spell on it. We have 2 other lands. I would not do this if I didn't have the other lands, I think. Little bit greedy. Very greedy, actually. Oh, did I think that they... Oh, shoot. I thought that was their end step, not mine. That's what I get for tabbing and thinking about other things. That's so funny. I thought it was their end step. I mean, it's not. That's not haha funny. That's maybe I just killed us funny. That's total punt. That was my bad. I thought it was their end step, not mine. Oof. Spell Snare? Yeah, so they're either Blue-Eye Control or Esper. Probably Esper, although at this point they've usually already played a black source. I think this is blue-white control, which is terrifying. I don't have Cavern in my hand. Okay, they are Esper, and they're going to kill my Arbor, or they're going to Archmage's Charm it, to Fairy bounce it. All of these things are good. I would bounce the Dryad, right? Don't you? So punished. I don't know what I'm doing. Like, I think the Arbor might have been fine, but not during my own end step. I thought it was their end step. That's hilarious. What about a Skin Shifter? It's a human that becomes a non-human. I've actually considered that card a couple times, Stasis Guy. I probably would play Joriel first. The one that makes... yeah, Joriel makes... It's not really a match for... I really want second red source. I really just need to draw to my Caverns, right? We're only playing a couple, though. This is pretty much dead in this matchup. We're in trouble. Esper Control game 1's tough for us. Like, if I see Caverns, it's palatable. We've also played palpable... Ah, man, I can't even talk today. You guys know what word I'm trying to say. Palpable. It's a fun word. We have green already. I actually think I go Foundry. Well, actually, I could have gone... All right. Goose. Goose is loose. I play out the Arbor again to try to get punished, right? Do I try to get punished again? Try to, like, bleed out some removal on these? That seems counterintuitive. Until we, like, draw to the Caverns? That seems questionable. I'm probably better off just cycling this Canopy. The axis that Esper is on is really tough for us game 1. Like, we do need some of the help from our sideboard, really. Like, if the end result is that we just die and try to hold some information. I mean, like, maybe they know what we're on. There were a couple people yesterday that knew what we were on because we posted the deck. Don't want to play the Spyro into this. Probably just play the Banisher Priest. Probably just play the Banisher Priest out. We'd probably rather play Huntmaster or... Well, Skin Shift's just a 2-drop, but it costs us mana. If he didn't cost us so much mana, are we going to get this Banisher Priest countered? Wow. Their hand must be stacked if they're going to counter a 2-2. We've clearly lost this. That's okay. I tend to lose game 1 against Esper, and then it's a matter of how games 2 and 3 go. I mean, like, with the exception being I do have main deck Caverns, and I'm going to play this out because I might find it. Like that. So, we want to resolve Spyro more than the WINota, right? WINota just forces them to play a removal spell on the WINota, on the Gilded Goose. I think I'm supposed to Spyro. And it might be correct for me to actually leave the forest open, where it's okay for us to take a pain. We're going to dump the Eldritch Evolution. It's pretty much dead in this matchup, or just very risky. We might actually get here game 1 because we saw one of our 2 main deck Caverns of Souls. We might actually get there now. Dump this, because Eldritch is terrible. Another Spyro? Gosh, if we can chain together Spyros, we actually can win this match game 1. I'm worried that we're doing this too late in the game. They don't tend to play a lot of Field of Ruin. They play some Esper builds. We'll try to squeeze it in. It's a little greedy, though, because they're an Archmage deck. Snap Esper. Do they want to make me discard? We actually don't care too much. I have cards to discard. Do you want to make me discard? Or are you trying to draw to your outs? I love it. We're actually very happy for them to do that. My whole hand is uncounterable. Now we need to space it out. Obviously, some lists are main decking the Damnation. Don't really care about the Teferi. Castle Ventress. Okay. I care about the Teferi slightly. So they probably have removal. I'm going to try to bleed out their removal before we try to get the WINota on the table. I mean, Teferi represents more draws, so maybe I should respect it. They might have another one in hand, though. Like, my turn might be best spent as... Oh, wow. Awesome. That's one path down. Yes. We're very happy to see that, I think. Like, we have the resources since I have double Spyro to get away with this. I think I Spyro away Wild Bonder and the Temple Garden. So again, we're going to take pain here. It's okay. So I'd rather, if I can draw a bird, I'd rather play... I think I would play a bird if I drew it, so I'm going to take pain there. This is one of the reasons why I added the second cavern, this matchup. Drew a bird. I probably do play it. Since we have double WINota, I think it's time to slam next turn, to slam jam. Hope they don't have a Field of Ruin for my cavern. Archmage's Charm. Okay. Their deck sometimes has a hard time turning on their Fatal Pushes. They do only do it through the fetches. Ooh, they have the field. Now we lose. I mean, we don't lose. We have another one, but that's unfortunate. I don't have another basic because our forest is in the bin. We're back to a game. We're back to having a game. Well, I mean, the sad thing is it was still maybe not a game with... See, I don't know if I care about the Teferi. I might just have to ignore it, but it does represent them drawing cards. But they already have access to so many cards. If this wasn't my only red source, I might want to crack the Sunbake. I'll crack the Sunbake during their end step, because I also have Spyro tokens to make during their end step. Or did I already make them? Did we lose the Spyro? We did, because he pathed it. That's right. They pathed my Spyro, so I don't have the Spyro tokens. Snappy, what are we doing? Snap path my Spyro? Snap Cryptic, a token? What are we doing? Snap Archmage's Charm? So they want to path my Spyro. I kind of like what they're doing. I kind of like that they're respecting the season Pyros. We have one more cavern to draw to. Not all Esper lists run this many field, right? It looks like this person might be on 2 copies for them to see it this early. I think I will draw. Make food. Another Sunbaked. There's the Pyre of Heroes. If I can resolve that, that would be fantastic. I think we're just jamming. They're just going to scry on the Vantress if I don't just try to jam. I wouldn't put them past having double counter easily here, though. This is the Logic Knot. Second Mana Lake. Oof. The second Mana Lake. Gross. Hey, what's up? Attack the Teferi. We're 2-2 in the challenge. It's a Kaya's Guile. It's nice. It's nice that they had the... might even dump the bird. It's nice that they had the... It must be nice that they had the Field of Ruin drawn. And like Esper Control has a lot of power to draw to them. I mean, they're playing Charms and they're playing Archmages and they're playing Esper Charms. I don't tend to win game 1 against them. Cavern really is kind of our way to do it. Okay, Magus of the Moon they have to respect. That's funny. Do I just cycle first? Guess we should be thankful they haven't found Jace or Teferi yet, but they should show up. 5 mana Teferi. They should show up right about now. Since they're getting... Finally, I didn't pressure them enough for them to get a Vantress trigger. We've seen we've survived... We've seen 1 Cryptic, 2 Snapcasters, 1 Archmages. The Spell Snare hitting my Scavenging Ooze way earlier into the game was also brutal, that they happened to get to do that to me. Alright, so Eldritch... We try to resolve the WINota? Because actually the Magus is maybe more precious now. No, that's not true. We just cast this. Counter. Gets countered. Is this your first Logic Knot opponent? They just wish this was Counterspell. They don't have it yet, though. Logical. Logic for 3. Kind of their weird pseudo-third mana leak. But yeah, us letting them get these off is... Oh, they're just going to snap instead. Okay. If you're wondering why I'm playing on, it has to do with the clock more than it does the match. Or more than game 1, this has to do with clock, because they take forever to... Not forever. Esper Control's a lot more proactive and finishes more quickly than before, thanks to cards like 5 mana Teferi. What about the printers? Challenge is over at some point, man. Maybe tonight? Not at some point. This is round 4. It's a 7-round tournament. So they do have their Teferi, Hero of Dominaria now. They're in a commanding position. They have the field. We can start resolving these into their counter magic. I'm just making them play magic at this point. We know we can't win. We're just making them cast spells. Another mana lake. Holy cow. It's awesome that I'm getting to see what they're up to. Cavern would work once. They have 2 fields. And their Esper Control deck. Maybe it's fine. I'm not used to seeing that many. I like it though, because like they do need to compensate for Tron. I'm sure they're cutting in other places to play double field. They're cutting in other places in their mana base. There's a Jace now. Let's all do the Jace now. I'm not surprised that we're losing this, by the way, if you're wondering. A little frustrated that the Cavern didn't get to do the things for us. The tough part about Cavern is the best cards with it are Spyro. So Pyre gets countered. You don't concede here because clock is precious for this matchup. Oops. I mean, I hate telling my Field of Ruin Path to Exile opponent like kind of how many basics I have though, but I think that information is less important than them losing another 2 to 3 minutes on their clock. Path my other Gilded Goose, I love it. Let me get to F6 a little bit so we're not losing time on our clock. I mean, I'm going to play out the tournament. Maybe, I don't know, 5? I've got a league to finish, though, too. How about after dinner? Let's just say after dinner. Let's put a stamp on it. Windswept. Go. Oh, they're trying for the J-Salt. Actually, I should just be... I should just be keeping cards in my hand if they're going for Jace Ultimate. So it eats more of their clock. They do have the basic Swampy. Good to know. I feel like when it comes to Esper, like it's tempting to try to keep in the Magus of the Moon, because it can disrupt them off of some of their early cards. But they do have enough basics to where it doesn't actually stop them. Not interested in playing cards. I shouldn't have played out the Windswept if my plan was to make the J skill take longer. Probs no dice. Well, that was kind of an impromptu plan yesterday, right? It wasn't necessarily, this is when we're going to be able to do it or do it. Teferi Ultimate. They've got 15 minutes and some change on their clock. The last time I played against Esper, one of our first 2 games did end up in this board state. Oh wow, they have a Colonnade in their mana base too. I think I do actually, now that I've seen some of what they're up to in their mana base, I think I do actually keep Magus in. I don't always keep Magus of the Moon in against Esper. I don't know, the inclusion of Colonnade makes it so tempting. So they're going to come into games 2, and hopefully we can also give them a game 3 where they have considerably less time. Like if we'd scooped earlier when it looked like we'd already lost, they'd still be at 20 minutes. We got them down to 15 by playing it out, and I think that's important. So their deck took about 4 to 5 minutes to actually bring it to completion. Revoker's okay in this matchup. Justice also hits Planeswalkers, but really what the prize is the selfless effects, the Abolisher. Maybe also even, it's nice to blank their Snapcasters. Their Snapcasters can be really important for them to resolve. Bonder can go. We might even just be cutting Bonder from the list. I might, for the rest of this league, I might just keep cutting it. So I think that the combination of Entity, Champion, Kenrith, I think this actually can get this done, plus the Lena. These aren't that great. I might still be interested in Apparition for Jace and Teferi. I might still run Moon. T can stay. Masked Vandal can go. Shale can go. Or maybe not. No, I think we do have to cut it. Cut here, because they're just fodder. Cut some number of my birds too. I'm not that interested. This is a matchup where, like, for example, the life gain off of Gilded Goose really isn't all that useful. Like, I'd like to come out of the gates quickly, but I might just rather have the Geists. Playing Loam because of Pyre. This hand looks like it could work. I want to play a little fast in these early turns because I want to keep the advantage of... I mean, watch them have Grafdigger's Cage, and we have to Apparition it here. Could have Spell Snare. Might just try to moon them right here. They probably take out some number of forces against us. I don't want to play the Pyre into their Spell Snare. They showed us Snare game 1. And even if they fetch Shock into Path, like, we hope they don't have Fatal Push. Like, we hope this is Path. Still try to go for the Moon. They have a basic... So there's Mana Leak online now. Ooh, we let the Snap Block happen? That sucks. This lets me resolve the Pyre, though, which in the long run will be good. Trying to make the most of it. If it wasn't Leak, it was... It could also be Leak and Snap Block they have here. I think Esper is on 3 to 4 snaps, so I shouldn't be surprised. I want to resolve the Pyre more than the Revoker, right? I just may never stick another creature, though, is the problem. But let's stick the Pyro. It's really good in this matchup. I just need the rest of the game to evolve. Are they just going to play out Teferi? Oh, gosh. Are they going to Teferi bounce my Pyre? That might be good. That might be good. That might be good. That might be good. I know they have Jace and Teferi, Big Teferi. It's like tempting to name one of those instead here. Like Jace the Mind Sculptor. It might still be correct for me to do that instead of Teferi. But let's answer what they have now. And again, that was another window for me to stick the Pyre, and it might have been correct instead of playing a 2-1. They're kind of in a commanding position. They don't have their black mana. I might just play Ferocidon here, get a mana leak out of their hand. Fetch Arbor. No. He fetched the. He flashed in the snap to kill the Magus. I didn't need to attack with Magus. Like my hand wasn't much then, but like it was probably going to resolve the Pyre at some point. Let's play this into their leak. They let it resolve. Is this Supreme Verdict? I will accept. Gives me Skyclave. Show me Mana Lake. Snap Path my WINota. This is a tough matchup even when we have stuff like Caverns, trust me. Especially since I'm not used to... Maybe this is the new take on Esper, because I'm used to them, they're they're playing... Some of the builds I've been testing against are usually more heavy on Fatal Push than they are on Path. Now, I could use Pyro to resolve Selfless, or I could use Selfless to maybe get the Pyre on the table. Or I could do kind of a weird line, which is just Apparition the Snap. There's lots of reasons why this line is weak. Namely being they just have to kill the Apparition, and then they get an opt out of their Snap. They also get to kill my Revoker with the Spirit. So there are lots of reasons why. I was kind of hoping they might counter this, and they're not going to. Now we're hoping that they spend a removal spell on it instead. These snaps, man, can be so good in their deck. Yeah, just need to draw Cavern again before they hit their Field of Ruin, right? Even the first Field of Ruin doesn't stop at least one Cavern of Souls activation for us. So it's got to be like Cryptic or something over there, right? Copper Line. Play out Selfless. They counter it. We get to resolve Pyre of Heroes. They could just have Runner counterspell. I don't want them to counter my Pyre. The fact that they didn't counter the Spirit makes me think that's what they've got. This is Jace. This is Teferi. Scary, scary. Scary Teferi. All right. So we play Pyre, they counter it. They decide not to. Okay. We can probably maneuver this into a winning board state since they decided not to. Just need to think for a second, folks. Let me see what's in our sideboard. So I might change the Revoker out for a 3-drop. Well, there's only one 3-drop it can be. This is game 2. This does unlock their Raveler. It's okay. Do you have like Shadow of Doubt or something sweet? That would be dirty if they have a Shadow of Doubt. Oh, they're fetching as if I have another Magus. Revoker can't become Magus. That's funny that they fetched like that. They didn't need to. I don't have access to that. you have another path anyway? Okay. Gonna see them activate Colonnade. No, they're gonna activate Jace. Whole trifecta's here. I need Cavern off the top. I have to resolve the... and, like, there's no guarantee that the WINota doesn't get hit by... we've played this matchup plenty. They might just have another snap. They might just have another path. It's very possible. And it's just like... Alright. Foothills. Okay. Run to the foothills. So... I can turn the Selfless into a Spyro off of the Eldritch, and they probably counter it. I can't resolve the WINota. So we WINota into their Mana Leak. Is that the plan? That seems bad too. It's just a loss, and it's okay. This is a tough matchup for us. And like with Counterspell on the horizon, get it? Modern Horizons. With Modern Horizons 2. With Counterspell on the horizon and some of these new removal spells for these archetypes, I mean, there are lots of reasons why I'm probably going to retire the WINota deck. It's not because I don't enjoy it anymore. It's because I think that there are more powerful things coming out. Show me Mana Leak. Show me... What do we want to do? Let's hit the Jace. This is a losing battle for sure. I do have the Dryad Arbor to fetch out. Just hope they preview some more busted creatures. Like what Raccoon one? What are you hoping for? And like the thing is like we might be getting some new tools for this deck or some of the other brews I want to play, but it's like so are the fundamental, just like bread and butter modern decks of the format. So I do think that I may retire some of my decks I've been working on and just build new brews. Like some sort of like, I know I keep bringing it up, but I do think that Grief with some blinking will be sweet. Interesting thing to do. I don't know, maybe I'm just supposed to sit there. We have more clock than them. Maybe I'm just supposed to sit there until we draw to the Cavern of Souls. They already spent their Field of Ruin, didn't they? No, they haven't drawn one yet. Oh, I meant to get the Arbor. That's so painful. I meant to go get our Dryad Arbor in response to that. I already hotkeyed, so I couldn't do it. Whoops. I did mean to do that. I guess I get to kill the Snapcaster instead, but it's like that's kind of a minor thing. I'd almost rather have the Dryad Arbor, right? They have 5 cards. If they're nothing and we draw a Cavern... Although I'm already down the WINota. Shale's in the sideboard, right? Did we also move the Changeling? Yeah, I can't pod my birds up, which is bad. I could get got here with just like Eldritching this bird. Let me just move on. Show me any counterspell in your deck. Any will do. Show me one. Show me one. Good games. Good games, and good luck with the rest of the league. Wonder where our Cavern was. 1, 2, 3. Could we have waited 3, 4, 5 turns? Could we have waited 5 turns and not played out some of the things that I played out? I don't think so. Opponent had 3 active walkers. Right? And again, like, our standings could be different. Our standings could be different if I what? If I had played a little different against our ad nauseum opponent. It's sad to that was the loss. Concede. The other one was like legit. Like we played well, opponent played well, but it was like against the ad naus, it's like I feel like that match didn't so much come down to I mean we didn't see some of their hand after the mistake was made, so I can't know if there was some sweet clever play from our ad nauseum opponent. It looked like it looked like that match hinged on my mistake, match 1, where I went for, I might just Spyro here, right? No. We play Strangleroot and go get Arbor. Yes. We'll just set up this way. It seemed as though that hinged on that. I'm still very proud of where the deck is headed. I like that. Yeah, I like that we're still in this, and I plan to play it out. Actually, no, I don't know if I can. Actually, I think they cut at this point. Don't they cut at this point? I think they do cut at this point. So we get a really terrible consolation prize. I mean, it pays for half of the event. The event was 300 points. So, like, I'm glad that we played out because you do want to play it out to this point because you do recoup some of your play points. Been grinding out quite a bit of play points on this list since I've been working on it. We started in the negative, and now we are at 351. I had 600, obviously, before we... and quite a few QPs as well. But I had 600 before we queued for today. So we'll get back 150 of it. That's fine. Always want to at least do well enough. It sucks because like we beat Dredge. Like we beat some tough matchups today too. Like I can sit here and harp on the losses, but it's like we beat Niv. I don't think Niv Bring to Light's all that bad for us, though they do have a main deck sweeper. So that's the part of Niv that's tough for us. But Niv to Light, we did end up beating Dredge. Yes, we lost to Esper Control, but I'm probably going to lose to them most of the time. I don't think we should have lost to Ad Nauseam. I think I could have played different. And I do think the bug Shadow was sweet. They're very interactive. They interact with us in... And again, that's why I like the Shadow decks. Shadow is one of the very few decks in the format that interacts in all three different major ways of interaction. They have removal and counter magic and hand disruption. Honestly, after seeing somebody make that deck work... I kind of want to play it myself. This is sweet because we get 2 WINota triggers because of the way that Strangleroot Geist works in this deck. There also was at one point tonight where I accidentally... Oh, it was our Shadow opponent where I accidentally grabbed the wrong thing. I meant to grab a Spyro. That would have been a very different game, I think. Very possibly a different game. We'll grab the Entity. We'll grab a Spyro. Get rid of some of these lands. Okay, is there a cool line here where I can evolve the Spyro for Kenrith? That's what I'm trying to look for. Go get Kenrith. If I can see... There we go. Play the Dryad. Kenrith activation. Swing. And maybe you wouldn't swing with the Entity because it doesn't have Indestructible anymore. It's not going to add to the WINota triggers. Might be correct to hang back there depending on what their blockers look like. Lena, sure. Make a bunch. Make 8. Magus or WINota, just depends. This actually gives us more attack power because she's legendary. And they're dead. You could run an Elemental Shaman version of this deck with more counter hate. What are you talking about, Stasis guy? We've talked about... Are you talking about the 3-drop? You talking about this? Do something like this? This is an earlier iteration. Legion Loyalist would be in the main deck, but I think we moved it because we were trying to figure out the Rage Forger. Are you talking about build around this and do like Fauna Shamans or Visionaries? We were doing Visionaries in this build and not Fauna Shaman. I think this eventually... Like, we tried a lot of different cards in this deck. We've tried War Boss or the other, Rabble Master. Rabbles is a little awkward in multiples, but... If we're just playing a singleton, this could be Rabbles. I like that Legion War Boss doesn't force us to attack. I like that we have more control over this card. Just makes goblins for us. The goblin token that it makes that turn has to attack this turn of Abel, but later ones don't. You could do stuff like that. You meant Vexing Shusher. Oh, you meant Shusher? Yeah, Shusher, if we want to be a little bit better, perhaps, against. Vexing Shusher actually is something I'm going to consider from the spoilers. Let's look at those briefly. You guys have been looking at the Mythic spoilers, right? So there's a new card coming out that it's not so much hype for our deck. It's going to be inserted into a lot of different green decks. Are going to play the new, obviously Jund will play it. Ignoble Hierarch. So Ignoble Hierarch we could play. It's a Goblin Shaman. So both of those types, there's things that we can maybe justify potting into. So why don't we start to look to the future a little bit? So let's open this thinking copy. So we're going to swap out of these geese and maybe also the 4th bird to play Ignoble. I think that it might still be a better split of, we'll just play Hierarchs as a placeholder. If you're thinking about a Rage Forger Shaman build, you could play Harmonic Prodigy. Like, I think this might push us over into having enough Shamans for Forger to work, actually. It was a bit of a meme, and we tried it, but I like it a lot in the Shale build. Rage Forger, because Rage Forger deals damage if we have counters on things. And there's also like a 5-drop human that puts counters on things, but it does it really slowly. So I don't know about that. Yeah, so you play the Ignoble Hierarchs, and you play, you could play, yeah, you could test everything from Forger to a Vexing. Vexing would be in the sideboard. Vexing Shusher. It's a cool idea. I hadn't thought about Shusher. They printed it quite a few times. Does the original have a watermark? Oh, I just own one. I just have one. I must have opened it because it's a promo. Cool. Yeah, I mean, there's weird stuff you can do. And you could, like, instead of being a Pyre of Heroes build, we could, well, but I want to be able to Pyre into it. I do think there's other I can't tell if our name was Gray, by the way, in the I do also have a league to finish out where we did something really bad with our deck, which I do want to play it out because we could recoup some of our prize. I changed the mana base too abruptly. I also didn't yet think of what changeling this needed to be, or what 1-drop this needed to be. I was trying out a Universal Automaton. I was actually wrong. I found that the Dryad achieves the same thing to a better effect. Just a better body, everything. It's just the better card, which is cool. I mean, it's still questionable in the deck at all, but it lets us pod up from a green fetch. This list was trying to... Oh, no, I remember why we were on Automaton. Never mind. I was on Automaton because we weren't on... this was a build that wasn't on Dryad. This was Dwarven Mine. That's what happened. That's right. So I may want to finish this, too, this league we had going, with a different idea. Modern Challenge. We're in between rounds. I think we're cut, right? It looks like I'm grayed out, right? I think 2-3 is grayed out. No, I see some whites. We can continue. So we could end up in the 17th to 32nd, which we absolutely play on for. Like, are you kidding me? 300 play points for this event to not have cost us anything. We can't. We're out of the running for QPs now, but we could actually end our tournament day. I think here, maybe even here, depending on breakers. So let's play on. Let's play well. Let's play as well as I can. But yeah, I'm excited for a new build with Ignoble. Like, I may give the deck a little bit of a try in the next, the next evolution that Modern's going to be going through. 1 minute till next round. Let's look at our own list and just kind of get it in our minds. But yeah, like a Rage Forger build could be sweet with Ignobles because we have our Shaman count. We could play some number of Fauna Shamans even, or Elvish Visionary. The seasoned Pyromancers themselves are Shamans. So that's why we've considered it before. So that'd be sweet. That might be another tech. And that gives us like direct damage that lets us kill. Not so much for Ensnaring Bridge. We can kill under a bridge because of Birds of Paradise and such. So this is the build we're playing today. 2 Caverns because I was trying to compensate a little bit more for the Esper and other kinds of control matchups, but didn't see them very often. I think we saw 1 during our match against them, so it happens. What about Burning Tree Shaman? Harmonic Prodigy, says Raccoon 1. Harmonic Prodigy. Rage Forger. Harmonic Prodigy. And you might play as many as 2. I think our match has started. Harmonic Prodigy? Is that a sideboard card? Sideboard Shaman? There's lots of fun Shamans to think about. Shamans is a fun tribe. Harmonic Prodigy. Am I spelling it wrong? Is it Modern Legal? Harmonic Prodigy. Oh, it's a card from. Thank you. Oh, is that the one-drop shaman with Delirium? Alright, hey, good luck and have fun to our opponent. Like, now I'm curious. Like, my curiosity is, like, making me waste precious, precious seconds on my clock. That sounds like a red card to me. Oh, no, it's this one. Oh, that's hilarious. That's awesome. It double triggers the Rage Forger. Oh, that's awesome. The prowess is irrelevant, though, for us. All right, anyway. Yeah, this seems hand. This hand seems great. Where were these hands the rest of our tournament? Hey, tournament's still going. There's still recouping and getting some treasure boosters. So we play out. We want to win here. Draco's probably playing Prison or Control. He was in that match earlier today. That went forever. Prison? Oh, he's playing Obosh. I should have looked. Obosh is terrible for us. I shouldn't keep a Birds of Paradise hand against Obosh, and I did. I should have looked at their companion. Pyre. Sure. This Temple Garden doesn't get me closer to the Spyro, so let's just play out our Pyre heroes and say go. Braids is coming back. Yes. Braids is back. Blast Zone. They didn't have their one-drop creature. I assume they have Stomp. If you guys are not familiar with Obosh Red, it's a cool little red deck. They're going to try to Blood Moon me. We do care about Blood Moon since the lands that I've drawn this game, unfortunately. Would love a fetch right here. Fetch would be great. I wouldn't even try to play the Pyro. I imagine... Oh, okay. I am going to play the Pyro. I imagine they're just trying to Blood Moon me. That's probably the hand that they've kept. Since that's the case, do we want to just make tokens? I think I have to make tokens. Drew the second Pyre of Heroes. It's not great. Kind of wish I'd kept the evolution now. Bolt my Seasoned. Now, I can't pot up from the elemental tokens without playing the one-drop Changeling. I don't think I want to. And then they Blood Moon me. It's okay. We'll play through it. I'm going to keep this other Pyre of Heroes back for Season Pyroman. There's our fetch. Not on time. Swing and a miss. We're usually the one giving people the Blood Moons, but we had an awkward draw where I didn't have any fetches. We're running 8 fetch, 3 basics. I have one of my basics naturally, though, so I can't complain. Spyro? Yeah, we're going to lose. Maybe. Deck, give us... Let's see. Basics are outs here. Magus of the Moon even could be a draw because it's something I can cast, and we can pod into the WINota immediately. They're killing my tokens. Like that we're respecting the WINota. We drew her. We can't cast her yet. On the defense with these tokens, we're going to make more of them. Oh, Obosh. This deck's terrible for us, by the way. I'm not just saying that because we're losing. Like, oh, Bruce By. You're just saying that against a lot of the decks you're losing. No, like some of the matchups we got today aren't great. I want to play against like the Trons and stuff, and we didn't get to face them today. Yep, Dart. Yep, there are so many burn spells. I actually think this matchup might be a little bit worse than the Prowess matchup for us because they play even more burn than they do. They're both Lava Dart decks, so I have to sideboard like into things like not Selfless. I might bring in Selfless because they have Kozilek's Return. All right, Jade, you have a nice Saturday. I'll see you. Light up the stage. I'm just going to take it and then make my dudes in the end step. All right, deck. Let's have a top deck. Let's have a top deck. That's a top deck. That is the single basic planes. Show me not Bolt Bolt, please. Show me not Bolt Bolt. Don't have Bolt Bolt, opponent. Really? They have Bolt Bolt. Bolt Dart even works. Maybe I should have foreseen this and pired the WINota. We have so many more live draws now that I found the basic planes, though. This is not over. Probably just put Obosh in their hand. The companions are so wonderful and silly. They really are. That's what they do. Yep. Wish we had a companion. I wonder... there's no way we can change our mana. We've tried. Like, our deck just doesn't fit any of the different companions that I'm aware of. We need them to print more companions. One of the things that we almost fit into is that slime companion, the ooze companion. If I just... I mean, I don't think I would cut evolution and such. I think that's a poor decision. But if we did... But like with ooze, you just give up so much. We'd have to cut all of our non-human... Our deck would have to be 100% creatures for us to play ooze. There is technically a companion I could be playing, but I don't think it makes our deck better. Be interesting, though, to try that. Hit you. Like, Spyros are an amazing draw for us. Like, we have lots of draws in the deck that just, like, maybe win when they tap out for this Obosh. I'm not giving up just yet. They don't have any more. They do have a Firebolt in the graveyard that we need to think about. This is the Flashback Shock. There's their Obosh. They have one card in hand. Might just be a Blood Moon. They got to ditch one Blood Moon on their Spyro earlier. This is going to be a lot of damage because of the way that Obosh works. Bonder. Okay. Bonder blocks. Bonder also becomes Kenrith. Kenrith does things. Okay. I wish I'd played out my other Pyre Heroes. I could get What's-Her-Face right now if I'd played the other one out. I know, I just called her What's-Her-Face. I can't remember her name. I wish I'd played this out. I was saving it to make another Elemental token, which I think is more likely than this scenario where I need to double activate. Oh, did we already dump the Kenrith? Let's just concede here and act as if I don't have an out. Because aren't I dead next turn? I could block and live. I should have looked at my graveyard. I forgot we dumped the Kenrith. I just punted. Let's review though. Let's go back. Opponent has an Obosh. Opponent has a Firebolt, so they just kill the Proud Wild Bonder with the Firebolt. They hit me for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I block here. I block here. I don't have to block anywhere else. I just block the Obosh. They kill. I mean, we're dead now. Let's concede and just act as if the other 5-drop didn't help us. But I messed up. I forgot we dumped the Kenrith. I think we did have a very small chance to win there if I didn't make that mistake. So we'll keep that in mind. Let's see. Obosh. Obosh, oh gosh. They have Ferocidons in their sideboards. They have a playset of this card, by the way. Justice is all right in this matchup for us. We'll bring it in. It's one of the newer cards I'm playing around with. Selfless comes in. Timelies are good. Glyphweaver's great. Mark of Asylum. I also like Favor a little bit. Like, yes, I have some stuff that's smaller, but we actually go bigger than them. Our 4-drops are bigger. Bonder is something that I'm cutting from the deck, I think, just in the future anyway. Mirror Entity is weak in this matchup, but it stitches together my... It stitches together my Pyre chain, but it just might not be worth it. Gaddock doesn't stop anything in this matchup. Skooz does have some hits. Next, Vandal just hits Blood Moon. Blood Moon's really not that good against us. I'm not going to run it. And so if we're cutting that part of the pod chain, I don't need the Dryad, except that Dryad does turn into Spellskite, so I'm actually going to continue to play it. 3 cuts to make. Geists and the Entity, right? It's got to be Entity that gets cut, right? Entity's just so squishy in this matchup. We usually cut it against the Lava Dart decks. All right, cool. Let's run. Yeah, that was a mistake. I shouldn't have potted there. I thought we had Kenrith still, and I was like, oh, perfect, Kenrith. Oh, wait. Sweet, we don't die to the turn 1. I mean, like, some of the rest of this hand is questionable, but I do like that it's got land drops, even if they do kill my Goose. I like that we're going to get to test out the Justice. Because that's my other prerogative, is... If we can't get our points back, I at least want to try out some of these cards in a very competitive situation, which the challenges are one of the more competitive places I could be playing our list. Besides the prelims. Like, it's awesome that we crushed, or nearly crushed, a prelim. Kill my Goose? Sure. They have a lot of burn to spare. I mean, their deck is like mono burn, right? I mean, it's like just mono burn spells. It's awesome. It's terrible for us, but it's awesome. Hey. When we don't need you, you come. We're not going to play it out because then I can't cast my Justice on time. What if they just go... I mean, they won't, right? They do have the little prowess creatures. Are they going to go prowess creature, and I just justice them both? Nope. That's not what happens. Blood Moon worked last game on us. I do have Cavern for red for... we'll just get our basics when we can. They might have left the Blood Moons in, even though they're not very good against us. We'll respect it. Canopy go. It slows me down, though, and it makes me not able to cast my Justice yet. So that was maybe a misplay. Maybe I'm even supposed to just cycle this Canopy. No, I want to Punisher the Soul Scar, right? Then they kill it, and we're just kind of sad. They play Blood Moon. I won't be able to. Like, Blood Moon's not all that great against us, but it looks like it's going to be this game, too. Well, part of what makes Blood Moon not so strong against us is that we usually can get one of our I mean, like, Utopia Sprawl on a basic is more so where you want to be. But let's see if the deck is kind to us. It doesn't look like it's going to be. Not yet, anyway. Give me Spyros. Give me like the best cards in our deck, please. That would be good. I think we're going to lose this one, too. That's so sad. I think that opener was fine. We even fetched 2 basic forests. I didn't have the option to fetch our white source, though. We had 2 foothills. So I have been thinking about some number of Arid Mesa. Like, it's nice to be able to get the Arbor, but sometimes it's more important to... That's fine. We'll eat the food at some point. Probably sooner than later because they do play Ferocidons, although... Gosh, this is just really sad. Like, we're really not usually vulnerable to Blood Moon. I guess we are sometimes. But not usually. I did have the chance to justice just the Soulscar Mage. I may have wanted to do that, but that always just feels so bad. You want a 2-for-1 or more of this card. Good games, opponent. I'm not even mad. Like, if our deck is going to have this kind of a draw against a Blood Moon deck, we deserve to lose. Like, we really aren't vulnerable to it. We really aren't. We play this effect ourselves. It's just happenstance. So I'm kind of sad that we don't really get to learn anything new from this. I did used to play 2 basic planes, though. So if there is a learning point, maybe that's it, that we do want to play the second planes. I've played 2 planes just because it makes us a better Blood Moon deck ourselves. It gives us the ability to more reliably... be okay casting the Blood Moon sooner to just have 2 basic planes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It might be correct. I wonder where I would squeeze in. I guess I would squeeze it in over the second Sunbaked. I've really liked the Horizon lands, but I wonder if this is showing me that I was hasty in cutting the second basic planes. So that's good. We're learning something that's useful. I used to have these as our 4 basics. No basic mountains. And again, like, I might want to swap out a wooded for the first mesa. Like, I want to favor our green fetches because I'm trying to test out the Arbor with potting up the chain, but maybe still the first or second Arid Mesa is still correct. Because it does make me a better Magus of the Moon deck. I'm not necessarily making these like this. I'll admit, like, this happening to us is reminding me that I used to have a split of this. I used to have 2 mesas, 2 foothills, 2 plains. And then I need to cut something else, either like Sunbaked or... The filtering off of Firelit's nice, but I haven't needed it all that often lately. It also doesn't work with the second basic plains. I might just get rid of this and just play the Copper Line. Actually, I think I'd rather have the Firelit than the first Copper Line. This is what could go. Also, sometimes the Copper Line comes in tapped when we really need it to not be tapped for things like WINota. So it is awkward to play sometimes. Okay, Steve. They dump a Blood Moon. You know, between this and Panza, in some ways I kind of prefer Obosh. You can actually play an Obosh Panza a lot of their important cards are 1 or 3, and they're trying to ramp from 1 to 3. Like, if I was to play Ponza, I would consider an Obosh build of it myself. Like, just why not? Like, why not just have an extra threat consistently? I just wanted to see if we were ever going to draw out of this. I guess we didn't. Now, if this Firelit Thicket was the extra plains, right? If any of these lands were the extra plains, like this could have been the plains, right? Because those are the lands we just decided to swap out. Good games, and good luck with the rest of the challenge. That's just sad. Like, I don't think we should... Oops, I meant to say smiley face. All right, like, that's just sad. Like, I'm a little sad. Not tilt, but just a little upset. A little sad that it didn't... hey, there's a card I can cast. Opponent said thank you. Let's see if they tell us that we're in gray now. I think we are in gray now. Gray status now, right? Yes. I mean, we do finish and get points back, but... So at least we weren't, like, here and beyond. Our breakers were better, I guess? Like, literally just continuing to play. Like, for example, so here's another person that went 2-3. But because they decided not to continue to play, they missed out on the 150 play points, which I do think is worth it. 150 play points is a league and a half. And they could be us right now, right? I don't think we actually get to play another game, right? Does anybody know? I think they cut here, right? There's only one more game to play. I think they cut here. Unless enough of these people down here continue to play. Somebody got the bye. That must be nice. A 2-4. Well, this 1-4 is still playing. Does it really not cut until the very last round? What's been the best WINota brew so far? Probably the WINota taxes. Best brew that I've worked on have been these Naya iterations. This is just the latest spice. I'm trying out Pyre of Heroes, trying to stitch it together. It's a little difficult, but it's been sweet. And Fiery Justice is maybe the greediest card I added back into our sideboard. But now we're on 2 Veils and 2 Timely Reinforcements first. These have been really great for us. The fact that this makes soldiers instead of humans. Veil is just a great sideboard card to be having in a green deck right now. So I have a lot of reasons for the cards I'm playing. I think Second Plains is long overdue for these Pyre of Heroes builds. I think it's going to make us a better Magus of the Moon deck. And I do want this bullet to play better naturally in our deck. But yeah, 2 Caverns, 2 of each basic. Still running a lot of the Horizon lands. I'm running 3, but I think that's fine. 2 Arid Mesa back in here. It means I'll fetch out the Arbor less, but I think just being able to get the plains more often is maybe better. I do like having access to the Arbor. We still have 6 green fetches. I think that's fine, because there are matchups where I don't want to ever get it, right? So I think that's fine. You don't know how this stuff works. Am I time constraining on starting the other thing? Oh, no, we could do that right now. I mean, like, I'm at the point where I'd love to finish it. This is a spot where I think we might be done with our challenge. So let's finish off this league, because you know me, I don't like to waste testing. This was the Dwarven Mine build. This was, like, horrendous, actually. Would I suggest buying copies of WINota? No. Unless they're super cheap. What's the price? I know, and I'm here, like, I've been brewing on it for like a whole month and trying to make it work. In paper, yeah, I think it's too much. And I think part of the reason why it's still too much is people like to use it as a commander and such. I mean, are you going to play it in Modern and maybe also Historic or whatever that format is that people also play WINota? There's another format that she sees some play in. Like, if you're going to get your money's worth, are you going to play her in multiple formats? Sure. I've even tried a Legacy build that was like Jeskai, Monastery Mentor, which was fun. It was bad, but it was fun. And you play like Lotus Petal. It was kind of a sweet deck. Lotus Petal triggers Monastery Mentor. And it can actually help you to cast the WINota on time. Doesn't work with Pyro. I think the split was we played 3 Pyro, young Pyros, not Spyros. But maybe Spyro would be good in that deck too. Mind Whip WINota. Go. All right. We're just playing for fun at this point. I might even let my opponent know. Oh, wait, that's not true. If we win out, we still get prize. Hey, good luck and have fun. So we're not at the point of, hey, I'm just here for testing. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. So this hand's going to be slow by one turn the whole way through. Wow. 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 Lena. Get back in the deck. What are you doing there? Get back in that deck. You get back in there right now. You love red white, so you might play her. Yeah, consider playing Taxes even. I think the Taxes build of WINota might be better. And just do like either Angrath's Marauder. I'm trying to break new ground with the deck, which if you're wondering like why I'm doing something weird, my recommendation to you, Crystal Mel, is do what I did first, which is get familiar with the Angrath Marauders builds, which is, by the way, usually the Naya build, but you could do this in a red-white Taxes build. And then you just have Taxes as well. That's seriously, if there's anybody else that has that question that Crystal also has, I don't advocate necessarily playing my build of the deck as much as I enjoy it. I love Silver Bullet kind of decks. Or play like a Geist Honored Monk build. I like Geist Honored a little bit better because you can actually play it. You can't play Angrath's Marauders. You can't cast it. So I prefer the Geist Honored Monk builds of Taxes. Plus you can Aether Vial this in. You can do like a Yorion build if you wanted to. I wouldn't recommend that because that's more cards you have to buy. Just play 60 card WINota Taxes perhaps. Start to get into your seasoned Pyromancers because like Taxes probably will be playing seasoned maybe. And I say maybe because Recruiter just got printed and Recruiter makes perfect sense in modern Taxes and it's really exciting. Sorry, I didn't mean to slow roll them. I really didn't want you to like go out and buy the deck and oh wow, we're so greedy here. Single Forest. This Dwarven Mine build was like not a good choice. Because I have Cavern, I'm not going to bother getting trying to work towards the Dwarven Mines yet. Thanks for the advice. Absolutely. Like I'm saying don't buy the card unless you're so sure that you know what you're doing already, and if you don't, I would recommend maybe the Taxes build. Cuz like the cool thing is the deck is just a Taxes deck too, right? I'm going to play the birds. Misty Bolt makes me think this could be 3-color. Looks like it's even 4-color. This is Renin 6, make me sad. Renin 6, make me a sad boy. Card makes me sad. Card makes us a sad, sad boy. I have a 3rd land in my hand. So what do we need? Sacred Foundry? No, I've got Evolution in my hand. Let's get the Stomping Ground. Firelit Thicket's going to be better than me playing the Cavern here. Because well, either way, I'm going to get activations on Ooze, and I don't know what this needs to be yet. Like, yes, it probably is going to be... let's go ahead and just eat a bird now. Playing some sort of rug deck. Might be more colors than we are seeing. Might be 4-color. It's pretty common. They don't bolt my Skoos. Skoos is living. It's alive. Human. Skoos is alive. Attack the Renin 6. They might have a 2nd copy. I don't see a need to let them bolt my Skoos. I think that's greedy. I might not even play out a bird if I draw one just because I want to be able to exile something with Skoos perhaps. Nice, you drew another evolution. Awesome. Redundancy. Fantastic. It's really funny to think about that companion. I didn't really think about that companion. Could we become so creature-centric? Like, it'd be sad for me to retire the Pyre, but could we become so creature-centric that we play the legendary Ooze companion? McGrut with the... Whoa! Steve gifted a tier 1 sub. It's their first give sub. Steve, look at that. Thank you so much. We could play Omori. It'd just be like a really weird build, and I'd lose a lot of my sideboard. Thank you so much. It is a 4/5 for 4 mana. Well, for 7 mana over the course of 2 turns. Thank you so much for the sub to Mdrn. Mdrn, welcome to the Brew Crew. And by extension, Steve, welcome to the Brew Crew. Thank you for doing something kind and selfless like that to just randomly gift to somebody else. Like that. That was cool of you. That is Mdrn's first sub. Welcome to the Brew Crew. What decks are you working on, Mdrn, if you don't mind chatting with us? I know Steve kind of put you on the spot. Valakut. Okay. Explore. I think we're going to get him, maybe. We're going to Eldritch into WINota. Alright, I want to support you, but I definitely don't need a sub. I only come here when you don't answer. Oh, I'm busy. Alright, let's grab this. I'm in the middle of a stream, Steve. Forgiveness, please. Alright, let's see. Evolve the Spyro. Would I rather have the bird or an elemental token? I'd rather have a bird. I'd rather play out the bird, right? Two triggers coming. Fantastic. That's what I was hoping for. They do have bolts. It's not over. Oh, now it's over. I can protect the Magus of the Moon with Lena. That's like, those are like the 2 perfect hits. And I even hit them in the right order for the extra soldier token. That's just absurd. That's just absurd. I mean, we're doing this to do this, but like, that's just absurd. They need some very specific things here. Dryad. Okay. They need Path right there. I don't think they play it. This is Omnath? Niv? It's going to be Omnath. I like this configuration, by the way, of this deck. What we're seeing. Oh, okay. Bring to Light. Make me a sad boy. Is this Bring to Tybalt? Doesn't do it. Supreme Verdict? Doesn't do it. Lena's amazing. I seriously, this Lena has been so good. It's been so good. It's a main deckable selfless spirit effect for us. And we hit the perfect. Like, we hit perfect on those triggers. Where was that in our challenge, right? That was awesome. That was whew. That's why we played the deck. All right, Revoker can name Renin 6. Renin 6 is important to them. Frostodon stops Omnath from gaining the life, and that's one of the most important things about Omnath. It's not the only. These can actually help you survive some of their sweeping effects. Timelies are bad. More selfless, please. Card's been great for us. If we want to fight their permission, they don't have a lot of permission, honestly. Fiery does kill Dryad, but I think that's kind of bad. Well, it also kills Ren at the same time. I think some of these other cards like Banisher can go. Grace and Wild Bonder can go. The Lena's been so good. I'm glad that we're playing it. But I feel like we can't justify more than 1 or 2 copies, right? I like the Singleton for now. Let's cut the Automaton because I'm not doing that anymore. Vandal hits one of the build-arounds. Geist. We weren't playing very many Geists yet. Shale can go. That's a 60. Looks good. Run it back. That was awesome. That was so cool that we hit like the perfect in that 12 we hit the 2 perfect, like the things that I would really hope to hit. So this is where the Dwarven Mine is kicking the crap out of us. I'm going to keep this on the back of testing a sideboard card. Just maybe foolish. I mean, you're seeing that the Dwarven Mine build just like slowed our deck down. Like, it was just a bad idea. I mean, I'm glad we tested it. I don't mind that we blew 100 points to test a card that I thought, and that some of you folks out there also thought could work. Oh wow, we drew the ability to play our bird into their Renin 6. I don't even know if I want to. That's always their turn 2 play. They play 3 to 4 copies of Ren. I'd rather just resolve the favor first, right? Instead of throwing away a bird. Our birds are precious. Precious little flowers. We can go Stomping Ground, go. This is me working towards the mine and not actually working towards our Magus of the Moon, but I think that's fine. Show me Ren 6. I mean, I may just be giving protection to their 3-drop, is the problem with Favor when they're on the play. Like, seriously, I may just be giving protection to their card. I'm just so scared. We shouldn't be running scared like this. This works us towards the mine, which is... Gosh, it's such a bad decision. I mean, it's fine. I wanted to test it. I wanted to test it in a competitive spot. And I'd rather test it in a league than a preliminary. Rather test it in a prelim. Is this Omnath? Give them protection from everything? Hey, Omnath, you have pro everything. I mean, our WINota is also going to have pro everything. It's not pick one creature with the highest mana cost. It's each. So she'll also have pro everything. Spyro is better than me just playing out the WINota. I mean, playing the birds even. So let's Spyro and dump the birds. Try to set up. This game's not about these birds anymore. Drew an evolution. So we could evolve into the Magus of the Moon, maybe. It would cut off my own mana, and they have a forest. Explore. It's cool to see all these different, like, explore kind of different kinds of decks utilizing lands in Modern. It's really cool to see. Dryad, of course, made that a thing, right? Valakut Dryad. Pro all colors, no blocks available. Well, this is suspicious. This looks to me like my opponent has Aethergust. If I'm going to get gusted, I'd rather the WINota gets gusted than my Eldritch Evolution. We lose the Spyro. That seems bad. Dwarven Mine's still going to be tapped. Was I not running the basic? Wow, I was not running the basic Mountain yet. That seems really unwise. That was painful. Don't have Aethergust. They usually do if they're not tapping mana. This is protection from all colors. They're going to kill some of my elemental tokens here. They can't remove the WINota if she resolves. She's pro everything. They've got to be sitting on a path, right? That's why they're tanking. They're like, okay, do I get rid of some of the tokens? Maybe you do. WINota can block the Omnath here. Even if I see, let's say hypothetically I get a trigger and I have to choose between WINota and nothing, I might still take it and just tuck the WINota. So they're going to path an elemental token. Looks like that's what they're doing. They path Spyro. I don't think I agree with that unless they have another removal. That's really strange. Do you have more removal, opponent? Why get rid of the Spyro? Spyro doesn't trigger WINota if you're going to use a removal spell. You use it on the tokens. Lena is fantastic. Won the game for us basically last time. Now, our WINota doesn't have protection now. But, funny enough, Lena can sacrifice herself and then the WINota has protection again. We've had that come up a few times where our opponents try to, like, Assassin's Trophy or path the WINota, but then I just sacrifice the Lena and then we go back down to 4. Your entity, sweet. Torpor Orb says cool deck. Yeah, we've been working on this for about a month. I don't take full credit because these, decks that we build together on the stream, they're a community effort. I might just die to like Escape Shift right here, by the way. They do play it. Well, they need so they gain their life. You got it. I mean, I'd rather the Lena be in play and take the protection off the Omnath. So we're going to purge. In response, I'm going to sacrifice Lena. Oh, that was a mistake. No, it wasn't. That wasn't a mistake because I needed her to go back down to being CMC4 because of the favor. I know that the indestructible... Well, she can't make WINota indestructible because she says creatures I control with power less than. But I wasn't trying to give the WINota indestructibility. I was trying to give her protection from all colors. Ooh, but then we get angered. Okay. Hopefully you're seeing why Favor is sweet. I keep hearing folks say that they're like not that excited about Favor. I can't unfortunately block. So we're gonna go down to bolt range. I need like Kenrith, right, for the haste. We'll see what we find. I took out my unfortunately I took out my Strangleroot Geist. I really could use a haste threat right here. We've got evolution into Spyro. We've got some stuff we can do. I mean, I may just die to the fact that his Omnath has also protection from all, so it's like, is this really great in this matchup? It's okay. Like, I wouldn't have WINota right now if I didn't have this, but then again, the Omnath having Pro All Colors is pretty awful for us. They have one card left. Ooh, I don't know if... Maybe they should have cycled this. They didn't have enough mana to, so maybe that's why they played it out. Gilded Goose gives me some much-needed life. Dwarven Mine gives me some much-needed blocks. So greedy, but we're seeing the Dwarven Mine actually work. That's funny. Green off of this. Ooh, Goose. Goose, we can sacrifice both. I mean, I may want to evolution, though, here. I'm trying to think what I would evolution for. I guess I would evolution a Goose for Moon. Just set up. Now, if I Eldritch at all, I actually can't gain the life, though. It might be correct for me to wait. Because what's so sad is if they have Bolt, they just kill us, because they can swing through. I think it's better if I crack the food tokens. I'm going to sit. I don't want to die to Bolt off the top. There are other things I die to, but let's not let it be Lightning Bolt. Might as well swing with the WINota because she can't block this Omnath anyway. So put them to 16. 16 is a little bit easier for us to kill from anyhow. It is hard for me to deal the full 20 in a turn without like us hitting their double striker. Lena's already been used up. We lost those tokens. I mean, they played the Purge so that they could sweep most of my board with the Anger. That's why it's unfortunate they had both. We gain some life, respecting bolts and such. Gotta swing with this Omnath, right? But yeah, this card's actually very much an MVP. Oh, they don't attack. That's maybe good for us. Ooh, maybe not. Valakut. In response, I'm going to crack one of the foods. I might just crack both the foods, actually. That's what I was planning to do with my turn anyhow. I'm trying to think if they could, like, flash in a land or something. They hang back. They hang back, and they're going to let me get some triggers off. Okay, Selfless is great. I think I might even just play it out. I think we might win. Mirror Entity's out, right? No, it's in. So I don't want to tap all my mana. I think the Glyph Weaver's smart to play out. I'm not necessarily evolving here. What would I evolve for? Like a Kenrith, I can't give haste. I think I'm supposed to swing. Opponent has one card. Here we go. 3 triggers. See what we hit. Kenrith. Speaking of which, Blood Moon. This is a tough choice. Some of our best hits are in this pile of 6, so we need to make a choice here. I think it's cut them off because of layers. The Dryad effect is kind of shut off. But does Kenrith kill? Kenrith kills now if I hit like a double strike. Well, I'm swinging with some 0-2s though. What am I even trying to hope to trample over? I need to trample over. Kenrith does give me a +1/+1 counter. I might just take Moon. All right, decision made. Spyro. Better than WINota here, right? Yes. Considerably. We are not casting the evolution anymore. That's not what we're doing. We're doing the things. We're giving them the... Ooh, Blade Historian. We just win. Right? Or close to it. They can't block the WINota. This is 8 damage, protection from all colors. That seems pretty good. 8 damage they can't stop, and then they're taking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So they have to block this dwarf or they die. I think we got him. Yeah, these protection effects are so good for us. I don't think we'll ever do like a companion build. I feel like, or like an Amori. I mean, it'd be fun to do it for like one league, to do an Amori the Collector build, just for the meme. I feel like that would be a build where you'd even like main deck some of them too. Like you'd just be all in on that. I think that's silly though. I think that's kind of a silly decision. They're not dead, but they're basically dead. I know. We used to play ways to give these power. I am still, technically, with the Pyre Heroes build, plays a Changeling at the 3 slot, so you can go all the way up. Yeah. We used to play more ways to give the power, to give attack power to our 0 power creatures. Torpor Orb. We used to play like, what was it, Maja? I played something weird like Maja. We cut it. It wasn't good enough. Yeah, so right now what I'm playing to make some of these 0 power creatures... Oh, sorry, this is the wrong edition. This is an edition we're thinking about with Ignoble. This is the edition I took to the tournament today. This is not actually what I'm playing with in the queue right now, but I think this is... It just, if the discussion is... Oh, you know what? I meant to cut the Bonder. Is this really the latest version? Did I make a new version? I thought I did. Did I not save it? All right, anyway. So the next version, I'm cutting Bonder. I really like that card. I think it's sweet. I think we also don't need it now. Our human count has been pretty good. 8, 9, 10, 15. All right. Let's win the next one, too. This was a build that we were trying to make Dwarven Mine happen. It also just happens too late, I think, is the other issue. If only there was like an Urborg for mountains. It's Magus of the Moon. But then you don't get the tokens. Anyway. Yeah, we were going to add more copies of Strangleroot Geist, wasn't I? I was going to play the 3rd copy, I think, instead of the Trample Synergy guy. I think I'll miss that effect in the deck, but I think we're already getting there just off of the finisher humans I'm playing. I think we're already getting there. Technically, entities in that pile. Like I have kind of like 5 finishers. Kind of. Yeah, so right now, entity is like you can shrink down your team to get under a bridge as long as it's not 0 power. If it is 0 power, I've got Birds and Gilded Geese. Spellskite. It's good to think about Ensnaring Bridge. We have a lot of low power creatures and they still cause WINota triggers, and since WINota puts the creature onto the battlefield already attacking, you actually don't care about Ensnaring Bridge. Can't you run the companion, but then when you sideboard in different cards you just choose not to use the companion? Yeah, you could do that, Darkest Magic. It's just I wouldn't be able to play Eldritch and Pyre of Heroes in the main board, right? And I think those 6 tutors just add a lot of consistency to the deck that I don't think playing a companion might be beneficial of. I feel like, let's say, hey, good luck and have fun to our opponent, and then we could keep this, but it's like a slow triple Eldritch, has it Heron's Grace in the opener. This hand's even a little bit better, kind of, just because the mana's faster. I can tuck Kenrith back into the deck, which is kind of where we want him anyway. So this deck mulligans quite nicely with the London Mulligan. Utopia Sprawl is my guess. No, elves. Holy cajoli. Oh, hey, we're double queued now. Good luck and have fun. That's not great. I think this can work. This hand, keep. Oh, the double queue. Oh boy. All right, I'll do my best. I have green if I go basic forest. So they're elves, huh? Elves. Geese. F6, go back. Birds. F6, go back. Oh, hey, it's Tron. We get to Blood Moon them next turn. We even get the basic plains or second forest if we want it. Sweet. I was looking for that Tron matchup, and we never got it till the end, it seems. So it seems. Lenore Visionary in my elf opponent's deck. Okay. All right. Probably Spyro here. I don't actually have to shock to cast Spyro off of the evolution, right? Yeah, sweet. Human. Even though my hand is a shale that I won't be able to cast. Maybe I should say Cleric or even Bird. If I Spyro, I'll probably find a different land. No, I can cast shale. I have a white source right here. Let's still name Human. Good, good, good. Go do the Spyro. I mean, I'm probably dumping the shale here anyway. All right, we're thinking opponent. Sorry. I'm thinking. Sorry, we didn't have a turn 1 bird because they did Ballista. So they're playing Eldrazi Tron. I was like, wait, my bird's dead. That's what happened. So do we want to set up to evolution the... Do we want to set up to evolution, or do we want to make sure that we can cast the Spyro? I feel like it's nice to have the basic planes if what I'm trying to do is moon them, but I don't even think that's what we're trying to do anymore. I think I almost just want to make sure that we have the right colors. So change of plans. We do have 1 basic though. I want to be able to cast evolution and maybe Spyro. Go ahead and F6. So let's evolution into the... what was I doing? Oh, Spyro. Duh. Best card in our deck. Certainly worth me 2 for 1-ing myself. You don't really. This is actually an even exchange that puts us ahead. We're okay to give up a bird for Eldritch into Spyro. Let's let go of the Masked Vandal. It's dead in this matchup. Let's let go of the Shale. Keep our evolution. Hey, we drew a WINota. Awesome. At least this match is going well. All right, so they played Reshaper. They have 2 Tron pieces. They are separate pieces. We did not draw the 3rd land. We are in troubles. All right. That stinks that they killed the bird off the Ballista. That was a good use of Ballista by my opponent. And, like, a lot of players won't do that. A reasonable number of Eldrazi Tron players won't do what we just saw them do. But they did. This is probably Smasher. We can come back from a Smasher, but it's not very easy. I do have a good block on this Reshaper, which I will do. See if opponent tests my blocking. Gives me the opportunity to make a mistake. Take 5. Strangle Root. I don't think I can afford to block with the Strangle Root yet. I think we just have to hope to spike a land and get to go off this next turn. Hope they don't have second Smasher. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was F6 for my elf opponent. They don't. They have something else they want to cast. Or hopefully they can't. Maybe they don't have enough mana to cast some of the big scaries in their hand. I hope. Is this just second turn? Second main phase. Thought Not Seer. Is that what we're doing? Take my Eldritch. Ballista on 2. Ballista, shoot my Spellskite, shoot my Strangleroot. Land. This is probably not enough. And it's like, but Bruce By, you're showing them what you are. I mean, like, I think Lena is the hit that lets me keep playing Magic. But it's probably wrong to try to hit exactly Lena because it doesn't even necessarily get us back in. But Lena is... So we didn't hit Lena, we hit Kenrith. I don't want to show them the moon, but they would imagine I might have access to it. Moon doesn't actually save us because we do have a block here. But we don't have the necessary block here or here. Unless we think they're going to make a mistake, but they have lethal... Like, actually that's not true. If I block with WINota, But they can just grow the ballista. What's my next turn if I do take the Magus? Wild Bonder? If I choose Kenrith... Alright, hold on. If I block WINota under the Reality Smasher, I take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They shoot me. No reason to show them more cards. It doesn't do enough. We needed to see like Lena or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wonder where the Lena was. Well, not anywhere near. Alright, so when it comes to Eldrazi-tron, let's go back to our elf match. I'm sorry, friend. I feel a little bad here because, like, we're just trying to do too much. I should attack first, actually, instead of playing my entity. We need another green source in this game against elves. They're playing Sprawl, so they got Arbor Elf, too. Does not attack with these. I'd be okay trading the Spyro, because entity serves a similar purpose to be evolved. They might not want to block. Probably don't want to block. They decide they want to. Okay. And I'll stay here long enough to at least F6 through this turn. Go back to sideboarding. All right, here we go. So Collector O for Voker. Justice is okay, but it's kind of not enough, I think. Just trades with some of their stuff, maybe. Gaddock Teague actually gets to stay. I'll cut these. I'll cut this. Cut that. Spellsky can stay. Proud Wild Bonder is something we're moving away from. Just fine. We tried it for a while. Selfless doesn't actually protect WINota from Dismember. Favor does, but they go big. But I might have to go to that edge where we hope that they don't have the 4-drop. And even if they do, as long as they don't go to their 5-drop, this still protects me from a Dismember. I might play that out on the play. I don't think I'd do that on the draw. The Timelies are tempting. The Linval is tempting, but I don't have room for all these things. I feel like Timely is a trap because if I'm on the play, I hope to be giving them the business, you know? All right, so they kick it back to me. I can't do my thing yet. They're not really doing anything over there except just like ramping. I mean, yes, there's this Carnage Tyrant. Like, yes, I'm scared of this, kind of, I guess. I don't know. What are we keeping? We're more likely to be able to WINota than I am to Evolution. Because any land gets us to WINota, whereas I need specifically green. Didn't get it, though. Well, I should redact what I just said. Not necessarily any land. Carnage Tyrants. Okay. Yes, let's play first. Alright, this hand seems Dece. Dece plus. It sucks that they won the die roll, too, and they were able to... No blocks from me, I don't think. Could block with the Seasoned Pyromancer, but I'm not going to here, folks. Let's go back to this other game, and let's play a bird. Bird is the word, and we'll F6, F6. All right, another Carnage Tyrant. Okay, this is what they are trying to do. Can we hit the land? We do. We probably win. Most likely. Not guaranteed. That's also kind of, for me, like the fun, non-deterministic combos. Swinging the entity doesn't really add a lot here. Might hang back on these 2 humans. Well, actually, I'm just dead on the crackback, right? Because they have trample. Maybe I should just swing in and hope to hit the nuts, right? That's not true. We might be gaining some life. Well, no, if we're hoping to gain life, I should swing the Spyro. Maybe not the entity. Well, no. Let's swing out and hope to hit. Right, because actually I might be dead to these tramples. So there's the Heron's Grace. Kind of glad I swung with the humans. They're going to get +1 and the lifelink, which is relevant. Awesome. But we're looking 24 cards deep because we got 4 triggers, so we probably were going to see Herons. I would have rather seen Herons later. Blade Historian now are just a definite favorite. Priest... I can't actually target the Carnage Tyrant, but that's fine. All right, back to this other game. So let's Teague and play Pyre, or is it Shale? We definitely want to get Teague on the table, although he's just got a big target on his back. Is getting the Pyre on the table correct? I don't think so. I mean, like, I'm sad if they take WINota, sure, but I think Teague might actually soak the removal spell that's going to hit my WINota more likely than Shale would. I think I might be able to bait a removal spell out of my opponent. And go get the Arbor and still cast WINota on time. If they don't kill Teague, I don't think I should, unless they're tapped out, I don't think I should go get the Arbor. It's very risky. Let's not do that. Do they block in such a way that they live? They might actually live here. I don't think so. This is 8 on its own. This is way lethal. Very, very lethal. Right? Yeah. 6. That's the first strike damage, and then they're dead. Cool. Elves. I mean, Revoker does things. Fiery Justice is amazing. They're trying to ramp up to these big, silly things. This is very much a Jade deck you just saw. Jade. Very much so. Timely's probably not. Linvala, sure. That's about it. I don't really have a lot for this matchup. I can make them take damage, but like we take a lot of damage too off of Ferocidon, so we need to be mindful of that. We're cutting, moving forward, it's probably a good idea to not test the Wild Bonder because I'm not going to have it in the deck in the future. So that's a reason to cut it now. Skoos can get cut. Magus of the Moon, I mean, it might make them lose a Utopia Sprawl, but they showed us so many. I think they're just playing basic forests. All right, this is a 60. I think I like it. Let's go. Gaddock Teague might turn off like Collected Company or a couple other cards. This hand could turn one the Dwarven Mine, and it's not the pits for us like it has been so many games this past league. They do nothing. I can't justify going and getting the Arbor. This is very, very likely a Dismember, but I think I still go for it. Right, them doing nothing, just hope they don't have the Dismember. Sacred Foundry complements the Forest the best. Just don't want to take damage. I'm not doing this for any other reason. Do this, do that. I want to do the humans are uncounterable. Kind of irrelevant. Alright, we're doing the things. Show me Dismember, opponent. So they do have it. Get to hit you for 2. They might have Natural Tron in addition to that. But we did get game 1, right? Yes, we did manage to steal game 1. Or no, we died. No, we died. I'm thinking of the Elves game. Reshaper. They didn't have Natural Tron. Sanctum of Ugin is scary, though. I mean, maybe they're just setting up for the next turn. Ooh, speaking of setting up. I might just go for WINota. I could also just moon them and have another basic and still have mana for Shale. Seems good. And I have the Pyre of Heroes to keep going. All right, so let's... I think it's Eldritch, the bird. Well, I need to play Shale first. Shale first. Then Eldritch for Moon, and I have Pyre behind it. Pyre of Heroes behind it, rather. Cast. I think we're fine with this. We'd love to turn off your lands, opponent. I mean, Shale might be worse than just keeping the birds around, right? Because of our colors. But, like, this just can help us win. Maybe this is wrong, but decision has been made. Also flies over the Reshaper. Alright, drew another Dwarven Mine. That's funny. Alright, mine go. But yeah, mooning my opponent after they've spent their first Dismember feels good. They don't even swing. Awesome. Kenrith. The draw. Okay. Pyre. Teague could be sacrificed instead of the Shale. Shale's got Vigilance, so I can go ahead and do this attack before we make our decision. I think I could let go of Teague. Obviously, Teague stops Chalice, sure. Teague stops them from playing Karn. I think I want to wait for a different creature to Pyre into. I think we're very pleased with the creatures that we have on the table. I could also just Pyre the Shale itself and start to pot up the chain. Yeah, so if they have like a Karn here, they can't cast it. Seems good to me. There we go, Lone Dryad. That's a much better Pyre. thing. Watch this. I'm going to go get Spellskite. This is great for us. I think that's what I want. Yeah, I just want to protect Magus of the Moon, and we have that flexibility. Sorry, back to this game, opponent. I'm so sorry. I feel bad about it, but there's not much I can do. Put a counter on the Spellskite. Would love to take this game and get more play points. Well, we still have to win game 3 against our Eldrazi-tron opponent. This is Mindstone? This is Chalice on 1. No, Chalice on 2. They decided not to, whatever it was. They got to get that Reshaper killed, right? We got good blocks, though. Like, I don't really want to sacrifice anything. I guess if I did, it would be Shale, right? I think it's time to finally let go of the Shale. Like, with the Spellskite now, that we're protecting this Magus, I think it's finally time to let her go. It go. Let's go get our Changeling. Just did that for fun. So we're going to go Pyre this. It is able to become... We could also banish a Priest. It's fun to think about that Shale has 2 options in our build. Mirror Entity. We can start smashing in next turn. Start killing them next turn. Back to this game. Alright, so I might need to name Bird. I have enough red mana for Pyro. I drew a bird, so... Oh wow, Trinisphere, never mind. Awesome. I don't even mind it. Our opponent's doing cool things over here. Let's just play the other Dwarven Mine. Don't want this to slow me down later. Obviously, that's not getting us close to the Justice. Trinisphere, hey, 3-ball. I cannot cast yet. Is this Karn? Oof. And then they're just going to destroy all my stuff. I really like what we're seeing of our opponent's deck this time. I wasn't that impressed with what they did last game. I'm liking what they're up to this time. I'm liking their deck a lot more this time. So don't we just mash in? Don't we just mash? Don't I just mash? That's way over lethal. Hang on. They're at 11. Yeah, let's just mash. Right? This is lethal. And they're dead. Yeah, they're actually just a prison deck. Yeah, we got Reclaiming Vines. It's a very flexible card. It's like Bramble Crush. It's just a functional reprint of Bramble Crush. I mean, now their Llanowar Visionaries make sense. This is their build around. I'm not even mad. I hope that we can start to do things. It'd be really nice if we just found a green source and I just justiced both of their mana dudes, right? Didn't draw it. That's okay. I'd probably still name Human here. And we just start to spiral our way out of this mess. I'm going to dump the bird. I'm going to dump things that are probably not worth paying for. I actually think it's these two. Well, no. Vandal could stay because it can take out the Trinisphere. Let's get rid of the Kenrith and the bird. Bird, like, seems like it'd be something I want to keep, actually. I don't know. I should probably dump the Evolution since, yeah, I'm so far away from it color-wise. That was maybe foolish. So I think we run it back against our Eldrazi-tron opponent. I think I like the way that we boarded. The Shale was maybe kind of a meme. It lets me pyre up the chain, but I think that actually should have been Strangleroot. Although flying is good against them. Flying is good against my opponent. But I think I want Strangleroot. Actually, I think that was a mistake. So let's run it back. That one little change. Me, like, drawing the Shale and seeing the Shale made me, like, realize that it's probably not great. This hand has protection fatigue. It comes out of the gates a little faster, kind of. It's got a Gilded Goose. Oh wow, they have a temple draw. That's scary. That could be really fast. What they're about to do. They're oozing me. Yep. Blow up my Sacred Foundry. That's what I would blow up. We can take out the Trinisphere. I think I should, because it... I don't know. I think I probably should. Their deck's built for more synergy for this card than I am. Right? So thereby, by definition, I don't really want to expose my forest here. Right? Actually, it's fine. It's considering not doing that. Oops. I mean, the uncounterable doesn't matter. And uncounterable doesn't stop the way that Trinisphere works. Trinisphere just says you must. You know, as long as it's untapped, they have to pay. We have creatures in our bin to get this Mass Vandal off, so let's do it. Yes. Cool. Oops. And before they play second Trinisphere, and it's like, that was kind of a waste. I can trade the Vandal and an Elemental, or I probably would trade the Seasoned Pyre with a Slime. Alright, back to this game. F6. Sprawl. We'll F6 here too. This is something big and scary that I can't stop. Won't stop. Is this just another Carnage Tyrant that I can't Fiery Justice? Alright, so map, piece, probably Spellskite is what we want to do. Still maybe naming human, most likely. I think Spellskite's defensible. Primal Command, that's what they're doing. That's not as bad. Hey, what's up, DJ? How's it going? So they're going to Primal Command here and go get their silly big things. Banisher the Thought-Knot Seer, it seems good to me. White, here or here. That's why we left it in, right? This is like the ideal thing to exile with a Banisher Priest. And we have the Spellskite to protect it for once. If we could, we would block and trade with the Slime, right? So I think I will. Although that was what I was maybe going to Eldritch, but I can also Eldritch the Vandal if you're wondering, like, no, Bruce Spy, what are you doing? It's fine. I've got another green source here. A painful green source. Been going after my lands, this opponent has. I have 2 red sources in my hand, but Embereth's going to be tapped unless I get... I can't get Sacred Foundry here. So my choice is pretty much just Stomping Ground. But Stomping Ground is almost the ideal here. Obviously Justice is maybe not happening. But let's go get our WINota. Let's do our thing. Let's do the powerful thing that we're doing. We're going to lose both of these Elemental tokens, perhaps, because I didn't get the Justice off. But we have like birds behind this. We probably get a lot of value out of these. Maybe we hit a Spyro, or we whiff, and then hit. I'll take it. And I think I just dump both of these. Make the tokens. We'd level WINota off the top. They haven't cracked their expedition map yet. They've had proactive plays. They did Warping Whale my Gilded Goose earlier. I might not have mentioned that to you guys. Sorry, I know this is disjointing for you guys to... what do we got here? Reshaper, that's not so bad. Would love to moon you. Would love to play Teague. So I think Teague is the play, and we'll go get our Dried Arbor, right? Could also start cycling these, but I think establishing our board is maybe better. Teague turns off their sweeper, which their sweeper is really bad news for us. So they do black. By the way, what they went and got was Eternal Witness, actually. Yeah, Witness, because you can get the command back. I see what we're up to here. I see what we're doing. Witness, choose command. Or maybe they're going to choose Vine. Maybe they have a land drop. I'll go ahead and F6. Not really much I can do there. Alright, kick it back to you. I think I want to get the Dryad Arbor. They might just be playing Smashers, though, which is the reason why I wanted to start cycling these. Yep. Spellskite can take a lot of the damage off, like a lot of the heat off of this Smasher for us. Like, this is their plan for sure once we have a Teague. Like, Teague Skite, this will be their plan most likely. So I'm not surprised. Ooh, are we just going to draw a bunch of not stuff? There's a Magus. Magus turns off the draw on my canopy, though. And, yes, it turns off a lot of what they're able to do, folks. I get that. They have the wastes, though, so if they have more Smashers, I think this is foolish. Because I need to get the extra draw off the canopy. So why don't we draw now so that we could maybe hit... if we hit a dork, I'll like, yes, there's the food token to think about. Oh, boy. We're just maybe dead, folks. No attacks from me. We're just maybe dead. We're strung out and did not hit the things. Meanwhile, we're winning over here. I actually might have wanted to play out the Castle Emberth, but I can't activate it yet. Shoot. Alright, so that's a juicy mirror entity. Might be correct. It makes my blocks... I should have played my land first because we have entity in. That's okay. Before this trigger goes off, check this out. 1, 2, 3. Really wish I'd played the extra land first before going to combat. And then we get the +1/+1, so they're all 4s, except for the Heron's Grace himself. That's a cool little synergy that our deck does. So they didn't play second Smasher. That's good news for us. I'm not going to block. I'm just hoping to top deck. I'm at 6. Map. Okay. They're going to go get Blasting Zone. They can take out Teague and Spellskite here, right? But it takes a couple turns for them to charge it up. Wow, we just drew a lot of lands. I can turn off the Blast Zone. That doesn't really save us. We want white mana because of WINota. We've already played some number of... No, we haven't played either of our build-around cards. Okay. All right. Drawing WINota is slightly better than me getting the... I mean, could we wait a turn? I don't think we should. I got to turn this off. All right, we got there. We won against... we won out our league, actually, which is so funny because it had such a bad start. We ended up getting points. Cool. Yeah, I think I go for Magus, go get the basic planes, because drawing the WINota, just drawing the WINota is better. Also gives us a couple of white cards we can draw to. Like, okay, so green gives me Strangleroot. Green gives me the evolutions. So that's 5 cards. Single white gives me Favor, but Favor doesn't help us here. Single white gives me Kenrith. Single whites give me the WINotas, but us just drawing WINota is better. Us having to Eldritch something here is pretty bad. We're also more likely to... Oh, that's not true. We could draw the forest or the plains naturally, but let's just go with plains. And it also helps us with Blade Historian. So I think there's one more card where it's relevant. Yeah, we've played land every turn, and yet we have a fistful of lands here. Blast Zone, tick up, sure. This turn we have to start blocking with like Spellskite and such. I don't have any attacks because of the Reshaper. We do have a food token, but that doesn't really Yeah, we had to consider spell scouting. It sucks that they had the wastes. I think they might have even searched for it. It's nice that I'm not double queued anymore. Mindstone. Okay. Is this another Reality Smasher? No, they're drawing a card. Okay. So this lets them have some of their cards back. This would give them back the Thought Knot Seer. Like, this block is terrible. This block is bad too, right? They have 3 cards in their hand. Oops, I meant to block though. It's fine. We're probably dead here. I did mean to block with the Spellskite instead. Next card was Lit. Birds. So we end the day still getting prize, but it does not feel great. If we'd won there, we actually ended up getting... We would pay for the event and get the treasure chest boosters. So it's sad. I mean, I'll take the consolation prize. I think that there were a couple of cards that were wrong in the build that I took into the challenge today. I'm still happy with the games that we got, but I'm a little disappointed with my own misplays in... and I'm not saying that all of our match losses today came down to misplays. I know for sure I made a couple. We beat Dredge even through a misplay of mine. I grabbed the wrong card off of a Scavenging Ooze. I do like the direction the deck is headed in. I do like the Pyre of Heroes build a lot. Like, this is a lot of fun. Yeah, I think this is getting closer. Fiery Justice is a bit of a pet card for me, so I kind of want to keep playing it. The Lena has really proved her spot in the deck, even though this is moving away from WINota Castables. In other words, cards that we could actually pay for. Yeah, I think I'll end with this iteration of the deck for now and for, you know, leading up to Modern Horizons 2. If you guys have any more card suggestions, I'd love to hear them. We have room for one more card. Might just want to be a land. I think third Strangleroot Geist would be good too. So something about the deck as a Pyre of Heroes list, I think that we're lacking in this part. I would like the deck to have a bit more meat here. Doesn't mean it needs to be third Geist. It could be first Voice. We could do a split. Even though Geist has more choices, we might want to do a split of Geists and Voices. They do different things for the deck. Voice gives us huge tokens and helps us fight against the removal heavy, permissive heavy decks. Strangleroot Geist just has better natural synergy for the deck. It works really well with Evolution. Works okay with Pyre. I mean, it works good with Pyre because it's an undying creature. But you're mostly playing this because you're an Evolution deck. I mean, it'd be fascinating to see how our deck would work or wouldn't work, like as a companion list, right? Which would be not running these. We'd have to run different tutors. Like, then we would want Fauna Shaman. We'd change some of the cards I've decided on. It would be interesting to see that, like a build of this that could use a companion. I don't think it'd be right. Let's just do third Strangleroot Geist for now as a placeholder. Like, we already have made a lot of space in this build for Silver Bullets. So it might be good to have something about the deck that's just meaty and consistent. So maybe 3 Geist is actually exactly where the deck wants to be. Anywho, and Geist has like synergy for Shale because it comes back into play and there's lots of little cool synergies there. Playing Shale because most of my 1-drops are birds. It's also a cleric, so it has the ability to... It's not just going to get the entity, right, if we Pyre. It could also go get... not Apparition, it can get the Banisher Priest. Vandal can get anything that's a 3-drop because it's a changeling. Skooz has to go get the entity. Gaddock Teague has to go get the entity. Spellskite, if we want to pot it, which I don't usually, but if you did, entity. 3 Strangleroot Geists can either be Banisher Priest or entity. So I have really liked the Priest because of the choices we're making. That's another reason to not play Voice at all and max out on Strangleroot Geists first, because they have options. Somebody was really, and I really liked their idea, somebody suggested Thalia, because we don't have many spells. I really don't. So somebody was saying, Bruce, I get a Thalia up in here. So I like the idea of Thalia. Somebody else suggested instead of Loam Dried because it was kind of weak. Actually, hang on. Let's test them both and see which one we like more. So we probably will cut one or the other. But there's a couple choices for Dryad Arbor as far as what it can turn into. This card's already pretty, I think, the way that it looks now. I don't think it needs the full art. It loses the watermark. I'd rather have the watermark. So, and I just like the way this card looks already art-wise. So maybe a Thalia, and maybe Thalia would even be main deck over the third Geist. Because it's kind of like in the same way that Gaddock Teague is not really anti-synergistic with our deck at all. There's no anti-synergy actually for Teague in our current iteration. No chords, no nothing, no collected company. So you could just put Thalia in the deck, and then we could play a sideboard Eidolon. Like now that we're playing Pyre, I'm starting to see kind of more what the deck wants. Eidolon of Rhetoric we'd play instead of Archon. Archon's the better card, yes, and there's a human version of Eidolon of Rhetoric, actually, which might even be better for us because of our human theme. Ethersworn. I think I'd rather play Eidolon of Rhetoric because of its resilience. C. But Ethersworn Canonist also works. But let's just play Eidolon of Rhetoric, perhaps. I wouldn't main deck it, I think. Although Eidolon might be more main deckable than Teague is, or Thalia. Like maybe this, this is something that we can Pyre of Heroes the Strangleroot Geists into. So now normally these are all like more sideboardy kind of cards, but the way that Modern is right now, I feel like Teague and certainly Thalia is fine in the main board. Eidolon seems a little bit more specific. Like sure, there's Snapcaster Mage in a lot of different decks, but like Eidolon turns off not just combo decks like Storm when you do see them. Eidolon of Rhetoric stops Bring to Light. It also stops, of course, Snapcaster. So I think I want to try that. I would even give up my fun of Fiery Justice that I really, really like and want to test. I'd give it up because I think this could be spent better. The Collector Oaths are a lot worse now that we're a Pyre of Heroes deck, just to keep that in mind. I still think I'm going to play it, though. Tutorable Stony Silence seems good. So let's get these missing cards, and yeah, we'll give Thalia a try. I'd like to keep our human count at a certain level, so we kind of went down a human, so I'd like to go back up a human. I think Thalia is great as a fun of in this deck, and Militant can become it, which is even sweeter. That's actually where that suggestion came from. So human count looks to be 15, 16. Okay, and that's about where we want to be. Sorry, 17. Really? 17? 17 might be too many. Might need to sideboard the Teague or the Thalia and play third Strangle. Then I would cut the third. I would start to cut like third Timely at this point. I really like the main deck Teague. There are things that it helps us win against. It's sometimes, though, it just doesn't do anything, whereas Thalia is going to do at least something in most matchups. Do you think that's fair justification? He was originally in the sideboard. Let's put him back into the sideboard. Because, like, the main deck Magus of the Moon often does what the sideboard Gaddock Teague does. So just because we could main deck it and there's no anti-synergy, let's just play the Thalia. All right, so our mana's also cleaner. We've added back in the second plane, so I think that's good. We used to play an Auric Champion, but I've cut it, actually. I think Auric is still maybe good for this deck, but I have cut it. Not maybe. We've tested it. It is good. We have tested, and it is good, but Militant. Actual, factual, Dryad Militant. We'll give it a try. Eidolon of Rhetoric. Would have been something I would have brought in against our ad nauseum opponent. Thalia is also good against them, so yeah, these are probably good decisions. Oh wait, was I not counting Thalia in that? Yeah, 17. So 17, and then how many non-humans are we on now? We are on 16. If you want to count the green fetches, they're kind of an extension of that because they can get the Dryad Arbor. I think I do want to play Mesas though. I want to make our mana base a little bit cleaner and get the basic planes more often. I may be kicking myself and be like, but like the Dryad Arbor leans us more in the direction of foothills, and we could do this split, but it might just be more important that I can get the... you know what? Yeah, I'm making that decision. I think it's more important that I can more consistently get the basic planes. And I'm not playing like a basic mountain, so like we shouldn't play a singleton prismatic vista. I don't think I'm going to play the singleton mountain. We could. It makes us take a little bit less damage off of Spyro, but which is relevant in Modern. Like it really is. Like that would also like second Arid Mesa, or even before we play second Arid Mesa, it would you would even consider the first prismatic. I don't know. We've played the mountain before, but like then you have to like cut the firelit. I don't know if that's correct. The first mountain is kind of rough on us, I think. But I mean, it'd be nice to not take damage off of trying to cast Pyro as much. That's a very common play for us too. Like if I have the option to cast Pyro, I'm going to choose to do it instead of most other plays. I think one of the players we played against is first right now. Salami is somebody we did play against, I think. Salami? Way earlier in the tournament. And they're 6-1. It's cool. So, like, Breakers, it looks like, was part of why we still prized, despite how poorly we ended up on the day. Yeah, I would consider the first Prismatic with this many basics. Like, I would do perhaps a split of... I know the Prismatic doesn't get Dryad Arbor. Maybe the first Prismatic is sweet if we're playing this many fetches. I mean, we might like Prismatic more than Arid Mesa at all, because Mesa can't get Basic Forest. Yeah, Prismatic Vista is sweet. I feel like running more than one Prismatic in this deck is wrong, though. I think we could try the split and see. Let me go get a Prismatic. I think the filter land was really nice at times. I don't know if we need it so much anymore. One of the reasons I was playing the filters had actually more to do with the fact that we were shoving Ranger into this deck too, and I do miss the Rangers. I did think that the silence was a really, really cool thing for us to do, to be able to interact with a bunch of different decks. It was a bit tough on the mana, though, to be green, and red. And, like, we wouldn't be able to play Strangleroot too, probably. I mean, we could try, but it was really tough on the mana to be red, green, and white consistently. We had a lot more white when we were playing Ranger, Captain of Eos. I do think that Ranger is good. It's a human that's staple to a non-human. Granted, you have to pay for it, but... I do kind of miss the Rangers and the Ranger build a little bit. But we're trying to make the mana a little bit nicer for Magus of the Moon, where I just need to get... I'm fine with a Plains, a Forest. At most, I would want to get 2 Forests. So that's why I'm favoring the green fetches. It's not just the Dryad Arbor's fault. It's I want to be able to get these more consistently, usually, than the white for a couple of cards, right? Does that make sense, folks? Just trying to make sure this is what I want to be doing. We've played a Singleton Mountain before. One Mesa, one Vista. But still mostly green fetch, and still 6 fetch that get the Dryad Arbor. I think that's fine, because there's matches where I just can't get it. Just can't justify getting it. And I think one more red source just overall is smart. There have been times where opponents have fought over my stomping and my Foundry, and like, sure, like Cavernous Soul, Sunbait Canyon... You know, all these things do cast the Spyro. We usually aren't hurting for red mana. It does come up where certain archetypes can try to fight us on that axis. So let's go ahead and check out here. Down to the end of my loan balance. So we've almost spent my full loan balance trying lots and lots of different cards. And this deck isn't all that expensive. Of course, the fetch mana base, the Cavern are some of the more expensive parts. But I think we'll be happy with third Strangleroot Geist. Singleton Thalia, somebody wanted me to test if I'm going to test the Dryad Militant, because it just gives a really strong 2-drop for this to tutor into, right? You go from an Arbor, you pod into this, and sometimes even this effect might be nice. It might be nice to, we can't go from Dryad Militant, of course, to the Scavenging Ooze. In fact, none of my 1-drops go to Ooze in this build. Ooze is just an evolution target. If we wanted to be able to go to Ooze, if we wanted to be able to go more consistently to some of these bullets, or to some of these silver bullets, we'd have to play the Changeling, the 1-drop Changeling. I don't think I want to do that because it was just a vanilla 1/1, whereas Loam Dryad is at least in a pinch. This is a Mana Dork. So I think, and it's a Mana Dork that can be Spellskite or Masked Vandal. Vandal's been fine in the main deck. It just allows us to pod up. We don't necessarily need Shale, by the way. That's another card that could go because, although I like the synergy for it, and I like that it gives me a different option to pod for other than always Masked Vandal. For example, what if I draw the Masked Vandal, then all of my birds can't be potted up the chain, right? Or pired, I should say, up the chain. So I like having more than one target when it comes to something like I'm running a lot of copies of, Goose and Birds. So if you're wondering why we brought back the Shale, I know Shale's a bit of a meme, but I do want the deck to be able to do that consistently. Maybe we find a different Changeling. Maybe we just play 2 Masked Vandals. Maybe it's good enough to play 2 of. I do like that Shale flies as well. The flying is not irrelevant. Yeah, the deck since adding in Pyre has really taken on a life of its own, which I'm excited about. So hopefully you guys are enjoying the deck as well. So I'd love to mess around with this. Why don't we just do a single queue? Not get too crazy. I do want to play against like a person and not just goldfish some more while it's not like we're in between rounds anymore. So let's do a 2-player queue. These fire a little bit more quickly on weekends, I would imagine. Hopefully you've been enjoying the brews, guys. Hopefully you've been enjoying the decks. I've been really liking this different take on WINota a lot. I think the fact that Pyre is potentially multiple tutors slapped into one card, that it's easy to kind of sneak it onto the table underneath counter magic. I really, really do like it, I think, versus a lot of the other tutors we've played. I know I'm only playing a 2 of. That's a similar number to what you see in Goblins. Like this deck is still just built around Spyro and WINota and Eldritch, but it's really cool to, and again, the stipulation was I was trying to make a Naya colored deck. I was trying to do something different with WINota than I saw a lot of people doing. Luris. We're on the draw. They just take my birds and then we're sad, sad boy, right? Or kill my bird. This hand's a little suspect. This hand is even worse. So we're mulliganing. Very, very, very glad that this is a practice game. I mean, not a practice game, sorry. This is like the real deal, but keep and toss back. Those 2 we're going to name. Gosh, do I have to name Spirit here? Like, I can't justify going to 4. I might even mulligan if they look at my hand with a Thoughtseize. Or Inquisition. I don't think this 5 is going to beat a 7 from a Luris deck. Like, when I'm on the... Oh, boy. Oh, hammer time. We have a chance. We play on. Really need to see different lands. Like, really, really need to see different lands. I might honestly go Spirit. Ooh, or we draw a bird and we can name Bird. Bird's fine to name on the first cavern. We actually have enough of them, so it's not. And the can't be countered is not what's important in this matchup. Hammer Time's a fun deck. The whole Cavern of Souls for birds. Bird Tribal. Bird Tribal. That's what I said to my opponent. Bird is the word. Bird tribal. Memnite. Memnite Shyamalan. Memnite Shyamalan. Memnite. Inkmoth Nexus. Sigarda. Attack. Why not attack first? So next turn we name Spirit on Skyclave and get rid of the Colossus Hammer. Can't afford to block with birds because I need it as mana. Their deck does a lot less if they don't have that hammer, and we just hope they don't draw a second hammer or a way to tutor for hammer. Their deck's hilarious. I love it. Loam Dried, we can't justify casting yet. Okay. We drew both of our caverns, and it's a little awkward. A little bit awkward that none of these are naming human. We'll try to manage. We did take a ton of mulligans and maybe still win this game. Skyclave is a heck of a card. We get to block the Memnites. This is great. I'm at 9, so blocking is important. My hope is that they put Lurrus into their hand and don't have another piece of gas here. Right? Isn't that our hope? Or I'm just dead. I mean, I'm not dead. I can block. But actually, I feel like they're misplaying their deck a little bit. So they can go to combat and then flash in the hammer, and I'm just dead. So let's see if they know how to do that basic thing. Maybe it doesn't matter since they have Giver. But this lets them cast it with flash. They could go to combat. Yeah, they're gonna use Giver to give this pro white instead. But I think, like, you're playing Sigarda's aids so that you. It's not really a misplay. There's been 2 instances where they can see. Show me white. Show me that you know what to choose. Good. Let's begin our sideboard. This is kind of a weird matchup where I might consider the Collector Oath. Revoker's actually better. Oath turning off my own Pyres is unfortunate. Magus of the Moon can go. Banisher Priest might also want to go. Skyclave is where it's at. I don't cut any of my human anthems, I don't think, in this matchup. So I'm not going to cut from this 5 if I can. Skooz can go, it's too slow. Thalia can go, doesn't really have help here. Militant can go, doesn't really do anything unless we just want low drops. You were hoping for Bird Tribal. Me too. I'll say me too. Me too. Alright, might still bring in the Thalia. Alright, Glyph Weaver, Timely. Sad we don't have the second Timely now. Linvala. Banisher Priest will still get played, actually. We have room for it. Not Cleric, but maybe Abolisher to stop Path. Maybe... yeah, probably Abolisher. Could also just play Favor. That also turns off Path. Abolisher kind of turns off Path for us. I think Banisher Priest is just not good enough. Is the Oath worth it? I actually think you're right. I want like my low to the ground mana answers to them having... oh, we can cut Shale, right? Because Vandal still works. Alright. We could still run the Thalia. They're playing Baubles, that's true. Thalia can punish those a little bit. I like it. Let's run it back. Yeah, Smogard, Oath is worth it. Thank you for the suggestion. This is probably my last game on the day. I just wanted to test some of the little changes that we had from kind of thinking about the future of the deck, perhaps. This is a 1-lander. We do play 22 and a bunch of dorks. Would love to keep a hand. This hand's awkward a little bit. There's the mountain coming up and stabbing us in the back. It's okay. Keep. I might even put the mountain back. No. We're going to put Blade Historian back first, right? Most likely. We do have green. I have white as well if I go get Temple Garden here, which I'm probably going to. Ouch. It's okay. Their deck either chip shots or does all the damage at once. So a little damage here and there is not horrible, but our hand's just setting up. Like, it's not really a fast draw. I don't even think I want to sacrifice the food to play the Geist out, but that might be wrong. But it's a food, guys. It's a food. Would love to draw some of our build-arounds. Would be great. Lots of great draws in our deck to draw to. We kind of drew one. They don't really interact with this very often. But let's set up for the long haul. I think I just go Arbor Sago. Could go Arbor Geist. Give it the food, but actually we have consistent land drops. What am I doing? Let's just get in. Opponent says spicy. Why, thank you. Is this just Stoneforge? Really need to draw something useful. Just better. Just need the things. Be kind of kicking myself if we draw WINota instead of Evolution. I'd even take a Pyre, even though it's one turn late. Like, I could go play Mirror Entity, say go, play Sunbake, play Pyre, activate Pyre, go get WINota off of the entity. Springleaf Drum. Tap the Giver. This looks like Stoneforge to me. Let's not forget about Dolores. Stoneforge, go get my... And by my, I mean their. Go get their hammer, if they don't have one already. They don't play Batterskull. It's a really, really cool deck. Like, it's a Stoneforge Mystic deck that does not play Batterskull. It's a fascinating deck. It also looks like just a lot of fun to play. What do they choose to get? You choose to get the Colossus Hammer. Just pretty predictable. That's their build around. There's cool shenanigans with the Inkmoth Nexus. If you can put this onto the Nexus, instant speed, another land. Oh boy. I think we play the entity and try to draw. I could try to draw now. That seems wrong. It seems questionable. There's also merit to making food with Goose. I don't think I do. I think I just play the entity. Do I want to be able to block with Geist? I won't be able to because of Giver, right? Which is why they play Giver. Giver's so good in their deck. Giver making it so they can swing through. Giver making it so that they can... I'm kind of glad that I hasted in the Strangleroot. Like, the Strangleroot Geist alone has put them to 15. Well, hit them twice. They fetched. They're probably playing the Red Splash. That's the version that I think is good. Sigardas, yep. Now, since I have a white and a green creature here available as blockers, like, there's things I can do. I think they should just... Gosh, they're still doing it. Like, you have Flash, bro. You could wait till you've... It looks like they want to put it on the Stoneforge. Okay. But it's like now they need to decide. Like, the... Well... I think this is fine, actually. In this case, in this board state, I think it's fine the way they're going about it, but before it was a little question. Yeah, it's like they're letting me get a block off. What? I think I do. Might be wrong, but I'm going to. I've got plenty of mana in my hand. I'll exchange Goose with 11 damage. Thank you very much. I think that's a right exchange. They could have forced me to block with Entity there if I wanted to do a block by using the Giver. But they're keeping Giver open because a lot of people play removal. I don't. I don't really play hardly any. I did show them Skyclave, which is great. Like, they're thinking about Skyclave. I don't have it. Don't really have any red 2-drops, so we'll probably use the Mountain. Well, yep. Yep. Do we continue the beatdown? Probably not. Maybe they'll make the same mistake they made before, which is not force me to block with the entity, and I can just get a free block off with Geist. And it is a free block because, I mean, it's not 100% free. It's half of my Geist, but I think I spend half a Geist to... we may see them put the Lurrus in their hand this turn, perhaps. Steel Shapers. Let's put hammers on everything. Oh, Shadow Spear, that's way better. Now we're just, like, dead. So now a block doesn't make sense, and I need a top deck. I don't even know what I could top deck. I guess top decking WINota is step 1. Step 2 would be, I don't have any more, like, lands like Sunbaked. Aren't we playing 3 of that? Yeah, I'm playing 3 Horizon lands. I don't know. We just didn't have it. No blocks. We take a billion. If I can get the Colossus Hammer off the Stoneforge next turn with a tutor, or, I mean, ideally it's WINota in to hit the Masked Vandal, right? Just take it. That is not it. Good games. Wonder how far away... Oh, I guess we don't get to know. Yeah, I think that's my last game. I'd love to play again. Like, I'd love to play more. We don't interact, so we're going to lose to a deck that's got a faster draw than us. We don't tend to interact very much. We interact very little through our bullets. Like, as far as what our interaction is. And that makes sense for a deck like ours. We're just trying to give people the business. That's the idea behind it. So, like, how do we interact? I mean, Spellskite for Infect. I mean, this is here not for Infect so much, or Boggles or anything like that. This is here more so for all the lava darts floating around. Skoos, Vandal, Dahlia. So, like, we do have a few different, which is cool. Like, you don't normally see this many silver bullets in WINota. So I have been liking that. Also Militant to a smaller extent. This could shut off certain very specific things. We're testing it out. I think it's wrong, but we're going to test it. So let me screenshot this latest build. This is the build after finishing a league and also finishing the playing out the here I can get a nicer picture of it actually. There you go. That's better. I'm going to put my tutor bowls and things that I can't tutor for. Actually, that's how I'm going to split these piles up. Things that can be and things that can't be tutored. Looks good. All right. Let's put this here. So this is a basic mountain build. We'll see if we like that. I don't think we're going to, but give it a try. Yeah, thanks, folks, for staying. This has been a lot of fun. A lot of new faces, a lot of new folks. Hope you guys are having a nice day. So I started streaming about 7 years ago under the guise of Spawn of Virtue, and the goal was to not only get better at Magic, but also to create a fun, just good feel environment for you guys on the Magic community. I used to watch, they don't stream anymore, but I used to watch some other streamers that really got me into, just got me into the idea of being a Magic streamer myself. WINota. So, sorry, you guys can't see everything. There we go. Let's actually switch interfaces. So, other little things, like, I mean, we're just going along. We're just testing it piece by piece. Here we're testing quite a few pieces, right? Triple Strangle, trying out Thalia, which has been a suggestion from time and time again. The split on the deck is 6 tutors. So, let's see, 9. I mean, I think our human count is fine. 11, 12. Yeah. Human count looks really great, actually. This is... Let's see. So this is like a pretty even split, right? So we've got 16 non-humans. If you count the green fetches, they're kind of an extension of the Arbor. So I think this is a good ratio, actually. Because when you don't run enough humans in this deck, you just don't have a lot of heavy hitters. And like some of our hits are kind of weak too, right? Like the Masked Vandal is specific. Mirror Entity is only a strong hit if I have some open mana to pump into it. Sometimes the Magus of the Moon isn't all that helpful. There's a lot of matchups where it's amazing, but sometimes it's kind of a miss. Sometimes the Thalia isn't going to be effective. So sometimes even the Banisher Priest isn't going to be able to remove a blocker or whatever. So really these are the hits. And then it's like, okay, the WINota's herself. We're only okay with the first WINota we see, right? Really, it's only the first WINota. So really, if you get down to it, we've got 9 hits that are juicy, and then we've got 5 hits that are a bit matchup specific if they're a juicy hit off the WINota trigger. So I need to keep that in mind too when I'm building and working on this deck, right? All right, so let's goldfish a couple. I think I probably should start with fishing it, then open play. I have really been liking how the deck is looking, but like I just don't think it's going to be a viable strategy anymore. Well, viable is a strong word to use. Oh gosh, if we kept this, it would be back on the back of the Spyro. Or we draw the green, like you do. If you're wondering where I got the like you do, that's from my buddy Jay, swinging for 1. Oh man! All right. Spyro cast more things, maybe? I mean, surely it's Spyro. Let's just dump the Magus because this is just a practice goldfish match. We did not have the extra mana. I mean, instead of evolutioning, you might just be better off pyring. It depends on the matchup. I would probably pyre and play out the shale, maybe. Go get the WINota. Swings. All right. Kenrith, probably going to be the take. Lena, now I'm sad I didn't play out the Shale first. Would have made one more soldier token. Blade Historian. And they're dead. Probably. Is that lethal? Yeah, it's lethal. It's very lethal. Oh, you know I'm in the wrong section. Tournament practice. I want it to just keep doing match after match. Multiple matches. Yeah, this is a keep. We have enough red sources to even justify getting the basic forest, which is good. Something we're shooting for with the deck, right, is to take a little bit less pain off of the mana base. But still run the Horizon Lands. I like the Horizon Lands a lot. Let's dump this because it might be specific. We're not casting that. Easy. WINota. Easy. It's probably better than even evolving, right? I guess evolving is still better because I get one more trigger, so let's do it. Let's do what's best. Unless they have a counterspell here. This is fine. If they have a removal spell, it's also different. I might like spend the turn doing Pyre Geist, see if I can get them to tap out maybe. Dump this. I'm actually going to keep the Pyre of Heroes. Because if we don't kill them here, there's fun, interesting stuff to Pyre into off of what we're getting off of the WINota. We do miss. That's okay, it happens occasionally. Even with 17 humans, it's going to happen. So land drop and Pyre. Sorry, Pyre. What am I grabbing? I guess our double strike? Is that what we're doing? You go get double strike, right? Unless we need the life. Probably just going to go get the Blade Historian. Just guarantee that we have it, and maybe we'll spike the other off of these triggers. I mean, we're seeing... Oh, there's the Thalia coming up once, right? But this would have been the other human, in fairness. Entity, of course, wished we would have kept the mana open. We can't know we were going to hit it. Banisher or Spyro. Let's just take the Spyro. Dump the Skyclave. All right, there's the Heron's Grace, and that is the best time to hit it at the very end of the chain because it's going to paint. Now, I didn't have enough mana to justify activating Entity. If you activate Entity, this makes all of our creatures gain all creature types, and you would actually paint the whole team with the Heron's Grace, but I didn't have enough mana to do that. That's okay. This would be very lethal, but we don't die because we're actually going to gain life. We actually live through all our normal damage because we had enough lifelink damage. That's hilarious. Isn't this just go get Kenrith now? Play Strangleroot, although I didn't have to. Could get the other bird going too. Pyre the Heron's Grace because it's a 4-drop. Go get Kenrith. Hey, there you are, Kenrith. We were looking for you. He was pretty much the last hit. Give everybody haste and trample. Swing, swing. Kablam. Although, is it better for me to... No, it's not. I was going to say, is it better for me to pump with the Entity? It's not in this case. Swing. And I think there's no humans left, right? Like, there's more WINotas to pull out of the deck and such. That would give her Indestructible, so I guess the first one is fine, but we could say no. I don't think there's any more humans in our deck. That's not true. There's the Banisher Priest. Funny enough, we have to exile our own thing in the practice room. It does say opponent controls, just to clarify. But unlike Skyclave, the programming on this... Sorry, Skyclave says non-token permanent you don't control, but this says opponent. We are our own opponent when we're in the practice room or the Goldfish room. No, no, no. We might see a WINota again, but there's really nothing left in the deck anymore. I want to see how much damage this is. I mean, if you want to pull this out of the deck, you say no, but I'll leave it in the deck. This is negative, yeah, 26. That's fun. All right, last one. Thanks for coming, guys. I hope you enjoy the deck. I hope this is fun. I hope some of you try it. If you don't own most of the expensive cards for this deck already, quick disclaimer, I don't recommend you buy this unless you're looking to build Death and Taxes underneath of it. There is a viable Death and Taxes shell underneath, and you're purchasing cards that have use in other contexts. I wouldn't just card for card buy something like a meme like this that we're playing. I might just Spyro here. Uncounterable Spyro seems good. Would love to have seen our Caverns more often today in our league against our Esper Control opponent, but that's okay. Dump this, dump the bird. I feel like this isn't about the bird anymore. The bird is usually the word, but... Alright, let's fetch out another green source. Yes. Get rid of the Spyro. Rinse and repeat. And like this sequence of turn 1 Dork, turn 2 Spyro, turn 3. Like I wish there just was another card that was like Spyro that we could play on turn 3. We may want to do some research. We've played, there's like a 3-drop Goblin we've played before. But we moved away from it, like the Mentor Goblin. But it just doesn't make the elementals as fast enough. It doesn't give us the deck manipulation. There isn't another card like Spyro in the deck that is in Modern that I can think of. If we want to give our Thalia haste, our WINota haste, we could take this. I'm going to take the Thalia instead. There's a whiff. Happens. Probably get a lot of choices on this one because of that whiff. We do. So it's just a matter of, do we need to moon them, or do we need to, or you just want the big Kenrith, or do you want to make a token? We're not going to be playing out the Blade Historian in my hand, probably. I have both my forests, which may have been a consideration for playing a different land to cast the Eldritch. So let's take the Kenrith and enable some silly things. It's also a 5-power indestructible in this case. It's pretty good. So I could go get the Dryad Arbor, which is a nice little synergy with Kenrith. Give everybody haste. So that's going to haste the... oh, never mind. I didn't have red mana to justify this. Let's still just do it. Get it in there. It's 1 extra damage. That was sad. I thought, yeah, again, like it would have been better if I had a Stomping Ground this whole time. All right, Spyro. Dump the Historian and the basic mountain. Probably take the Grace. Again, like this would kill our opponents in this case, but we won't die since we also gain the life, funny enough. You're probably still Spyro there, but let's just grab the Magus of the Moon. Bird is the word. Kenrith. And you would pull all the other humans out of the deck, rinse and repeat. All right, cool. It's fun. It's a little linear deck, yes, but it's a little linear of a deck for my tastes. But I think the Silver Bullet build of WINota I've really come to enjoy. I don't think I would play the 4 Angrath, 4 Lightning Bolt builds. I do think those are good builds. If you're looking to also play WINota, consider the Angrath's Marauders builds. At least play it so you can understand it for yourself. Consider doing the Geist Honored Monk builds as well of this deck. That's maybe my second choice. I think that's usually good enough because they get huge. I mean, granted, if your opponents have some blocks, then that's another story. Maybe like a Geist Honored Monk build that also plays Kenrith that can trample them over. Like maybe that's like the sweetness. Maybe. Since I've seen how Lena works in this deck, I think I'm going to keep running Lena. I really, really like that it gives us some natural main deck. Because like sometimes you kind of get some stuff out, but you don't get a lot of stuff out. But if we just hit a Lena, I don't care about the Anger of the Gods or the Bring to Light into, Supreme Verdict or Damnation that my opponent's playing, right? So I do really like that it's like kind of like a main deckable selfless spirit kind of an effect. Whereas I do think that's more of a sideboard card. As you can see, we have a couple of them. We have one that's a human in the form of Selfless Glyphweaver, and then we have one that's a spirit. Anyways, folks, I'm going to host over to another stream. But thank you so much for being here today. This has been a lot of fun. Really enjoyed streaming with you guys. Hope you enjoyed me not getting salty. I mean, it's so easy, right? It's so easy to just get frustrated and upset when a challenge doesn't go well. But we played well enough to at least get a consolation prize of points, and that's really nice. And I had a lot of fun. And that's what it's really about, to enjoy the game and have a lot of fun. All right, Mana Traders is just, I see some Teferis. I see some Lorehold. That's kind of where I want to host this over to. Are there any other spicy decks? Yeah, the Mana Trader series is today. Let's see. Just trying to see if there's some other smaller streamers that we could maybe support. Yorion Death and Taxes by Offbeat Hero. Yorion Death and Taxes. Speaking of Death and Taxes, I think I might send you guys to Offbeat Hero.
2 cards left in hand. Apparition gets to Zuck another day. Gotta pair on this illusion with, or play around the illusion plus Mutagenic Growth. That's not a situation we want.
He's talking magic to me. All right, let's host over there. Let's actually raid. Let's go say hi to Offbeat Hero. So thanks for sticking around, folks. Appreciate you. Go ahead and hit that button. And we're going to go head on over there, and I'll see you guys in their chat. You guys have a nice night. I'll see you on the next Brew Spy, the Magic Guy.
UC! Thank you for the raid, Brew Spy the Magic Guy. Wow, that sounds great. It just rolls off the tongue, actually.